Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. So in this particular video, we are going to create this monster Canva clone using Next.js, Fabric.js, and for backend, we are going to use Node.js microservices. So you'll be learning a lot of things, how you can work with different kind of shapes, how you can work with text, images, how we are going to upload the images to Cloudinary and then use those images in our canvas. We are also going to implement drawing panel, AI panel. So for AI we are going to use stability AI for AI image generation. For payment gateway we will be implementing PayPal, and also not only that, for each and every shapes, text, images and drawing we are going to learn each and every properties, how you can manipulate different properties. We're also going to learn a lot of Fabric.js related features. We will also implement different kind of export services also. So I'm pretty sure you'll be learning a lot of things. So in the next part I'm going to give you a complete details that what are the things that we are going to learn. So if you like this particular video, please give a like, comment down and please share with your friends. So let's get started and good luck. Alright everyone, so before we'll discuss the demo, so one very important point I want to mention, and that is if you want to download the source code for free, what you need to do, right? You just need to visit my website. The link will be in the description. It's completely free. So what you need to do, visit sdevhub.com and go to the project section. And if you go here, you'll be getting the monster Canva clone and you can click here. And then you'll be seeing this unlock project. Now what is the criteria? So you just have to create a free account and join the waitlist. So once you'll click here, if you haven't joined, so it will ask you to join. Once you'll click, it will automatically unlock and it will download the project. So if I just click here, right, see what will happen. So it's now unlocking and now you'll be able to download the source code. So you'll be able to download it from here. Okay, so this is another very important point I want to mention. Now let's explore the demo in complete details. Alright, so as you can see that, so this will be a login page. So here user will be able to create their account using Google login. So I'm going to click here. And now let's select this account and we are going to use Auth.js for this login, and user will be now redirect to the home page. So here we'll be having a lot of options. Now first of all, you can see that user will be able to create designs based on different types, and that we are going to see later. So currently I don't have any design, and also you can see that on the left side we'll be able to see all the projects. So currently I don't have any designs or projects. And in the billing section, if I click here, so you can see that we'll be getting this option that you need to upgrade to Canva Premium. So currently this user is a free user. So now let's see what will happen if I click on this start design. So I'm going to click here. So it's going to create a new design, and you can see that we'll be navigating to the editor page with a newly created design ID. So here on the left side we'll be having the elements panel. So where we are going to have all kind of shapes. Then we'll be having the text panel, then uploads panel, drawing panel, and also AI panel. And in the settings panel, you'll be able to handle the background color of this canvas. So let's see each and everything step by step. So first in the settings panel, so let's say if I'm going to select any background color and I'm going to apply, the moment I'll apply this, you can see that this autosave will automatically save the current canvas state. So I'm going to apply this change, and you can see that is actually saving and it's automatically updated here. So now let's change this. So every time you are going to make any change, it's going to call this autosave features, and the current canvas state will be automatically saved to your database. So I'm going to apply this, and you can see that again it's the autosave features actually save the current canvas state. Now let's go to the upload section, and here we'll be able to see all the images. Not only that, you can see that there are a couple of AI related images that also will be able to add from this AI section, which will be available in your upload section also. So let's see if I'm going to select this image. So you can see that that image will be added here, and on the right side you are actually getting or seeing the properties editor. Now these property editors also will be type specific. So you can see that there will be some common options which is same for all, like shapes, text, images, but there will be some type specific properties also, and that we are going to see later. So for now what I'm going to do, I'm going to delete this, and now let's start with the upload section. So I'm going to upload a new file, and now let's say I'm going to upload this background image. So I'm going to select this and let's upload this one. So now it's going to call the API and then it will save the image to our Cloudinary, and then it will give you the URL back. It's going to save that URL to your database and you'll be getting the image back. And also for all of this we are going to use microservices, right? So we'll be having different microservices. For now we'll be having the design microservice, upload microservice, subscription service, and also we are going to have the API gateway. So now I'm going to select this background image, and now let's add this. I'm going to also close this. So every time we'll close, it will automatically center. And now I'm going to add this image now, and now it will automatically auto saved. Now let's say I want to add some elements, so I'll open here and let's select this square. And also you can see that the bounding box also we are going to add a custom style for this one. So I'm going to close this. Now you can actually add all of these like this, and now I'm going to also manage the opacity from here. So you can see that you are able to manage the opacity, right? So we can manage the opacity, and every time you are going to making any change, the autosave will automatically save the current canvas state, right? Now what you can do, right? So currently my shape is selected, so you'll be able to send this to back and also bring to front. So you can see the changes is happening, right? Send to back and bring to front is also working. Now let's do this. So I'm going to add a text here. So we can add text, we can add a custom text, and also we can add some predefined text. So I'm going to add a heading, and you can see that it's automatically added here. And now you can actually increase the width and height, and whatever changes you are going to do, it will be automatically updated here also. You can actually flip horizontal and also vertical here. You can see that it will work. Then you can create a duplicate from this, so it will be created. You can also delete it, right? It will be deleted, and you can see that property editor now you are not able to see. So again you select this, and let's say you want to change the font size. You can do that. You can change the font family and it will automatically change. You can change the text color, so let's say make it white, and it will be it will look like this. And also you can increase or manage the letter spacing. Okay, so this is all about the text related properties. So now I'm going to delete this one, and also let's delete our the shape also. Remember, we have added the shape, so I'm going to delete this. Now we are having only the image, right? So I'll select this. You can also apply filter on the images. So I'm going to change this filter and make this on gray style, and you can see that it's automatically updated here. And now you'll see what will happen if I go back to the home page. So I'll go back to the home page, and you can see that we are going to create the preview also, right? So every time you're going to make any change, it's not a picture, it's actually a canvas. Okay, so the preview will be automatically created, and if you click here, and that whatever you have done so far, that data we are going to fetch, and then we are going to render in this canvas. So now let's select this, and now let's change this one to none, so it will be in the previous state. Now what we can do, right, we can also do a drawing. So let's say I'll enter the drawing mode, and let's select any color, and you can do the drawing here. Okay, you can also manage the brush width and height, and also you can go into eraser mode also. Now I'm going to exit, and now what you can do, right, you can select this, and also you can manage the border color. Let's say I'm going to change this, it will automatically change. You can increase the width, and also you can change the style also, right? Now let's delete this. So now coming to some of the other extra features that we are going to do. All right, so let's see how the AI features will work, right? So if I go here, and let's say if I try to give me an image of lion, and if I try to do generate image, and you can see that we are getting this message that please upgrade to premium. So first what I'll do, I'll click here, and let's do a upgrade. So for this one we are going to use PayPal, and so you can see that it's going to the PayPal page, and now I'm going to do continue to review order. So it's going to process, and then it will automatically redirect you to the home page. So now it's processing. So that means now your account is now upgraded to premium. So if you go here and click it, you can see that you are a premium member. So now let's go to our editor page, and now what I'll do, right, so let's click on AI and then try to generate this image. So now I'm going to generate. So what will happen, right, so till this time this is generating, so we are going to use stability AI to create the image from AI. We are going to store that image in Cloudinary, and then we are going to store that in our DB, and you can see that we are getting the image, and now we'll be able to add to canvas directly, and you can see that it's added. Now not only that, if you go to the upload section, this image you'll be able to access now whenever you want to do that in any design you'll be able to use. Okay, so this is how these AI features will work. So till now we have covered all the elements, text, uploads, drawing, AI, how the premium membership will work. You can see that it automatically updated here, and now also we have discussed how the autosave features will work, right? So now let's see another very interesting thing that we are going to do, and that is currently it's in the editing view, right? So I'm going to change this one to viewing, and now you can see that this canvas is completely locked. So if I go and let's go to the editing, and let's say if I try to select or add a circle here, right, and if I close this and go to the viewing mode, you'll not be able to move this. So if I try, it's completely locked. Okay, so this is how the lock feature will work, and also you will be able to export it, right? So if you go here and export, we have multiple options to PNG, SVG, PDF, and also JSON template. So the moment you are going to export it, it will be exported. You can go here and then you can open this, and you'll be seeing the exact whatever you have created. So you can see that that is coming here. Same for SVG. If I try to export to SVG, and let's go here, let's open this, and you can see that you are getting the output, and the same will work for PDF. So I can export it. So let's go here and let's open this, and you'll be seeing the same result. Okay, so this is how the export feature will work. So now let's go back, and another interesting thing that I want to show you, and that is I already told you, right, you will be able to create a design based on different types. So let's see if I click on logo and see what will happen. So now it will automatically generate based on a different width and height. You can see that, right? And also this is the title, so we can change this. This is also implemented based on the autosave. Let's change this one to some random value, and you can see that automatically autosave will call, and if you go back, it will be immediately updated here. So it's updated here, right? So this is all the features that we are going to implement in this particular project. I'm pretty sure we'll be learning a lot of things. As I already mentioned, that to download this source code, you can go to my website, right? You can download for free. So what you need to do, just create a free account using Google, join the waitlist for free, and you will be able to download the source code. I will be also adding a lot of resources there also in my website, that how you can deploy this particular project, what is the process that I actually thought while creating this project, architecture of this particular project. All of these things I'm going to add in the website, so you can just go there and you can explore. So without further wasting any more time, let's get started, and good luck. Hey everyone, so let's get started. The first thing what I want to mention right before starting anything, so because this will be a very complicated project, like this is not going to be simple, right? So I'm not going to discuss very basic things. So I'll give some example, like for example, how to create database, or how to install some dependencies, or how to create projects. If you don't have those kind of idea, or let's say your Node.js basic concepts or Express or MongoDB concepts are not clear, then I'll highly recommend first you go and watch the previous part of my Node.js videos and also React video, then you can come here. Okay, so don't expect from this particular video we are going to cover each and every basics. Okay, so what our main idea of this video is that you'll be able to create something like Canva, how you can create a graphic design tool using Fabric.js. So that is our main idea. Also, we are going to use microservices. Although I want to make one thing very clear, you'll see that when we'll be creating our backend, right, using we are going to use microservices for that. You'll see there is not that much communication between two services. And also, if you don't have any idea on microservices, I already have a Node.js part 2 video where I have explained how you can create a microservice from scratch, how you can communicate with multiple services. So please watch that particular video. Anyway, we are going to use microservices. It will give us a lot of benefits, but you will see not that much communication between two services. So what you can see, I already have a folder, and also have a client project that I have created using Next.js. The first thing what I want to do, right, I'll be creating one more folder here, and I'll give this one name as server. Now the first part, before starting anything on the Fabric.js, we are going to do lot of things. So what we want to do, right, we want to keep or create a prerequisite before moving to Fabric.js. What will happen if I just start working on the Fabric first and then create backend and everything? It will become very messy, and you'll understand why, because this project is going to be very complicated as it will progress, right? So you have to be very careful while you are going to watch this video. I'll highly suggest, again I already mentioned, right, download the project source code from my website and watch this video, and along this video try to like implement. Don't skip even like 2 minutes. If you're skipping and then like you lose track, right, you'll not be able to complete it. So these all the points I want to mention before starting. I think it's very important. So I already created a server folder. The first thing what we are going to do, right, as I already mentioned, we are going to have microservices. So I'm going to create all the folders one by one. So we're going to have a API gateway, which will be our main entry point for our microservice. Then we are going to have a design service. Now again, we are going to create all the necessary services at first, and then see, you can divide this project into 2 parts. Okay, means not 2 parts means there won't be any part 2, all the things will be in this single video. But what I'll do, right, I'll try to record this video in such a way that consider this one as a 2 parts. So in the first part we are going to complete or learn all the basic necessary that you need. Absolutely you need that, right? And in the second part we are going to add some more advanced features, so something like that. So I'll be having design service, then I'm going to have an upload service. Let's do step by step. Okay, and then I'm going to have a subscription service. Now you'll see that I'm creating all of this now only. Okay, later I just don't want to do it until unless when you'll go to the advanced part, maybe that time I'm going to create some extra service if needed. But these 4 things is absolutely required or necessary. Now this will be my subscription service. So what will be our next step? So next step will be what I'll do, right, I'll open all this in our terminal. Let's open this one. Let's open subscription service and also upload service. Also I'm recording this video, so I'm thinking like you are a complete beginner, or like not beginner in the sense like I'm talking about like you already know HTML, CSS, JavaScript, React, Node.js, Express, MongoDB, microservices basics, those kind of beginner. If you know all of this, then I'm going to explain each and everything, right, step by step, so that you'll not be getting confused, because there will be some part where you'll face a lot of issues in this project, I can guarantee. So I'll try to break all the things down and then do step by step. So let's go to API gateway, and for each and every one we are going to run npm init y, which will create our package.json. So do it for all the services, paste it, do it for subscription service, and do it for upload service. Okay, so that means this is the first part we have completed. Second thing what we're going to do, I'm going to create a git ignore file here, and we'll give this one as node modules. Also we'll go here in the client, let's go to reveal in file explorer, and I'll go inside this and I'm going to delete this git, because we are going to push both the things at once. Okay, so this is done. So what will be our next step? Next step will be, I'll go to Chrome, let's go to Shadcn, and let's install the Shadcn first. I'm going to copy this and I'm going to go to my this here, and let's close this, and we'll do cd client and install this one. Because we are using Next.js version 15, right, it's using React 19. So you will be getting some options like some of the packages maybe. So I'm not sure why it's not coming now. Let's see. Yeah, see, it's coming like that. Some packages may fail due to dependencies issue, right? So you need to do use force. So it's installing, and then what I'll do, right, I already have, okay, it's done. Now see what I've done. I already given all the components we need for now. Later if needed, we are going to install those. So we need button, dialog, input, label, select, slider, switch, and tabs. So these all the things we are going to install. Copy this and we'll do all at once. Clear, and let's install. In the meantime, we also going to install Axios. We need Fabric, definitely. We're going to need file saver. We're going to need JS PDF, because when you're going to export, we need to we'll be having a option for PDF export also. So here I'm going to do enter it. We're going to have for utility to use loades, and then we're going to have UID Zustand, and then we're going to have NextAuth, which is the latest version of Auth.js, because we're going to have Google Auth. So I'm going to copy this and let's install all at once. What will happen, right? If you once you'll go to my website and then download this, in the website page only, in the projects page, you'll be getting all of these options, all of these details, right? That what you need to install, and then what will be the process and how you're going to locally install it. Like, I know there are some people actually may face problems. I'll be adding all those details, so I'll highly recommend go to my website. It's absolutely free. Just have to create a free account, join the wait list, and then you'll be able to download it and then install all of this. Now here for API gateway, let's see what are the things we need. We need codes.env. Again, I'm not going to explain all of this what it is doing, because in my Node.js video I already explained in details what actually these things are. So this is for my proxy, Express HTTP proxy, Express Google Auth library. I need helmet, JSON web token, and node mod. So I'm going to copy all this. Let's go to my API service, clear this, and then I'm going to install. Next, I'll go to my upload service, and we need all this. We need Cloudinary, we need Codes, we need Express, Mongoose, NodeMod, and Multer. So let's go to my upload service. Again, clear this and install this. Now let's go back. So for design and subscription service, these all are common. For design service, we need extra Axios, so that we are going to add. So I'm going to copy this first, and let's go to my subscription service, and let's clear this, and let's install all this. And the rest is left is the design service. So in design service, again, let's clear this, paste it, and then I mentioned, right, we're going to also will be having Axios. So install this. So now if you go to my client side, and let's go to my package.json. So you see all the packages we already have for now. Later maybe there are some extra packages needed. So installed API gateway. If you go to API gateway, packages installed, design service, subscription service also installed, and upload services also installed. And the basic structure is actually not structure, I'll say the installation is completed. So what is the next step? The next step will be, we'll go to our Auth.js. So we have already installed this one package, right? So we're going to create our secret. This is mandatory. So copy this, and let's go to my client side terminal, clear this, and I'm going to close this and run this. So what will happen, this will create a env local file. Here you can see, and also there will be a secret. So let's wait for some time. So we have a secret here. Okay, so create this one, just run this command. This is actually needed. So this is all the basic things are done. So what will be the next step, right? So next we are going to do the following things. So first we'll go to API gateway. So start with our backend. We are always going to start with our backend. That is the best approach, right? So think yourself as a backend engineer or full stack developer. So you're going to first structure how your data is going to be, right? Create your backend, create API, and then create front end, and then do the integration. Now here I'll create a source, and I'm going to create server.js. Copy this and go to design service, paste it. Go to subscription service, paste it. See how sequentially we are doing, right? And upload service, paste it. Now what will be the next step? Next step will be go to package.json of each and every one. Go to main here, change this one to source/server.js, and here add a start script which will be node source/server.js, and add a dev script which will be node mon source/server.js. Save this. Now copy this. This is we are doing in the upload service. Do the same in the subscription service, and then go to the design service, and also going to the API gateway, and we'll paste it. All right, so now we'll go here. So let's go to our services first, not the API gateway. Go to services, go to source, create controllers, go to source, create routes, go to source, create middleware, and go to source and create models. So we're creating for the design service. Now here we'll create for design controller, right? So we'll create design controller. here we're going to create auth middleware. I know these things, again I will mention, right, if you already aware of these things, it will be like piece of cake, it will be very easy. But if you know, okay, what the hell this guy is doing, like just creating all the files, that means your prerequisite is not clear. So you need to complete the part of my Node.js videos first. So that means you are in a hurry and then you are trying to complete this complicated project, which I absolutely not recommend if you don't know these things, right? And if you know, then you are well and good. In the models, so we are going to create design, so I'm going to create design.js, and in the routes I'm going to create design routes.js. Now what I'll do, I'll go here, copy all these four, copy this and paste it inside subscription service source. Do the same for upload service source. Now go to upload service and change this one to upload controller. Auth middleware will be same. This one will be, let's give this one as media instead of upload, and this will be upload. Okay, do the same for subscription controller, so rename this to subscription. This will be same, this will be subscription, and this will be subscription. Alright, so this is done. So next thing what we're going to do, we'll go to our API gateway. So for API gateway, we're going to have only one entry point where we're going to use all our microservices. It's going to use a proxy, and it will hit the API gateway, right? And API gateway will automatically identify that whenever you're going to hit the design service, it is going to pass that proxy to this service, and it's going to hit that particular route, and that route is going to hit the controller, and the same process continue. So here we are going to have one more folder which will be the only middleware, right, which will work as a middleware. And here I'm going to create a auth middleware, so that we are going to keep the folder structure clean so that it will be easy. So now you have a very good idea of the folder structure, right? So this is how it will be. And if you want to, let's say you want to add some more features to your Canva clone, so what you need to do, just you need to create another service and put that service in your API gateway. So this is the backend structure we need. I'm going to close everything, and now let's go to client. Inside source, I'm going to create, see, we already have components, right? So I'm going to create some more folders here. So first thing, I'm going to create a Fabric folder, because we're going to add all the Fabric related utils inside this folder. Then I'm going to have a store, which is my Zustand store. Then I'm going to have a services file. Services file is the file where I'm going to interact with the API. Okay, so what else we need? Components we already have. We are also going to have, we also need a providers. So we're going to use a providers, and I think that's it. So this is all the files and folder structure we need. Now what will be our next step? So now the basic structure is completed. Next step will be, we'll go to our app.js and let's go to page.js, and I'm going to remove everything from here, and then I'll just add a div and I'll give home page. And what I'll do, I'll go to app, create one more folder, and I'll give this one as editor. So this will be your main editor where you are going to do like a lot of things. Okay, and here this will be a dynamic page, and I'll explain why it's very important. So I'm going to add a slug, and I'm going to create a page.js, and this will be use client. So let's create, so this will be my editor page, right? And I'm going to do a return editor page. Also this will be a client component. Next we are going to also have a login page. Okay, so here just create this, so this will be login, and I'm going to just return this one as login page. So with this, we have created all the pages, we have installed all the necessary dependencies we need, we have created our backend structure also. Definitely we need to create all the entry point and everything that we are going to do. But before that, the first step will be to create our login page UI. This is the first step, and then we are going to implement the Auth.js, which is the Google login. Once we'll do that, right, then what we're going to do, it's very important, once the login is completed, we're going to start working on the auth middleware first, because every time we are going to log in and we are going to hit a API, right, so we need to do, right, we need to pass that token, the Auth.js token, to our backend, and this auth middleware is going to validate that token, and for that we are using this Google Auth library. Okay, now you can see how these are related. So that means this Google Auth library is going to validate that token. Once we'll get that token is validated, we are going to forward the user ID to the like downstream services. So downstream services means we are going to pass that user ID from API gateway to all the other services. So this is the first step we need to do instead of directly jumping to the Fabric.js, right? So this is the reason I mentioned that we need to complete some of the things. So first let's do one thing. I'm going to quickly show you that how we are going to create your credentials from Google console, and then we'll start working on integrating the Auth.js. Alright, so I'm in the Google console. So I just created a new project, and I'm going to show you that how you're going to get the API keys and everything, right? So you need to go to this quick access. So click here, and now you'll see you need to follow some process. So first you see you need to go to credentials, but you need to also do the consent here. See, we need to configure. So now I'm just going to do create credentials, do auth client ID, and now let's see what will happen, right? So they will ask you to consent, and we are going to do configure, get started, and let's give this one name as Canva clone, right? We'll do Canva clone, and I'm going to give my email, go next. I will keep this one as external, next. We'll do this on external. Then I'm going to type my email, next, and continue. So now we're going to do create auth client, and I'm going to give this one as web application, and let's give this one as Canva clone. And also you're going to add, so here we need to, okay, let's do one thing. Let's start our project, the front end. So I'm going to do clear npm run dev. Okay, so let's go here. So I'm going to copy this. So, and this will be my URI, and then redirect URIs. Let's go here, go to providers, go to Google. So you have /API/auth/callback/Google. So we'll go and copy this, paste it, and then we're going to copy this part, and then we'll just configure here. That's it. And then we'll do create. Now don't use my credentials here, okay? I always show these, but I see some people actually uses my credentials for like Cloudinary credentials also, which is actually not at all correct, okay? So you should not do that. Please create your own and use that. Anyway, I'm going to close this. Once a record is completed, I'm going to delete this application. Now this is done. So now next thing what we need to do, right? You can see that I already have it. So we need auth Google ID and auth Google secret. I think you'll be getting these details here also, right? So we have auth Google ID and auth Google secret. These two environment variables you need, and we are going to replace this in our env file. So I'm going to copy this and go to my code. I'm going to minimize this one, okay? So that will have some space. And then I'll go to my env file and I'm going to just paste it, and then let's go here. So we have a client ID and we have a client secret, and we are going to just save this and I'll close this. So this is done. So now the next step will be I'm going to close this. So we are going to first create our structure for the login page. So let's create the structure first. So we'll go to our login page, and here I'm going to delete this, and let's return a div, and then I'll do class name. So I'll do mean height screen, and I'll do relative. Inside this I'll take one more div. I'll take a class name. So I'll do this one as absolute inset 0 bg cover, and I'll do bg as center. And here what I'll do, right, so inside this I'm going to take a style, and I'll take a background image. So I'll take a URL, and I'm going to pass it. So I already have actually this one I have taken, so let's copy this and we're going to paste it here. Okay, so this is done, and also you can self close this one, right? So you can see that you are getting this, and let me minimize this one. We need one more image. So this is fine. Now next what I'll do, I'll take one more div. I'll take a class name. I'll do absolute, and I'm going to do inset 0, and here also I think let's self close this one also here. And okay, what is wrong here? Oh, I think this we need to give div. Okay, so here I'm going to also take a style, and I'll just take a background, and here I'll do linear gradient. Okay, and let's do 180 degree comma RGBA, and here we'll do 0 comma 0 comma 0 comma 0.8, and then I'll give comma again. I'll do RGBA, so I'll do 0 comma 0 comma 0 comma 0.4, and then I'll do again RGBA, and I'm going to do 0 comma 0 comma 0 comma 0.8. Okay, so this is done, and we are also going to, so after this I'll take one more div, and here I'll take a class name. So I'll do absolute, I'll do top as 0, left as 4, and also I'll do z index of 10. I'll take an image component from next image, and here I'm going to pass a source. So I already copied here, so I'll use this. I'll copy this, and I'm going to paste it, and here I'm going to take alt as Canva. I'm going to take a width as 90, I'll do a height as 30, and I'll do this one as priority. So let's save this. So you can see that we're getting, I think somehow linear, this one is not working, right? So let me just quickly check if anything we are doing wrong. Okay, I don't see any problem. Okay, let's complete the rest of the things. So we also need to have a card here. So I think this is done. So after this I'm going to take one more div. So I'm going to take a class name. I'll do this one as relative, and I'll do z index of 10. I'll do flex item as center. We'll do justify center, and I'll do mean height as screen. And then I'm going to create a components. So let's go to components. Now because we are creating a component for a login page, so how you're going to structure this, right? So I'm going to create here inside components, I'm going to give this one as login. That means all the components related to login will go into login page, all the components related to home will go into the home folder. So here I'll create one more, so which will be my home. So this will be home, and I'll create one more which will be my editor. Now inside this I'm going to create a login card, and let's create this component, right? So here the first thing what we're going to do, so let's give this a name as login card, and here I'm going to return a div. I'll do a class name, I'll do bg as white, I'll do rounded to XL, I'll do shadow to XL. Now let's do shadow XL. okay, and then p of 8, w of full, we'll do max w md, mx of 4, I'll do transition all, and I'll do duration of 300, and I'll do a class name. Here I'll do space y of 8 inside this. So we'll take one more div, I'll do class name, I'll do text as center, so I'll do h3, and I'll give this on like some text, right? So I'll do jump back in, and here let's give a class name. So I'm going to do this on as text to Excel, font as bold, and text gray 800, okay, and this one we're going to use here. So I'll do login card, so now we're having this one. So jump, so you can see that it's coming right with, I think we need to check the gradient one that is not working. So after this I'm going to take a p, and here I'll do sign in to continue to Canva, okay, and let's give a class name. So I'll do margin top of 2, let's give 3, text gray as 500, and save this. Let's see how it's looking, okay, and then what else? So after this div, let's take a button. We already installed button component, and here I'm going to just simply do, so first I'll give a variant. So here I'll do this one as outline, let's give a class name. So here I'm going to do this one as width as full, we'll do flex item center, justify center, gap of 3, py of 6, text gray 700, and I'll do border gray of 300. Then we're going to use some class name, so let's give enter. Okay, we need to give this, okay, so let's give enter here. And now what I'll do, right, I'll take a hover. So on hover, let's give a border. So I'll use this, I think this is the color theme also Canva uses. So 8B 3D FF, okay, and then I'm going to do a hover, we'll do text, I will give the same color, let's use the same color here also, paste it, and I'll do transition all, and I'll do a duration of 300, I'll group it, and also we're going to do a transform, and we'll do a, we need to do transform, and then we'll do a hover. So we'll do scale, let's do 1.01, let's keep it like this, and then we are also going to add an active state, and I'm going to do a scale of 0.99, okay. So lot of class name we have added, see, okay. And now what I'll do, simply inside these, let's take one more div, and here I'm going to render a icon. So I'm going to do login from Lucid React, and here I'm going to just give a class name. So I'll do width as 5, height as 5, and I'm going to do a group hover, and in group hover I'm going to add a text, and I'll add that class name, so this one, and also I'm going to do transition colors, and I'm going to do duration of 300. In this div, let's take a class name. So I'm going to use a bg as white, we'll do rounded full, p of 1, flex item center, I'll do justify center, And what else? So I'm going to do a group over here also, and for group over here let's use a bg, and we'll use the same one. Okay, and then we are also going to do transition colors and duration of 300. Now if you want, you can keep all of this styling, it's up to you. And then I'm just going to take a span and I'll do just continue with Google, and let's give class name as font medium. Okay, now if you want, we can also keep this on bold. Let's see how it's looking like. Based on that we can change, or extra bold. I think medium was looking like sophisticated, right? So I think it's keep it like this. So do font medium. Okay, so this is fine. So this will be our structure for the login page. Now we need to check the this background one, right? Why it's not working. So let's go here. I'm not sure what I'm missing, maybe some syntax issue. So here we are having absolute, insert 0, style, we have background, linear gradient, 180-degree RGBA, so I think we are doing something wrong, right? 0.8010. Okay, this will be 0.4, not comma. Now I think this should work. See, okay, so this is working. So now let's refresh this, and you can see that it's looking pretty good, and it's looking like quite okay, right? So it's very clean. Now if you want to add more, you can add just below of it, and then you have a header here like icon. You can give like some kind of cursor also, which is okay. Now on click of this, you need to go to the Auth.js Google login page, right? And that setup is also done. So let's implement the login functionality along with the middleware logic, right? So we need to implement middleware, means we need to protect the routes. For example, currently the user is not logged in, and if you try to access the home page, they can go to the home page, right? Or they can go to the /editor/1, which is a dynamic route, and you can see that they can still go to this page. You see editor page will be rendered. So your editor page is coming. So this should not happen, right? Until unless you're logged in, you'll not be able to access that. So let's quickly completed that in the next part, and then we are going to start working on the creating the homepage UI. Now you might face some voice issue from my side because I'm actually not well, so that is the reason. Maybe my voice is cracking sometimes, something like that is happening, right? Maybe possible. So that's why I just need to pause it multiple times in between, and then I need to record. So just want to mention. So this is done. So now let's quickly implement the Auth.js part, and then we are going to start working on the home page. Alright, so let's complete our Auth.js login part. First thing, what we will do simply, we need to do quite a few things. The first thing, we'll go to source folder. Inside source, I'm going to create a auth.js config file, and here we are going to do the following things, right? So first I'll do export const, and we need a couple of things from NextAuth. So what I'll do NextAuth from NextAuth, and here we are going to pass providers. So for providers, we're going to use Google, right? So I'm going to import Google from, we'll do NextAuth/provider/Google, and inside this I'm going to pass Google. Then I'll take some callbacks. So the first thing, we'll take a JWT, right? And here what we'll be getting a token and the account. And what I'll do simply, I'll simply say if this account dot ID token is present, so I'll simply set it. So I'll do token dot ID token, token dot, let's do like, close this. So I'll do token dot ID token, and this will be account dot ID token, right? And here I'm going to return the token. So this is the first thing. The second thing, give comma. So I'm going to also use a session. So I'm going to do a session, and here this will give you a session, and also it will give you a token. And here I'm simply just going to set it, so I'll do session.id token will be this token.id token. So this will give you the token. So this session we are going to use right throughout the component to check whether the user is actually authenticated or not. I already have some like videos created on this NextAuth topic also, right? If you want to check, you can check it in my site. So that is the reason I'm not explaining all of this. So this is done. Now here we need three things, right? The first thing we need a handlers, we need sign in, we need sign out, and we need a auth. So this auth will tell us that whether the user is actually authenticated or not. How it will check? It will check based on these providers, right? Because it will check the Google authentication is completed, and then in the callback we are going to do certain things, right? For example, it will store the ID token and everything, and this token we are going to pass while calling any API. So this is done. Next thing, we need to create a route. So if we go to the official doc, right, we have done this, and now you can see that we have to create a route. So let's go to the maybe let's go to auth login, go here, and you can see that we have to create a, so this part we've already done. So we have to create a route. So inside app we need to create API folder, then auth folder, then this catch all route, then route.ts, and I'm going to copy this. So we'll go to source. Inside source we have an app. Inside this I'm going to create API. Inside this I'm going to create auth. Inside this I'm going to create a NextAuth. So I'll do NextAuth, and here I'm going to create route.js, and I'm going to paste it. So this is done. So once this is done, so now what you're going to do, right, whenever we will be clicking on Google, this continue with Google button here, right, so we need to go to that page. So let's see if this is at least working or not, right? So we'll go to login page, go to login card. Let me just close this, close others, and what I'll do simply, let's convert this on the client, and I'm going to go here in this button. I'll take on click, right, and simply I'm going to call sign in. So you're going to call from NextAuth / React. So do import from NextAuth / React, and this will be sign in, and here we are going to pass the provider name. So I'll give Google, and here I'm going to pass a callback URL which actually is deprecated, so you can use for now, you can keep it. That's it. So now if I save these, right, we also need to actually wrap our component inside the auth provider, and that is mandatory. So that is the reason we need to create a auth provider. So that auth provider will be is nothing but there will be a session provider that will be provided by this. Here we can say, right, we'll do session provider, this one. This is a context. This will wrap the app to make the session available anywhere. So where we are going to do it, we will be doing in the root component. So for that, we'll go to our components, go to providers, and I'm going to create an auth provider, and you can give this one as NextAuth provider also. Let's give NextAuth provider, NextAuth provider.js. This will be client, and I'm going to simply just do this one as NextAuth provider. So this will receive the children, it will going to receive the children, and here you're going to return. So I'm going to return a session provider, and you're going to pass the children. This children is nothing but all the components that you are having. And now what you can do, simply go to layout.js, and this is normal like concept, and then you're just going to pass this NextAuth provider and then pass the children. This children is the all the child components that you are having, right? That's it. So this will automatically pass these children here, and this we are wrapping with this session provider. So this is done. So now let's see what is happening. So I'll just refresh this again. sometimes there might be some problems. We can also, I think it's compiling again, so let's close this and I'll rerun again. So let's, I think it's compiling again. Let's wait for some time. Okay, so this is done. So now let's click here. See, it's going to this page, right? So we go to like localhost login, click here, it's going to this page. So that means this is working fine. So let's go here again. So now what we need to do, even if you see, right, we need to add some middleware logic, and that we are going to do now, because that is very, very important. Once you're logged in, you should not be able to access this login page again. So let's do that in the next part. So for now, what we have done, we have created our Auth.js config. We have created the route, and we have, what we are doing, we are just calling that from our on click of this button in the login card. So now we are going to protect our routes in the middleware. Once that is done, we'll go back to the backend side. We are going to create server.js for each and every service, because currently it is empty, right? You will go to server.js, it's empty. We are going to create all of these, and then we are going to use all the services in our API gateway. Once that is done, that means all the services should run. Then we are going to implement the auth middleware, which will nothing but it will handle our token that we are going to pass from our front end. So these are all the things we need to do before we'll start working on the homepage UI. So let's start creating the middleware, and once we create the middleware, right, we are going to set up some of the basic server and also the auth middleware in the API gateway. Okay, so that almost the auth flow will be completed. Then we'll start working on the homepage. So what I'll do, let's go to source, and then let's create a middleware.js file. And here the first thing what I'll do, I'll simply create export default. And here what we'll do, right, we'll import auth from auth that we have created. And here we are going to take our request, and we are going to simply check that. First we are going to check if it's a login page or not, right? So I'll check if it's a login page. That means we are going to check that if the user is already authenticated and they try to access the login page, so we'll be redirecting the user to the home page. So I'll do if this is a login page. So how are you going to check it? So we'll do request.next URL .pathname .starts with, and then the route, which is login. Then we are going to check if it is a auth user or not. So I'll do is auth user, and this will be request.auth, right? Now I'll check if it's a login page, and if the user is already authenticated, that means if it's already auth user, so what we'll do, simply return. So we'll do response dot redirect. So we'll redirect the user to the new URL, and this new URL will be the home page, because the user is already authenticated, right? So, and we're going to pass request.url. That's it. Or else we're going to return null. So this is the first criteria. If the user is not authenticated, if it's not an auth user, so we're going to simply return response dot redirect, and I'm going to create new URL, and I'm going to pass to /login page, and we're going to pass request.url, and this is done. So now what we'll do, simply we're going to create a config which will match all the routes. So I'm going to do const config, and here I'm going to just add a matcher. So I'll do matcher, and here spelling is wrong, and here first I'm going to give homepage, then we are going to give the editor, and editor is a dynamic page, so we're going to pass a dynamic route here, and then we're going to also pass the login page. Now later if needed, we are going to add some more pages here. So these things we need. So now let's save this. Now let's refresh this, and now let's try to go to the home page and see what will happen. You are already in the login page, and if I try to go to the editor, see, it's redirect back to the login page. Now let's try to sign in. So I'll click here, I'll click my account, continue, let's see what is happening, right? So now you're in the home page, and if you try to access the login page, it'll be in the home page. There is no way you can access the login page, which makes sense, right? And you can go to the editor page also. So this is a very simple logic for middleware that we need. So now what will be our next step? So next step will be, we're going to start creating all the server.js, the basic setup in the backend side. So let's open everything, right? So I'm going to open the design service, then we're going to open the upload service, server.js, and then also open the subscription service, server.js. Also open the API gateway, server.js. So these all the basic things we need. So first, what are the things we need to do here? I think we have already created. I think we also need to another thing, we need to create the env file for each and every service. So I'll go here and start with creating env for API gateway, copy this and paste it in the design service, paste it in subscription service, and paste it in upload service. Okay, now in the API gateway, so API gateway, how it will work, right? So in the API gateway, you need to actually inform that, okay, how many services you are running and in which port it is actually running. For localhost, we are going to use localhost. When you'll be deploying, let's say in a Docker, you need to give that particular URL, and you need to configure using Docker Compose. Now here what we're going to do, first we'll start with design. So now let's give that, okay, our design service, maybe we're going to run in a localhost. We'll do localhost 5001. Why? Because our API gateway will be running on 5000 and all the other services will be running on a different port. Okay, next, copy this. So we'll do upload service, and I'll do HTTP localhost 5002, and then we are going to have also another service which will be subscription, which will be running on 5003, and for the API gateway the port will be 5000. Makes sense, right? So this is done. Next thing, we'll go to our design service, because design service is running on 5001, right? So we're going to add port will be 5001. Same for subscription service, which will be 5003, and upload service will be 5002. So this is the first initial step that we needed. Now what we'll do, simply we'll go to our design service, server.js, and we'll start working on the basic implementation. So first I'll do require, and we are going to require.env.config. Okay, and then I need express. I'm going to do const we need express, which will be require express. I am going to write for only one service, and I'm going to copy paste in other service. I don't want to rewrite the same thing again and again. It will just simply waste our time. And I'll do mongoose, and I'll do a require, and I'll do mongoose. Also we need quotes, so I'll do require, we'll get quotes. I'm also using helmet, and I'm going to do require helmet. And now what I'll do, simply I'll create the app. So I'll do const app will be express, and here I'm going to do const port. So this will be my process.env.port, or else by default let's give this one as 5001, because we already have port, right, for this design service, which is 5001. Now what I'll do, simply I'll do mongoose.connect, and I'm going to do here process.env.mongoURI. Let's go here, and I'm going to copy this, and I'll go to env, and I'll do here MongoURI, and I'm going to paste it here. So this will be MongoURI. Now you can create a separate file for this database connection also, which is also fine. So I'll do console.log, and I'll do connected to MongoDB. Okay, dot catch. So if there is any error, so I'm going to just do a log, and I'll do MongoDB error, and I'll pass the error. Okay, save this. So this is done. Now what I'll do simply, so let's close this. I'll do app.use course, app.use helmet, app.use express.json. These are all the things we needed. And also you're going to do app.use express.url encoded, and here we're going to pass the extended as true. That's it. Now what I'll do simply, I'll create a function. So I'll do async function and I'll do start server. So I'll do try catch. So I'll just simply log the error. So I'll do failed to connect to server, and this will be error, and I'll do process.exit 1, and in the try simply I'll do app.listen. We'll pass the port, normal concepts, right? That is the reason not explaining. So and simply I'll do console.log and I'll do design service running on port, and then I'm going to pass the let's take a template literals only. I think we can write. I also like using template literals. I don't like this, so I'll pass here port. That's it, and then just call this. So we'll start server. Save this. So we'll go to our design service. I'll clear. I'll do npm run dev. Okay, we are getting there must be a string got undefined. Okay, this will be URI. Okay, now let's save this. Okay, now let's close and run. Sorry, we need to run clear npm run dev. So it's running. Okay, so it's now running on 5001 and it's connected to MongoDB. So what I'll do, right, I will now go to the env of that design service. So let's go to the env of the design service, copy this and paste it in these two services, upload service and the subscription service. Now we can go to the design service server.js, copy the exact thing and paste it in upload service and in the subscription service. The only difference will be this will become 5003 and this will become 5002. This is the main change. Rest everything will be same, and the only difference will be this is now subscription service. So do subscription service is now running, and this will be upload service. And also let's make this on caps only, so this will be design service. So now what I'll do simply, I'll go here and then this is our subscription service, right? So I'll do a clear and I'll just going to do npm run dev and do the same thing for these also. Npm run dev. So let's see, I think all the three services should run. Connected to MongoDB 5002, connected to MongoDB 5003. Awesome. Now let's go to our API gateway server.js, right? So let's go here, close everything, and then okay, let's do one thing. Let's copy some of the imports from here. So we need express here, we need chords, we need helmet, we also need the express HTTP proxy, so that we are going to do paste it, and we don't need the mongoose here, and I'm going to just do const, let's make this one as proxy, and this will be require express HTTP proxy. That's it. and now let's create. So I'll do const app will be express, and I'll simply do const port will be process.env.port, or else this will run on 5000. Very important, because this will be our entry point, right? Whatever API we are going to hit will be hitting through this API gateway. It will create a proxy, and then it is going to hit the corresponding services. That is how it will work. Okay, now I'm just going to do, so let's copy all these 4 we needed. Oh sorry, I need to copy and paste it here. And then now what will be next step? So we need to create the proxy options here. So I'm going to create a proxy options. We are going to keep this one simple. If you want more detailed, again and again I'm repeating, I already have part 2 of the Node.js series where I've explained each and everything in detail, so you can check that video. So I'm just going to do proxy options, and here simply we are going to take 2 things. So first will be my proxy request path resolver, and here we are going to, I'll explain that what actually we are doing. So we're going to do return. So this is going to return request.original URL.replace, and I'm going to replace with this. So we are going to take we need to take this. Where is that option, man? Not this one. See, we need to take, and I'll explain. So what are you doing? So we are replacing this version 1 with API, and why that is I'll explain in a minute. So this is the thing. So we are going to replace version 1 with the API, and then it's going to hit that corresponding service. And here also let's take a proxy error handler. Also it's important, if there is any error it's going to catch it. So I'm going to do proxy error handler, and here this will give error request, and also it is going to give you next. And here simply I'll do raise.status. Oh sorry, this will be response, not request, of 500.json. So I'm going to do let's do a message internal server error, and I'm going to do error equal to error dot message. Okay, so these will be our basic proxy options that we need. Now we'll go here and we'll simply do that, use app.use, and I'm going to do /version1/media. You can keep this one as upload also, and here I'm going to call the proxy, and I'm going to do that whenever I'll be calling this version1/media endpoint, I want to call the upload service. So here for that we already have upload endpoint, so we're going to hit this localhost 5002. So I'm just going to do process, sorry, this will be process.env.upload, and here what you're going to do simply so here we also need to pass the proxy options. So I'll pass the proxy options, and here we are going to do parts request body will be false for media, because we need to upload medias and everything, images, right? So this is the first thing. Second, we can copy these, and I will do for designs. So I'll do design, let's do we'll keep designs or design, I'll do designs. So this will be design, and here we just need the pass the proxy options, that's it. And then we are going to do for subscription. So I'll copy this also not needed for this, oh sorry, we don't need this, and I'm going to do this on a subscription. Spelling we need to change, let's make this on design only, and this will be subscription. Okay, so this is done. Now at the end we are going to simply do app.listen. So do port, and we are going to simply pass the following things. So I'll just do a log and I'll do API gateway is running on port and copy this, paste it 3 times, and I'll do design service is running on process.env.design in this port. Then we are going to copy this again, paste it. This will be upload service and this will be subscription. So this will be upload and this will be subscription. Okay, so this is done. So now what will happen, right? Whenever we are going to hit, let's say /version1/design/add, it's going to replace this version1 with API/design/add, and this is the route we'll be having in our design service. And then what will happen, it will create a proxy, it will convert this onto this route, and then it's going to hit this particular endpoint. So now let's save this, right? So let's see what is happening in the API gateway, if anything is failing or not. So we'll go below and let's do npm run dev. That's it. So now we have our client side is running, our backend servers are now created. So what will be our next step? So next step will be, we need to create a auth middleware which is going to handle or validate the token, and that we are going to implement in this API gateway, and then it's going to pass a user ID or forward the user ID to the other services also. Once that is done, then we are going to start working on the homepage UI. Once the homepage UI is completed, there is a huge and very important reason why we are not doing the editor functionality first. You will understand that one very clearly in some time. And then once that is done, then we are going to start working on the Fabric functionality. Alright, so before we'll implement that, right, let me give you some of the quick idea that how we are going to do that. So what we'll do, right, remember we have already installed this Google Auth library package, right? So we're going to create a new instance of this Auth client, Auth2, because we're using Google Auth. And then this will actually give you this verify ID token, where we are going to pass that token. And this token, you might be thinking that from where we'll be getting. So this token we are going to pass from our front end. Okay, and this token will be created. So here you can see, if I go to my client side and let's go to source and let's go to Auth.js, you can see that we are returning the token, right? So this token will be able to pass it, and here we are also going to pass a audience. This audience is nothing but the client ID, and based on that, this will give you this payload of sub. This sub is nothing but is the current user ID, very important. And this user ID now we are going to pass to the downstream. Downstream in this case will be your other services. From API gateway we are going to pass to design service, upload service, and subscription service. Okay, so this is one way which is, I think, very secure of doing it. So that means normally, see, it's not absolutely mandatory to do this, right? Because Auth.js is already validating this one from the client side. But you might be thinking, okay, client side is not that much secure, which in that case you are actually correct in some sense, because you'll be token stored in the cookies, and then there can be some misuse happen, right? So what we are doing, we are doing two-step verification. We are not only verifying the token in the client side, which is already Auth.js is doing, but we are also passing that on to the backend, and then we are doing another again one level more validation or one more check, and based on that we are doing the request. Or else immediately what will happen, if even someone's tried to manipulate your client side, it will fail on the backend, right? So this is the process. So now let's go to the API gateway auth middleware. So I mean API gateway source inside auth middleware. So let's, and before that we need to do another thing, right? So I'm going to add my Google client ID in the this. So Google client ID, and this I'll get it from here. So I already have this client ID, right? So I'm going to copy this and I'll just paste it here. That's it. So now let's close everything. So first I'll import something from, I'll do require and I'll do Google Auth library, and I need auth to client, and I'm going to create the client. So I'll do const client, and this will be new auth client, and here we're going to pass the process.env. This we have created, right? So let's copy this Google client ID, and now I'll do simply async function, and I'll do auth middleware. This is actually important part for your security purpose. It's not like we only need to know Fabric or graphic design, but these all the things are also very, very important, right? If you're creating any SaaS, at the end it's actually a SaaS, right? Sorry. So I'll do auth header. So what I'll do, right, from my headers, when I'm going to do a request from my client side, I'm going to pass authorization, and then I'm going to get the token from my authorization header. So I'll do authorization. I'll always make spelling mistake here. Well, let me do this authorization. Now I'll get the token. So this will be auth header, and then auth header dot split with space and get the first, because we are going to pass the bearer token, right? If no token, so I'm going to return arrays.status of 401.json, and I'm going to do a error will be access denied, no token provided. That's it. Now I'll do a try catch. So here I'll just simply do a log token verification failed, and I'll also pass a 401. Okay, and let's give invalid token. Now in this try, what I'll do simply, I'll create the ticket. So I'll do const ticket. This will be await client. I already told you the method, right? Verify ID token. We're going to pass the ID token, which will be the token that I'll be getting from my front end, and we're going to pass a audience, which will be my process .env.google client ID, right? And this will give me the payload. So I'll do ticket.get payload. That's it. And now I'll do add user info to request.user object. So now what I'll do, so I'll do request.user. So I'll do user ID, which will be payload, and remember I told you, right, this will give you sub. Also you're going to add an email, which will be payload of email, and also name, which will be payload of name. So this is done. Now we are going to call the next method. So it will call the next, it will go to the next middleware, if any, or to the our route. Now very, very, very important, what we'll do, right, we are going to add this user ID to headers for downstream services. So we'll do request.headers, and here I'm going to pass x-user-id. So this will be my unique key from where I'll be able to identify, and this will be what payload.sub. Why? Because this payload.sub actually contains the user ID. I just told you, right? Show you that one in the documentation. So now I'm passing this one and passing to the downstream services, and that's it. You can also pass the email. So let's see if you copy this and paste it 2 more times. So this will also pass the email, which will be payload of email. You can also pass the name, which will be payload of name. So I'm just giving example. These two are optional, so I'll add a comment that these two are optional, but the main important part is here. This is very, very important. Now based on this, we are also going to validate this auth middleware in our individual services also, not only here but individual services. And now I'm going to do module.exports, and I'll do auth middleware. Now you might be thinking, okay, this is done, but is this completed yet? Not yet. Why? Because now we need to pass this in our main gateway, right? So go to server.js and get the auth middleware. So I'll do auth middleware, and this will be required. So I'll be going to the middleware / auth middleware, and now what you can do, right, for each and every service you're going to pass this auth middleware. Now there are some exceptions that will come for the subscription that we are going to do later. So some extra logic we need to handle later, but for now I'm going to pass the auth middleware here also, and for this also. That means now each and every services I'm passing the current middleware, which will validate the token and pass the user ID to the downstream services. So with this, the basic structure of the authentication is done. Now let's see how we are going to validate in our individual services. So what you can do, right, will go to my, let's say, start with design service, because that is the first service we are going to implement. Go to auth middleware, and what I'm going to do, right, I'll simply create a function here. I'll do authenticated request. Let me pause it. Alright, so here we'll just take request, response, and next, and then we are going to get the user ID. So how we'll be getting the user ID? So we are going to get it from request headers, and remember we pass the X user ID from our API gateway, and this downstream will now receive it, and now we'll be able to check it here also, right, if the user ID is not present. So we're going to return, and let's go here and let's copy this, and let's do like access denied, please log in to continue, something like that. Okay, and then what you're going to do, simply I'll do request.user, and this will be the user ID, and then I'm going to call the next, and then we'll do module.exports authenticated request, and that's it. And now same logic, copy this and use it in other services also, right? So it will be uniform, and paste it in upload service also. With this, we have now completed the basic setup of our login or the auth flow. So now next step, what we are going to do, simply will be start working on the creating the homepage UI. So let's start working on that particular section. Alright, so now let's start working on the homepage UI structure, right? So first what I'll do, let's go to components, and we already have a home, and then let's create a header. So this header will be particularly for our home screen. For editor section, we are going to create another header, because the look and feel will be different for both the pages, right? And if you go to Canva official website, you will see that the website is the design is completely different when you go to home page or you are going to the editor page. And then we need header, then we are also going to need a sidebar. What else? Also we need a banner. So we'll do banner.js. For now, let's keep these three, and then let's go to our app, and then page.js. And what we're going to do, let's create the very basic structure. So here, let's remove this for now, and what I'll do, simply let's take a div. We'll do a class name flex mean height screen, and I'll do bg as white. Inside this, I'm going to let's create the components, right, quickly. So we'll use client, and I'm going to do this one as a home sidebar, right, so that it will be easy to understand. You can also keep this one as a sidebar, or let's keep this one as sidebar. Why? Because we already have inside the home directory, so it will not create any problem. So here we are going to do sidebar, save this, copy this, go here, paste it, we'll do banner, copy this, and let's do header. Alright, so save this, we'll go here and we'll import sidebar, from components. Inside this I'll take one more div. I'll do a class name flex1 flex column, and let's do a margin left of 70, maybe 72 px. And here inside this I'm going to take a main, and I'm going to take another class name. So I'll do flex as 1, padding of 6, overflow y auto, and I'll do padding of 20, padding top. And here I'm going to import the banner. Okay, that's it. And here I'm going to import the header. So let's save this and let's see what you're getting. So sidebar, header and banner. Awesome. So now let's start with the sidebar. I'll close everything else and let's create. So first we'll remove this and we'll do this one as aside. We'll do a class name and I will do width as 72 px fix. Now remember, we have already taken margin left as 72. That is the reason, because our sidebar width will be fixed as this 72 px. And here we're going to do f8 f8 fc. I know I'm doing little fast, but you'll understand why I'm doing little fast, all this UI and everything, how complex this will become when you'll go to the editor page. And the idea is that I don't want to, like, it's not my intention that I want to increase the video length. The reason I'm keeping always these kind of videos little lengthy, so that, because see, not everyone is same, right? Some people take some times to understand some of the things and some people can actually understand very easily. So I have to think in both the ways. So that is the reason I'm doing little slow the main features. So when I'll go to the editor page and doing the Fabric JS functionalities, right, you'll be seeing I will be doing everything very, very slow. But here, these all the things, I don't have anything else to explain here. Like, these all are normal Tailwind CSS, right? And if I do like, I just want to clarify this point, right? Sorry, that why I'm taking these things little fast. If I explain each and every classes name here, it will take a lot of time and this video will be like 20 plus hours long and it will become very boring. So I'll do flex column. Anyway, I'll be adding all the source code in my website. You can download it and then you can use all the classes. You can also modify by your own. It's up to you. And I'll do fixed. And let's do a left as 0. Top as 0. I don't think like I'm doing this on live. Some of the things I'll be adding while recording, but most of the things I already have a skeleton created. Okay, and I'm taking reference from there, or else this will take a lot of time. And this is how most of the YouTubers also they do. Okay, if I do live, it will be like there will be problem, like there will be some issues I need to fix. You will see sometimes I'll pause, sometimes, right? So I just giving you the how I usually record my videos. So most of the functionality I will be creating that time, but some of the CSS related things I already have created beforehand. Okay, so here I'll take a class name. I'll do flex as column, and I'll do item as center. And inside this, let's take a button, and I want to take a plus icon, and I'll do a class name width of 6, height of 6, and I'll do a button. I'll do class name, so I'll do width of 14, height of 14, let's do 12. Okay, and then what I'll do, let's take a BG purple 700 maybe, or 600. We'll do rounded full, flex, item center, justify center, text as white. For hover, I'm going to do BG purple 700, and I'm going to do transition colors. So let's save it. So we are getting this. Awesome. Then what we should keep? Okay, let's keep one more div, and here I'll do a create, and I'll do this one as class name. I'll do text as XS, I'll do font as medium, I'll do text center, margin top of 1, and text gray, let's do 700. Okay, so I have create. This is done. If you want, you can also remove this if this looks okay. See, this is also fine. Okay, for now keep it, I'll decide later. So this is done. So after this I'll take a nav and I'll take this one as class name. I'll do margin top of 8. I'll do flex column, item as center, space y of 6, and I'll do width as full. And here what I'll do, right, I'll take some icons. So for now I'll be keeping only 3 icons. So I'll take object and array directly here. So here I'll take a icon and let's take this one as home. And so let's also take a class name here. So I'll do class name height of 6, width as 6. And here I'm also going to take a label which will be home. And I'm going to take another one which will be active, which will be true. Now I'll copy this and I'll paste it 2 more times. Now instead of home, I'm going to take this one as folder open. This will be my let's keep projects or design. Let's keep projects only. So projects, and active will be false. And then I'm going to take one more which will be credit card. This will be my billing. So for all this we are going to open some dialog, but we are going to do this one at the end. We will not do anything here. This is just for the showcase, like your UI purpose. So I'll do dot map. So I'll do menu item index, and what we'll do simply, so here we'll take a div, we'll do key as index, we'll do class name as flex column, and we'll do item as center and width as full. Now inside this we are going to take a link. So we'll take a href. So for now we'll keep this one as has. Okay, later we'll change it. And also let's take a what we'll do, right, we'll simply, so for now let's take a normal class name. We are going to handle all the active state and those things later. So I'm going to take a ws full, width will be full, flex as column, we'll do item as center, py of 2, and then what I'll do, I'll also use a text gray. I'll do a 600. For hover I'm going to do bg gray 100, and for hover I'm going to do text purple 600. Okay, now inside this I'm going to take a div, I'll do a class name, I'll do relative, and here I'm going to render the menu item dot icon, and I'm also going to do here, so what we'll do, right, we are also going to show some kind of icon in case the user is a premium user, but we don't have any option for now, right? So we can do this one later. For now this is fine, we'll ignore this. So for now we're going to render the icon, and then here I'm going to do a span, and I'm going to just render item, sorry, this is menu item dot label. Now here I'm going to do class name, so I'll do text as access, I'll do font medium, I'll do margin top of 1, and that's it. So now let's save this. So let's see what we're getting. I think it's loading. I don't know, sometimes this will take some time to load. For sure this is, see, okay, I need to, let's close this. Okay, so let's refresh this again. Let's see how this is looking. Okay, so we have a home, project and billing. Awesome. So this is looking quite good. So now what we'll do, so the sidebar is done. So now let's do work on the which one we should do first. Let's do the top bar first, or the header. So you given header, you can give top bar, it's up to you. Okay, the first thing here, actually you also need to render the logout button here. So for that what we'll do, right, we'll get something from use session, which is a hook that is provided by NextAuth, and here we'll be getting the session that we can actually get from this, right? So this will be my data. Now here what I'll do, simply I'll return a header. See, to be honest, I genuinely don't like to record these UI things, like these very boring things to record. Whenever I'll create any big projects, right, this is the only part I genuinely hate, this writing these Tailwind classes. Okay, so I'll do border gray of 200, I'll do BG as white, I'll do flex item as center px of 6, fixed top will be 0 because it will start from 0, right will be also 0, and I see now here we need to do a left as we'll do 72px, and we'll do z index of 10. Okay, now inside this what we're going to do, we'll take another div, we'll do a class name, we'll do flex as 1, max w 2xl, we'll do mx as auto, and we'll do relative. Okay, now here what we're going to do, let's render a search input. So this will be just client side search you're going to implement based on the design. So we'll do search, and here we'll give a class name, so we'll do absolute, we'll do top 1/2, left as 3, we'll do transform, and here we are going to do minus translate y of 1/2, y of 1/2. Okay, and then we are going to do height as 5, and then text gray of 400. Now here we are going to take input, let's give a placeholder, search your projects and canvas, and let's give a class name, so do pl of 10, py of 6, border gray 200, bg gray of 50, do focus visible, ring, and ring I'm going to do purple of 600, 500, and text base. Save this. Okay, we are getting here, that means, okay, let's see what is the, there might be something weird. Okay, let's add the other thing, so which will be, we need to add one more div, which will be class name, so will be flex item center gap of 5 and margin left of 4, and inside this we're going to take one more div, we'll do class name, we'll do flex item center gap of 1 and cursor as pointer. And here we are going to import drop down menu, we need to install this, right? So let's go to the client folder, and we'll go here, and let's go to, where is drop down, okay, and then I'm going to copy this, and let's install it. We also need to install Auth also needed in this component. Okay, let's enter and install. This is done. Let's do one more. Okay, in the meantime let's implement. So I need a drop down menu, and here I'm going to do drop down menu trigger, and I'm going to do as child. Okay, inside this what are you going to do? Let's do one thing. We can import, or let's do another thing. Let's take a button here. Let's take a button. Inside this I'm going to render the avatar. So here I'm going to do a class name, and I'll do flex item center space x of 2, and then I'm going to do focus outline none. Okay, inside this I'm going to, I need to, I think, give enter. Okay, so now this is done. So now inside this I'm going to take avatar, and here I'm going to get a avatar fallback, and here what we'll do, we'll simply do session dot user dot name. Okay, so if the name is present, so I'm going to just render the first, so you're going to get the first letter, or else I'll just render some user. So user means you. Okay, so this will be my fallback. And once this is done, so I'm also going to render a image, and here also we can get the image source. So the source will be my session dot user dot email. Okay, not email, man, this will be dot image, right? And if this is not present, so in that case we're just going to render the placeholder image, some placeholder image dot jpg. Okay, so this is done. Let's save it. Let's see actually what we are getting here. So you're getting this. See, you can see you are getting my, something is wrong here, is it? Let's see. Okay, this is different. Let's refresh this. So you need to check this. After this, let's render first all the things, right? So we have a avatar fallback image. What else you need? So we are also going to render. So I'm thinking to render my name also. So let's render this also. So I'll do span, and I'll do class name. I'll do text small, font medium. I'll do hidden, and for large I'm going to do this one as block. And here I just want to render session. Let's copy it from here. So this I want to render. Okay, or else I'm going to render a normal user. So this should give me my name. So this is fine. So after this, so now we have the trigger is done. So now we need to render the content. So I'll do drop down menu content. So I'll do a align end, and I'll do a class name of width 56, and inside this I'm going to render a drop down menu item, and here I'm going to render a logout button, and I'll do a class name of margin right of 2, width of 4, height of 4, and here I'm going to render a span, and I'll do logout. And let's take a class name. So I'll do font as bold. That's it. And for this one, I'm also going to take a class name, and I'm going to do cursor as pointer. Alright, so I think this is done. So now let's save this. So if you click here, right, you're getting this. And now we can also create a on click method. So I'll do on click, and I'll do handle logout, right? So now click here, and then what you can do, simply you can create this method. So this will be async, and here I'm just going to do await sign out, and here we're going to pass the callback, or I think we can directly call this sign out. That's it. Let's save it. So let's see if this is working or not, right, properly. Refresh this. Then we are going to check the structure why this is happening, but let's do a logout. It's going to the login page. Now let's try to go to the home page, login page. Let's click on login. Let's click here. So we are in this page, but somehow this error is not okay. The structure, something is wrong we are doing here. Let's see. Let's check in the main page what we are doing. Okay, I don't see any problem here. So flex and flex 1. Okay, this is correct only. Then what is the problem? Still not able to understand. I know these things will happen with me, so I think something is wrong here only. Hide border. See, I know, right? These will be like this, these kind of mistakes. See, so now this is done. So now refresh this, and we're getting this, and logout is also working fine. So I'm just testing it. Let's test one more time. Okay, so this is done. Now let's start working on the banner component. Now we'll start working on the banner component, but before that let's quickly fix this hydration errors that we're getting. I think this is coming from this button that we are using, which is not correct. So let's use a div and remove these from here, and also let's pass a as true here. So now this should not be there. Awesome. So now let's start working the banner. These also will be very small like component only. So what I will do, I'll go to banner component, and now let's create the structure, right? So I'm going to return a div, remove this. So I'll do class name rounded excel overflow hidden. I'll do bg as gradient. Let's do bg gradient to r. Then I'm going to do a from. So I'll use this 00 c4 cc, and then I'm going to do this wire, and I'm going to do has 8 where is 8b 3dff, and then I'm going to do 2, and I'll do 5533ff. okay, and then I'm going to do a text as white, p of 4 for sm, p of 6 for md, p of 8, and I'll do text as center. Okay, now inside this we'll take one more div. We'll do a class name, we'll do flex column. For sm I'm going to do flex as row. I'll do justify center items center margin bottom of 2, and for sm I'm going to do margin bottom of 4. Inside this I'm going to take a icon crown, and I'll do a class name height of 8, width of 8. For sm I'm going to do height of 10. For sm I'll do width as 10. For md I'll do height as 12. For md I'll do width as 12. Text yellow, let's do 300 or 400 maybe. Now let's do 300, it will be little light, and I'll do leading tight. Okay, so this is fine. Now what I'll do, I'll simply use a span. Let's give some create innovative designs. Class name sm margin left of 2, for text 3 excel, for sm text 4 excel, for md text 5 excel, for large text 6 excel, and I'll do font as medium, and I'll do what else, let's do here leading. Oh, I have done mistake, this will be here. So let's refresh this. So we're getting this. Awesome. Now what else? So I'll take one more h2 just to give some little more touch. And then I'll do eye-catching thumbnails that get more views, right? Just to show off. And then I'll take a class name text sm. I'll do sm text base. For md I'll do text large, font bold. For sm let's do 6, and I'll do max w to excel and a mix of auto. Okay, looking good. Now I'm going to take a button and I'll do start designing. I'll do on click. No, not on click now. For now let's take a class name. So I'll do text as 8b. Where is that? This one. BG as white, hover PG gray 100. I'll do rounded large, PX of 4, PY of 2, SM PX of 6, SM PY of 2.5. Let's do PY of 4. No, 2.5 will keep. Normally we'll do PY of 4. Or let's keep this on as 2 only. Okay. I think this is looking pretty nice, right? Very clean. So if I do logout, login, alright, so the banner is also done. Now we also need to add some more components here, and then below at the end we'll be having the recent designs, right? So all the designs that we are going to create, we are going to render here. So once we'll create the main basic UI structure is completed, then we are going to start working on the start designing section. So for start designing, there is a workflow that you need to understand, that why we are doing that and what is the reason. And then you will understand that that is the main reason we have started with the home page instead of directly going to the editor page. So let's start working on the creating basic UI first, and then we'll move to the start designing section. And then we are going to start with our main part, which is our main focus of this particular video, that is the editor page. So next we'll start working on the some of the components that we'll be creating, right? So here I just want to render some of the design types, so that is just to show for now. Later we are going to add some features if needed. So for that, what I've done, right, I just created a config folder inside source folder, and inside index.js I have some icons with the config, like icon, label and background color. Okay, so now what I'm going to do, so let's go to our home component and let's create a design types.js. Okay, now let's quickly create this. I'm going to do this one as design types. I'll do little quick because we have a lot of things to do in the editor page. Okay, like we haven't started yet anything, the main things. So here I'm going to give a class name. So let's give this one as grid columns of 4. Then I'm going to do for sm grid columns of 6. For md I'm going to do grid columns of 8, and for large I'm going to do grid columns of 10. Let's do a gap of 4 and margin top of 12 and justify center. Now inside this let's import our design types dot map. So we'll do type comma index, and here I'm going to take another div, and let's do a key as index. Class name I'm going to do flex as column, and item as center. Inside this I'll take another div, and here I'm going to render the icon. So I'll do type dot icon, and here let's do a class name. So let's take a template literals. So I'm going to just render the type dot bg color. Also I'm going to do a width of 14, height of 14. I'll do rounded full, flex item center, justify center, and margin bottom of 2. Okay. Also let's render a label. So after this I'm going to take span, and I'm going to do type dot label, and here I'm going to take a class name of text access and text center. Now let's save this, and let's go to our header component, home page, and I'm going to just render the design types. So let's save this, and let's see what we are getting here. So let's refresh this. I'm seeing some issues in refreshing part. I'm not sure what is the problem. Every time I need to close the dev server. Okay, now it's coming. Awesome. So this is done. So this is another very small component I want to create. So what is the next thing we can create? So let's create another component, something like AI features. Okay, just to show that okay, we are providing AI features also. Now again, this landing page is actually customizable, means based on your requirement, whatever you are creating for your college projects or whatever reason, you can change this. So here I'll go this one as AI features.js, and let's quickly create this component also. So I'm going to do function, and let's do AI features. So I'll do a div, let's take a class name, I'll do bg gradient 2r, I'll do from blue 50 to purple 50, I'll do rounded XL p of 6, margin bottom of 8, and margin top of 12. Inside this I'm going to take a h2, and I'm going to take this one as AI image creation, and here let's take a class name of text as large. I'll do font semi bold, margin bottom of 3, we'll do flex item as center, and justify center. And inside this let's take a icon. So I'll do this icon, let's take a class name height of 5, width as 5, and I'll do text purple 500. Also let's take a margin right. Now let's save this. So let's go to our home page and import this component also. We'll add some more. I'll just import it. Let's see how this is looking. Okay, it's coming here. Now what else? So after this I'll take another paragraph, and let's give a text like create stunning thumbnails, images for your YouTube videos with AI, and let's give a class name of text gray 500 maybe, or 700, margin bottom of 4, and text as center. Okay, Now after this, let's take another div. I'll do class flex wrap gap of 3, and also I'm going to do justify as center. Now I'll take a button, and here I'm going to do like generate thumbnail from video title, and here let's take a class name. Okay, I'm going to take a variant as outline, and we'll take a class name also. So let's do this one as rounded full, px of 5, py of 6, bg gradient to r, from blue 50 to purple 50. Let's do a hover from blue 100 to hover to purple 100. Okay, let's make it text as text purple, let's do 700, and we'll do border purple 200. Let's do a shadow sm, and also we're going to make this one as item as center, so I'll do item center. Okay, save this. Let's see what you're getting. Okay, we are getting this. Awesome. Now what else? Let's take one more button. I think this is looking. Let's do like create custom thumbnail image, something like that. So to create custom thumbnail image, here we'll keep all the same. From purple, let's make this one from purple, and I'll do this one to pink, and let's do this one as purple to pink. Let's make this one as pink, and border also I'll change this one to pink. Rest will keep same. So we'll be getting 2 buttons, and this will look pretty nice. Okay, so this is done. Now next, what else we can do is, I'm thinking we need to also include another section where we are going to render all the recent designs, right? So let's say user just now created a design, so you're going to render those images also. So in that case, I'll create one more component. So I'll do recent designs.js, and this will be also, for now this we don't have any backend or anything, so for now we'll just use some dummy data. So I'll do recent designs, and here what I'll do, let's create some dummy designs. So I'll do designs, and I'll do array of 6 dot fill. I'll fill with null for now, and I'll do dot map, and here what we can do simply, so let's return id as 1, oh sorry, id as I, and I'll do title as, let's say, design, and I'm going to just do I plus 1 so that it will start from 1, so a title design 1, design 2, like that. And for now I'm going to use a thumbnail. Maybe this is not needed, so but let's add it. So I'll do some placeholder design or something, some random value. Okay, and now here I'm going to just take a div. Let's take a h2, and I'm going to do recent designs, and here let's take a class name. So I'll do text as Excel, font as bold, margin bottom of 4, and now here I'm just going to take another div. I'll do class name grid, same thing again and again, right? Like I'm also getting bored writing this CSS. So same, will do grid columns of 3, md grid columns of 4. For large, I'll do grid columns of maybe 5, right? And let's do a gap of 4, and here I'm just going to do designs dot map. So we'll get the design, and then I'll just take a div. So we'll give a key. So this will be design dot id, and I'm going to do class name, so I'll do group and cursor pointer, and inside this I'll take another div. So now let's give a class name, so I'll do aspect video, bg gray of 100, we'll do rounded large, margin bottom of 2, overflow hidden, and also let's do a transition shadow. And here I'm going to just render the title, so I'll do design dot title. That's it. Let's give a class name here also, so I'll do class name font bold text sm, and I'm going to do truncate. Save this, go here, and then I'm going to import these also, right? So I'll do recent designs. Now let's see how final our is looking. So 1 2 3 4 5 6, awesome, right? Looking very clean and looking nice. All right, also if you want, we can give a group over here in this one. So let's go here and add a group hover, and let's add a shadow md, right? So it will give you some hover effect, see. All right, so now with this our UI of the main landing page is completed. Now comes the important part. Okay, so from here we are going to learn quite a few things. So why, now you might be thinking why I started this one first. The reason is, if you go to, let's say I'll go to /editor/1, so what will happen? So it will go to the details page, or basically the editor page. Now why we have taken this one as a dynamic page? Now it has to be, right? If you go to any other like like Canva, you see there will be a details, right? So now what you can do, simply whenever we'll be in the home page, on click of this we need to create a design in our backend, and then we need to create this design with the initial data. So what will happen, whenever I'm going to click, so it's going to create a design, it's going to give me ID, okay, and that ID is nothing but that document ID that MongoDB will provide, and that after I'll get that ID, so I'm going to now push this user to that ID page. So here this will become this ID, right? So it will go to the ID page. So to get this ID, we need to, on click of this button, first create a design. Very important step. So that is the reason. First, what we are going to do, right, we will be start creating the backend for our design service. So we are going to create the models, controllers and routes. So once that is done, next what we are going to do, we'll be creating the services. Services means to call that APIs from our front end. So I think we already have a services file. So we already have a services file, right? So we're going to create this, and then on click of this we are going to call that API, that create a design. Once the design creation is successful, then we'll be going to the editor page. So this is the whole process. So first let's complete this one, then once this is done, then we'll go to the editor page and we'll start working on that particular page. Alright, so now let's start working on the backend for the design service, right? So we'll go here and let's open the, I'll close all the files first. I'm going to open the design.js, which is our model. I'm going to open the design controller, open the design routes. Now see, all of this we have already created, right? We don't have to work on this. And auth middleware also we have created. That how we are getting the user ID from our API gateway. So let's start working with the model. Okay, so first I'm going to do const mongoose, and this will be require mongoose, and now let's create our design schema, right? So we'll do design schema. So I'll do new mongoose dot schema, and here we need the user ID first. So user ID will be a string. Then we need a name. Name is the name of the design. Okay, this will be a string. Then we need the very important canvas data. So this is our main data where we are going to have all of this, right? This will be also a string. Next we are going to have the width of that canvas. Then we're going to have the height. which will be also number. Then we are going to have a category. Category is type of design that you are creating. It can be a logo, it can be a YouTube thumbnail, something like that. So let's say if I go here and let's click on this, I'm going to send or create a type of logo, something like that. So this will be a string. What else? Also you need a created at. So for created at, I'm going to take a type as date, and also you're going to take a default as date dot now. Okay, and the same thing I'm going to do for updated at. Okay, so this is done. So now let's create a model. So I'll do const design, and this will be mongoose dot models dot design, or we'll do mongoose dot model. So we'll do design and pass the design schema, and I'll do module dot exports design, and this is done, right? So this is all the schema that we need for now. Later if anything needed, we are going to add it. Okay, but for now, for the MVP part, I already mentioned, right? First we need to create the basic functionality and everything, so this is more than enough. So this is done. So next we'll go to our controllers. So let's create the controllers. First I'm going to get the design. If you have completed my Node.js series, right, I think these all will be very simple for you. So it is very important to know like the concepts of Node.js and how the express and everything works properly. Now here what I'm going to do, I'll do exports dot get, let's do get user designs. So get user design is nothing but this is going to give us all the design based on this user ID, right? So we are going to get the user ID from Auth.js. We are going to passing that in our token, right? And that we are validating in the backend. That is the flow. Now here this will be a async. So I'll do request response, and here I'm going to do try catch, and let's do a error, and I'm going to do error fetching designs, and I'm going to pass the error, and here we're going to do raise.status of 500.json, and I'm going to do success will be false and message will be failed to fetch designs. Now let's copy these, and then we're going to add one more, which will be get user designs by ID. Okay, and try one we are going to add, but here let's change this on to error fetching design by ID and fail to fetch design by ID. Now next we are going to have save design. So paste it, and I'm going to do save design, and here we are going to do error while saving design. Same thing we'll do fail to save design. And next what else, we are also going to have a delete, right? So copy this again, and I'm going to do delete design, and I'll do error while deleting fail to delete design. Awesome. So all the 4 methods we need for now, all the CRUD. Now what we are going to do, simply here we are going to get the user ID. Now you might be thinking how I'll be getting the user ID. I already explained multiple times that you can see this user ID you are going to get from X user ID. Remember, we are passing to the downstream from our auth middleware, and then we are going to adding this in our user object inside request. So now your user is ID is nothing but your request.user.user ID. You can obviously destructure this one, but I'm just writing or keeping this one so that you'll be able to understand that from where we are getting this. Now after this, I'm going to find all the designs based on for that particular users. So I'll do designs and I'll do await design.find, right? So find will give you all the designs. Pass the user ID, because user ID is one of the method, one of the property that we can filter. And then what I'm going to do, I'll do sort, and I'm going to sort as updated at. Okay, so I'll do updated at equal to -1, so which will sort in the most recent one. And now here what you can do, right, you can return only the necessary fields that whatever you are needed. So for example, when you are rendering all the design, you no need to render the canvas data, right? So it's up to you. You can actually do a select and you can only pass all the fields that you want to render. But for now I'll keep all of this, and I'm just going to do return res.status of 200.json, and I'll do success as true, and I'm going to do data as designs. Now let's go to the designs by ID. So here also we're going to get this, and also we need to get the design ID. So I'm going to get the design ID, so which will be request.params.id. I'm going to pass this one from our route, and I'm going to do const design, and this will be await design.find1, and I'm going to find based on the ID. Now from where I'll be getting the ID, this ID is nothing but the ID that MongoDB will generate, right, while creating a new design. These all are normal concepts. Like here we're going to pass the design ID, and I'm going to pass the user ID. Now why user ID? Because we need to find based on that user. I'll check if not design present, so we are going to return a res.status of 404.json, and we're going to do success as false, and I'll do design not found. Or you don't have permission to view it, something like that. Now if this is not the case, then simply do a status of 200. So let's copy this, and we can directly return this one, and this will be your design. So this is the design that you are returning. Okay, so this is done. Now next is save. Okay, now save one. Again, for save also you're going to get the user ID. So let's copy this, and we're going to get the couple of things from our request.body. Now here we are going to get the, so for save we are going to get the design ID. Now why? Because when we are going to update it, we need to get the design ID, right? Okay, so we need the design ID when we are going to do the update or edit. We need the name, we need the canvas data, we need the width, height, category. I think these all the things we need, right? That's it. Save this. Now we are going to do this. So we'll check if the design ID is present. So that means we are doing a edit now. So in that case, first we are going to get the design. So let's copy from here, and we are going to paste it. So we'll find based on the design ID, so we'll get the design. If the design is not present, so we're going to add a case that design not found or you don't have access. Now if this is not the case, so now we are going to do this. So we'll just do if name, so I'll do design. So design is nothing but this design that I'll be getting, dot name will be the name. This name is nothing but this name that we are having here, and let's do 3, 4 and 5, and I'm going to do this one as for canvas data. let's do for width, then we have height, and then we are going to do the same for category. Okay, and now we are going to do design dot updated at will be date, and now I'm simply going to do updated design will be await design dot save. Okay, so I think this is done. Oh sorry, I think I've done mistake, not design dot save. We need to take this design and this will give us save method. Okay, so now what you can do simply, so you're going to just do return raise dot status of 200 dot JSON. So I'll do success as true, and I'm going to do data which will be updated design. Okay, so this will be our edit scenario, right? And now what you're going to do, if so in that case if there is no design ID is present, so that means you're going to create a new design. So I'm just going to do const newly created, or let's do new design, those I use newly created in almost all my videos, and this will be new design, and here we're going to pass the user ID, you're going to pass the name, so which will be the name, this name that I'm getting, or else if there is no name is present, so I'm going to do untitled design, right? Some initial value. I'm going to pass the width, I'll pass the height, and also I'm going to pass the canvas data, and I'm going to pass the category. And now let's do again save. So I'll do const save design, which will be await new design dot save, and then we're going to return it. So just copy from here and we'll pass this save design, and this is done. So this is all about the saving the design. Now at the end we are going to have the delete. So for delete also we need two things. So we need the user ID, that which user is deleting, and the design ID, that which design I want to delete, right? Two things. So I'm going to copy this and let's paste it here. Then again same thing, right? So I'm going to check this one. So let's go here. So we're going to get the design. If design is not present, so we're going to return the message. So I'll just go and paste it, and I'll do design not found, or you don't have permission to delete it. So this is done, and then we are going to just delete. So I'll do await design dot find one, or let's directly do delete one. I think delete one we can use, and we're going to pass the ID. So this ID will be nothing but your design ID, which will be your design ID. Okay, and then we're going to return a status of 200 dot JSON, and we're going to do success as true, and message will be design deleted successfully. That's it. So this is all the controllers that we need, the 4 controllers. Now we're going to create the routes, and then we'll be start working on integrating these services in the client side. Once that is done, then only we'll be calling the API on click of this button and as well as on click of this button. Okay, so let's create the routes. Oh, sorry. So let's take Express, and also we are going to create the router. So this will be Express dot router. Also we are going to import our design controller. So do const design controller, and this will be require, and let's go to our controllers and design controller. Now what I'll do, right, I also need the this auth middleware that we are using. So authenticated request, so I'll do authenticated request, and I'll do require, So I'll go to my middleware and then auth middleware. Now all these routes will be authenticated, so I'll just apply for all the routes. So I'll just do router should use this authenticated request middleware, right? So it will use for all the requests. So now what I'll do, simply I'll do router.get and I'll do slash, and this would call the design controller dot get user designs. Then we're going to do router dot get, so we're going to do for the single, so I'll do design controllers dot get user design by id. Next we'll do router dot post, and we're going to do here design controller dot save design, this will be save design, and then we'll do router dot delete. There also we are going to get the id, and I'm going to do design controller dot delete, and I'm going to do module dot exports, and this will export the router. So this is done. Okay, now what I'll do, so this is the first one I have written all of this. I'm not going to write the same thing for other services also, okay, because these all are, you can see these all are very time consuming, right? So if you already worked with all of these, what I'll do right next time, I'll just copy paste and just change all of this. I don't want to spend a lot of time on these things. And now what I'll do, simply I'll just go here and I'll just import this. So I'll do design routes, so I'll do require, so it will go to routes, design routes, and I'm going to go here, and what do we need to do? So remember, we are using a gateway, right? API gateway. So here I need to do app.use, so it will go to slash API slash designs, and then it is going to call the design routes. That's it. And then when we are going to call with version 1 designs, and it's going to change and redirect to this particular service. I think that part we have already discussed. So with this, the backend for design routes is done. So in the next part, let's create all the services to call the API from our client side, and then we are going to call that on click of these buttons. So now let's close all. Let's go to our client side, go to services folder, and create a base service.js. And now here the first thing, we are going to create a function. So I'll do export async function, and I'll do fetch with auth, and here I'm going to get the endpoint, and also this will be endpoint, and also I'm going to get the options. So this will be our helper function. Also we need to get a API URL, so I'm going to do API URL, and this will be, so I'll do process.env dot, and let's do this one as API URL, or else this will run on HTTP. So we'll do localhost 5000. Okay, now let's copy this and let's go to our env and let's paste it here, and let's use this because our API gateway is running on 5000, right? Save this, and the same we are going to use. Now what I'm going to do, so first I need to get the token. So to get the token, we are going to get the session, and I'm going to do await, and I'll do get session from NextAuth. So this will give you the token. If there is no session, so we are going to return throw new error, and I'm going to do not authenticated. We are going to take not authenticated, and then we are going to do a try catch. So we'll do error, and here I'm going to do throw new error, and I'll do API request failed, and inside try, so I'll just create the response. So I'll do const response, this will be await Axios. We're going to import, we already have installed Axios, and here what are we going to pass? We're going to pass the URL, and here let's pass the API URL. So I'll do API URL correct slash, which will go to the endpoint. So this endpoint we're going to pass. Okay, now we'll do method. So method will be options dot method. Now this option we are going to pass, or else by default we'll keep this one as get. Next we are going to pass the headers. So inside headers we're going to pass a authorization, very important, and here we're going to pass the bearer token, right? So from here we're going to pass the token which the API gateway will receive, and then it will pass the user ID or pass down the user ID to the downstream services, and this session will consist of this ID token. Okay, this is done, and then we are going to spread all the other headers. So we'll do options dot headers. This is done. Then we are going to pass a data which is optional, which will be options dot body, and also we are going to pass a params which will be options dot params. So now this will create a base API call service, right? So you don't have to write the same thing again and again. That's it. And then we are going to return the response dot data, and this is done. So now let's save this, and now what I'm going to do, so this is our base service, so I'll go here and create one more which will be for my design service .js. all right, now let's create our all the services. So first I'm going to do export async, and I'm going to do function, and I'll do get user designs, right? Design spelling is wrong, is it? Okay, so now here what I'll simply do, I'll do return, and I'll do fetch fetch with auth, pass version 1 version design. Why? Now again I'm going to explain you why once again, if in case you are getting confused. So if you notice that in the design service we have given /API/design, but we are calling from version 1 version design. The reason is very simple, because in the API gateway, if you go here, you see what we are doing. We are doing version 1 version design. Okay, so let's make this one designs. So version 1 designs, right? So what will happen when I call version 1 version designs, this is going to change the version 1 to API, so it will change to /API/designs, and /API/design is going to call these design routes. Okay, so this is how it is related. And here also we're going to pass a method, and method I'm going to pass this one as get. That's it. Now let's copy this, paste it, and I'll do get user design by ID. So this will be version 1 version design, and here we are going to pass, so let's take this one as template literals, and here actually we don't need to pass this because it will take by default get, right? So we don't need to pass this one. And here I'm going to pass the ID. So this ID is nothing but the design ID that I'll be getting from the API response. So I'll do copy this and pass it here. So this will be my design ID. That's it. Next we are going to do save design. So okay, let's copy this. So I'll do save design. So for save design we are going to create the design data. So this is the first thing, and I'm going to get the design ID. I'll take this one as null. So here I'll do fetch with auth /version /1/design. This will be a method post. So here we're going to pass a method which will be post. We also need to pass the body, right? So inside body I'm going to spread the design data, and I'm also going to pass the design ID, right? And now if you go here, we are getting this options.body, right? So here, that's it. So now this is done. What else? So we also need a delete. So for delete it's very simple. So we'll go here, paste it, we'll do delete design, get the design ID, and the only difference will be, so this we need to pass version 1 design. This is fine, just the difference will be this will be a method will be delete. So with this all the services is now completed. Okay, so now what you're going to do, so let's try and check it that if this is working, right? So in the home page you'll see that we are getting all of these designs, right? So let's refresh. Okay, let me just sign out, and I'm going to log in once again. Let's do from scratch, and in the home page I'm going to call that API and see what is happening. So let's go to my go to components, home, and I'll go to recent designs right here. So now I'm going to just use this one as client component. So I'll do const designs, or let's make this one as user designs. Why I'm doing this spelling wrong, man? The hell. Set user designs, use state of empty. So let's take a use effect, and I'm going to do fetch user design. So do fetch user designs, and let's call this, I'll do async function. I'll do fetch user designs, and I'll do const result will be await, and what is the service name? Get user design, right? So look, get user designs, and let's log this result, and let's see what is happening. Save this, and let's go here, go to console. Okay, it's refreshing. Let's wait for some time. It's still pending. It's giving 500. Interesting. So we need to take what? Get okay, what we are doing wrong? Okay, let's refresh once again. Okay, we need to check this. What is the problem? I think let's go here. Oh, where I've used this HTTP service running on 5001. Well, let me just check. Oh man, I think I've done mistake. Okay, got it. So we need to use like this. So we'll do 503, this will be 5002, and this will be 5001. Okay, now there is no error, like no warning, but still it's not working. So what is okay, let's refresh this once again. There might be some problem with the proxy. It's not proxying to that. Okay, now we are getting 404. So we're getting version 1, version designs. There might be some spelling mistake. Let's go through step by step. Okay, maybe version 1 designs. So you're doing version 1 designs only, and what you're using here /API/designs. Alright, so after like spending a lot of time, so the issue is actually here we are having. So this regex is actually wrong, so it's not converting to this API endpoint. So we need to give this slash here. Okay, so don't do this kind of mistakes. So now if I save this, right now it should give me results. So let's see what you're getting in the designs, right? So refresh this page. Okay, let me just do one thing. I'll just log out first. Let's do from scratch. Okay, so I'll log in again. Let's click. Okay, now let's see what is happening, right? So we should be getting the designs, and designs, you can see we are getting empty data. Makes sense. So we don't have any designs for now. So we'll go here. So user designs. So I'm going to do if result dot success. So we'll do set user designs will be result dot data. Okay, and now what I'll do is remove this, and here we are going to just for now I'll just render like if not equal to user designs dot length. So I'll just render a h1 no design found, or else I'm going to just do user designs dot map, and here we are going to do design dot name. Okay, and this will be design dot id. Why? Because this will be the MongoDB id. So now let's save this, let's see what you're getting. So you have no design found for now. All right, so now it's working. So now what we need to do, so on click of this start designing button, so we are going to create a new design. Once this is successful, we are going to the editor page. Right now we'll be start our journey with the main things that we are waiting for like last 2 hours I think. So let's go to banner, close everything, and now let's create a on click, and I'll do handle create new design. Okay, let's create this. So we'll do const handle create new design. This will be async, and here we are going to just do, so we'll just create const loading set loading, and this will be use state of false, and I'm just going to do if it's loading, so I'll return, or else I'll do a try catch. So let's log the error, and I'm going to make set loading as false. So in the try I'll just going to do set loading as true, and now we need to create our design data. Now from this point, this will be very important. Okay, you need to understand each and everything that I am going to do from this particular point. Don't skip anything from here. I'm going to create a design data. Now remember, this is your initial design data that we are creating. So let's give initial design data. So I'll do initial design data. So what I'll do, right, I'll just give this one as a name, and I'll do untitled design, and let's give something like YouTube thumbnail. Next we'll do canvas data, remember, and this will be null for now, or empty, whatever you can do. So we'll keep this one as empty. Next what you're going to do, let's keep this one as null only. We'll do width. Now normally in Canva, right, I have checked this, they normally use this 825 as width, so we'll keep the same, and height I'll also keep like 465. So this thing I'll keep, and now in the category, right, I'm going to pass this one as YouTube thumbnail. Okay, so this will be my category. So now this initial data I'm going to pass, I'm just going to do const new design, and this will be await. Now we're going to call save design. Remember, we have created this service, and here we are going to pass the design data, which will be our initial design data. So this you are going to pass. I'm going to check if this new design and new design dot, let's check that what we are getting in this new design. Okay, let's first log this. I think even we are creating one design, that is fine. So I'll just log this new design, and we want to see what is happening here. So now I'll go here, let's open the network. No, sorry, let's go to console. I'll remove this. Let's start creating the, let's create. So we're getting 200, and here we're getting success and data. Now in the data you'll be getting the user ID, canvas data is null, category, name updated at awesome. So this is working fine. So now what you can do, simply you can check if the new design, if the new design dot success is true. Spelling is wrong, right? C double C sorry. So now what I'll do, I'll just take a router. So I'll do use router from next navigation, from not next router, from next navigation. So I'm just going to do router.push. So I'll do router.push. So this will go to /editor/ and I'm just going to do new design. Now this will give you the data, right? So you see here we have a data, and then you have ID. So this will be .id. Now I'm pretty sure you're getting what actually we are doing here, right? Or else let's throw a new error, and I'll do failed to create new design. Okay, and I believe there is a icon that we can give here. Let's say how this is looking, and based on that we'll change. If loading is true, we also need to make the loading as false here. We should do it anyway. It's okay because it will redirect, but let's make this one as false only. So if this is true, so I'm just going to render a loader icon. Okay, let's give this one class name, width as 4 and height as 4. Let's see how this is looking. Based on that we'll change this. Okay, so now let's see if this is working or not. Let's create. All right, awesome. And now it's going to the editor page. Awesome. So now you have created a design. Now if you go back, right, you see you have 2 designs here, right? And the same thing now if you go here and let's create, it's going to a new design page. Go back, you have a 3 design. Same thing we need to do here also. Let's quickly do it. So I'm going to copy this and let's go to Sidebar and let's paste it, and I'll do on click, handle create new design. Let's import this, and loading will not keep this on loading here, and this will be same design we need to import. This will remove. I think this is fine. So now let's save this, refresh this page. So now let's click here. Okay, it's not working, is it? Or it's giving some error? Oh, I've only given here. We should give it here. Now let's click. It's going to the editor page, and if you go back, we have a new design added here. Awesome. So with this, now we have completed this. Now on click of this, we also need to go to that corresponding page. This is also important, right? We should do it. So let's go to my recent design page. So we'll go to recent designs, and here what I'll do, right? So I'll take the router. So I'll use router, and here we'll do on click, and this will push to router.push. So we'll push to editor page. Oh man, slash. So this will be design.id. So now if I go here and click it, it will go to the details page. We can also give some kind of loader here, but let's do this kind of improvement later. So now we are going to start working on this one. Now what will be the next step? So next step will be, everyone, is very important. I'll say this is the most important part in this, because I'm pretty sure you also will face this kind of issue. So what I'll do, right, next, currently we don't have, okay, let me just explain from scratch. So currently we have created a initial design data. Our canvas data is null or empty, whatever. But whenever we'll be coming to this page, what usually happen in Canva, right, they will render a empty canvas, something like that. So the same thing we need to do it, but see, it's not that much simpler. Why? Because sometimes the cleanup of canvas will not work, or the initialization will not work or happen properly, so you'll be getting error. Or what will happen, let's say you still have data, canvas data you present in your API response that you're getting, but you'll be seeing empty canvas here. So that handling we need to do properly. So here actually when I created this video, right, so okay, there is multiple ways we can do that. So I'm not selling whatever I'm going to, so that is the best way, definitely not, but that is one of the way that you should do it. But there are a lot of other ways also you can do that. So from this point, whatever we are going to learn, don't skip anything, because this is going to be very important. So what you're going to do, once we'll come to this page, we're going to fetch that data. Okay, we'll fetch, and then we are going to render that particular data in our canvas. Now for now we have an empty data, so we'll be having empty canvas. also we need to initialize new canvas, and that canvas we're going to get from Fabric, right? So for that, what we'll do, we'll create a simple, not simple, I'll say the skeleton, or I'll keep a placeholder for header. On the left side I'll be having sidebar, and middle I'll be having the canvas. So first we're going to work on the initialization of the canvas. That is the first step. Then once we'll go back, and let's say if I click on this design, I need to render an empty canvas here. That is very important. So once we'll complete these two parts, then only we are going to start working on creating the shapes and everything, or else it doesn't make sense. That means we'll be going in the opposite way. We can do that, means like first creating the circles and those things, and then rendering in the canvas and then loading it, but that will make you much more complicated, right? Much more like confused. It will make you very confused. So we're going to do in a opposite direction. So first we're going to initialize the canvas, we're going to render an empty canvas, and then we'll be start working on these shapes, text, images and those things. So let's start working on the most important part, whatever we have done till now, in the next section. Alright, now what I'll do, right, inside components we already have an editor. Right, now let's go to our store, and now we are going to do everything very slow. So we store.js, let's close everything, and then let's create our store here. So I'm just going to do export const, and I'll use editor store, and I'll do create from Zustand. So I'll get set and get, and here what we're going to do, simply the first state we need, that is our main canvas, and this will be null. Now I'll be having a setter method which will be set canvas. So this will give me the canvas. So this will give me canvas, and here what I'll do simply, so I'm going to do set, and I'll set the canvas, this set. Okay, I'm thinking I've done some mistake. Okay, let's remove this. So this will be set canvas, and now I'm going to create a utility method here, that whenever we have a canvas available, so I'll do if the canvas is available, you center the canvas. Okay, so I'm going to create a center canvas util. So for that, let's create a center canvas, and we are going to pass this canvas as a like parameter. So to create this, what we can do, I think we already created a Fabric utils method, right, where we are going to write all the Fabric.js related things. So let me just explain. So we have a canvas, we set canvas method, we are setting the canvas, and if canvas available, we are going to center it. So for that, we will go to our Fabric. Let's create a Fabric utils.js. all right, the first thing, I'm going to create our first function here. I'll do export const, and I'm going to do center canvas. So here what I'll do, I'll get the canvas as input, just now we have done, and I'm going to simply check that if there is no canvas present, so I'm just going to return. And then what we are going to do, so for that, let's do one thing. I think before doing this one, right, we are also going to need to do another more thing. So for now, we'll keep it like this. First, let's initialize the canvas, or else it will make you confused. So what I'll do, right, so for now we have created the simple two states. So we have a canvas and the setter method where we're going to set it, and then now we are going to start working on this center canvas in a minute. Before that, let's first create our editor component where we're having editor. Here we are going to create my main editor.js file, which is nothing but this file that we are having. So this is the file, right? So here we'll be having editor.js. So this is the first thing. What else we are going to have? Inside this, we are going to have a header which will be related to this header. So we're going to have a header component here. So I'm going to create header and then index.js. Now someone actually asked me that why we are creating index. Now here also I've created editor, right? Let's make this on index, because it doesn't make sense to keep both editor and also the folder name. We already have a folder name, so inside that we have index.js, which is the root file. And I believe same thing we can do for here also. Let's don't keep it stored, we'll keep it index.js. Now we have a editor index.js, header index.js. We are going to create a sidebar, which will be our sidebar for this page, and I'm going to create another index.js, and then we are going to have a canvas. So canvas will come inside editor, because this will be our main canvas, and I'm going to create index.js. Okay, so now let's go to our header component first. I'll make all of these client, I'll do header, and now I'm going to do just return a div, and I'll do editor header. Now let's copy save this. I'm going to do canvas, copy this, and I'm going to make this one as sidebar. Okay, and now let's go here, copy this, paste it here. So this will be my main editor component. Okay, I'll do main editor. Let's do main editor. Okay, so this is my main editor, and here now we are going to create the basic structure, at least the basic things we need to create. So I'm just going to create a div, and let's take a class name. So I'll do flex as column, height screen, and we'll do overflow as hidden. Inside this I'm going to get the header, which is my header. Don't confuse, see, that is the reason I've given home, and then the folder name is different, right? So folder name is already different here. Then I'm going to take one more div. I'll take a class name, and I'm just going to do here flex as 1 and overflow as hidden, and inside this I'm going to render the sidebar. All right, then I'll take one more div. Let's take a flex as 1. We'll do flex, and what we're going to do, we'll do flex column, overflow hidden, and relative. Inside this let's take a main. So look, class name flex as 1, and we'll do overflow as hidden, and bg will do this. We'll do flex item center and justify center, and here we are going to actually render the canvas. So I'm going to render the canvas. So let's save it. And now we'll go to our app editor slug page, and let's return our main editor. Alright, so I think this is done. So let's refresh this. I think it's still loading. Let's see here. So it's taking some time. So now we have a sidebar component, we have a canvas component, and we have a header component. These two components we are going to work later, both header and sidebar. So I'm going to close this. We also don't need this one. This is the parent component. See, still this is the problem I was talking about. I don't know what is the issue here. Let's rerun this. So let's refresh this. So we have a header, we have a sidebar, and we have a canvas. Awesome. So now what we can do, we need to start working on the first we need to start working on this editor component, which is our main editor. So here we are going to actually get our canvas data. So on page load we are going to get the data or load the data, and once we load it, and then at the same time we are going to initialize the canvas here in this canvas component. So we need to create some ref and wrapper and those things. Once both are done, right, what will happen once I'm going to refresh this page, even though there is no data, I'm going to render a empty canvas here. So let's see how we are going to do that. The first thing what I'll do, let's close this store for now, go to editor component, and here the first thing we are going to do couple of things. So first I'm going to take, let's do step by step. So look const params, and this will be use params. So params is nothing but I need this ID here. Okay, this is the ID that I need. So here I'll simply just do, also I'll take router, and this will be use router. And now here I'm going to get the design ID. So I'll do const design ID, which will be params dot slug. Why slug? Because we have given the name as slug. That's it. Now what I'll do, simply I'll take a loading state. So I'll do const is loading. Let's do it very slow, okay? In case if you're getting any stuck, you can ask me, or I'm planning to add some discussion section in my website so that you can raise issues there and I'll be able to directly solve it. And here we're going to take the design ID. This is my loading state. Now I'm going to take another state which will indicate whether load is attempted or not. Okay, so main idea is that we need to render the canvas properly. So that is the main idea. So I'm going to take one more state and I'm going to explain each and everything that I'm doing. So we'll do load attempted, and I'll do set load attempted. I'll do use state of, there is also many different ways you can do that. And I'm also going to take a error state if needed, and I'll do set error equal to use state of null. Now first thing, we need to get couple of things from our store. So I'm going to take, for now we'll get use editor store, and we need the canvas. So I'm going to get the canvas. Now I also, let's do one thing, let's take one more state here that actually we needed, and that is to set the design ID. So I'll go to my store, let's go to my store, and after this I'm going to take, so let's take a design ID which will be null, and I'll do set design ID, and for this one I'll take a ID, and this will be set. So I'll do design ID will be the ID. Okay, so now I'm also going to get the this set design ID. So now once we'll get this, the next thing is we need to first also reset our store. That is also important. Okay, now the first thing what we're going to do, that also once we'll render the page, we are going to set the current design ID from our param, so that we are already getting in this. So what I'll do, let's take a use effect first. Okay, and we'll take a empty dependency. So here first I'll give comment. So I'll do reset the state here, or store, let's do store, and also set the design ID. So I'll give comment in every line that what we are doing so that you can understand. So first let's do one thing, right? So I'll do reset store, I'll create a method there. So let's go here and let's give comma. So I'll do reset store, and here we are going to simply just do set. For now we are going to do canvas as null and design ID as null. Now later we need to do a lot of other things, but for now this is fine. And I'm going to call the reset store method. So this is the first step. Second thing, we also need to set the design ID, right? So as I already mentioned, so I'll do if design ID is present. So here you'll just do set design ID is design ID. And now I'll do one more thing. So I'll just do a callback here, which is my cleanup, and I just want to do reset store once the editor component unmounts. So this is the first step. Okay, next we need to do another thing, that we need to reset our load attempted when the design ID changes. So we're going to make this one from true. If it is true, we are going to make this one to false. If in case if this is changes, let's say you are making this one from this to another ID, so we need to reset that. So here I'll take one more state, I'll do use effect. Every time this design ID changes, so I'm going to make set load attempted will be false and set error will be null. So this is two things. Now another thing, we need to do another thing, that is, I told you, right, there can be possibility that your design is actually loaded from API but your canvas isn't ready in your client side yet. So that means we need to show some kind of timeout error. That can happen, but that will be very rare. I'll say that will be like negligible, but we should also handle that. So here I'm going to take one more use effect and I'm going to explain that what actually we are doing here. So I'll do is loading as a dependency. I'll keep it if it is there. I'll take canvas, which is my main canvas, the from store, and also I want to keep the design ID as a dependency. So I'll check that if it is already loading, that means something we are doing, if it is true, and if the canvas is not available, so canvas is not there and design ID is present, so that means there is a problem. So in that case I'm going to take a timer. So I'll do set timeout, and here I'm just going to do here, so let's take a 5-second timer. I'll do if is loading is true, so I'm just going to log this one here for now. So I'll do canvas init timeout, and here I'm going to make set is loading as false. Okay, and now so we are doing inside this. Now after this return, I'm going to just clear this. I'll do clear timeout and pass the timer. Okay, so these all the edge cases that we need to check. Now I'm going to take another use effect. Now remember, these all you shouldn't do it in prod. This is just for explaining purposes of what actually we are doing. So I'm going to take one more use effect, and I'm going to show you that in the log that how it is happening. So I'll take canvas as a dependency and I'll check if canvas is available. Then I'm just going to do a log that canvas is now available in editor. Okay, so you can easily see that there is nothing it is doing, just for your explanation, like for your understanding purpose, so that you'll be able to understand. Now what we are going to do, we are going to now load our design, and this is the very important part where we are going to set all the things. Okay, and how we are going to do that. Now before that we need to do another thing. We need to initialize our canvas also. Like in the canvas, what we are going to do, right, we need to do couple of things. Whenever we are going to load a new design, we need to clean up some of the things. If something is already present in canvas, we are going to clean that canvas. We are going to dispose that canvas. Very important, right? So we're going to dispose that. Once we're disposing, we're going to initialize or init that particular canvas. If it is not working right, what will happen, you will be getting the design data from an API, but your canvas will not be able to see the design. You will see some like white canvas will come with the empty canvas. I hope you are getting what I'm trying to explain multiple times. So for that one, we are going to create a util file and we need to work on this canvas component. So I'm going to now just keep a placeholder that load the design. Here we are going to load it and we are going to render, but before that we need to go to our Fabric utils file and we are going to write a utils. Okay, so let's do one thing. I think this one we are going to do later. Center canvas is not that much important, so I'm going to just create a main method of initialization and you'll see what we're doing. So I'll do export const and I'll do initialize. Let me check the spelling. Initialize Fabric. Okay, and I'm going to do async. Now this will receive the canvas element. So these all the ref that we are going to pass from our canvas component. So this will be canvas element, and I'm also going to pass a container element. Two things. Now here I'll take a try, I'll take a catch, and I'm going to just log the error and I'll do failed to load Fabric, right? So basically we are simply initializing Fabric here, and then we are going to return null in the catch. Now what we need to do, the first step while initializing the Fabric. So first we need to import Fabric.js, and we are using version 6. If you go here, right, you will see we are using version 6. Now in the version 6, if you go to their official doc, like sometimes it will be very hard for me also to check, like there are some old docs also, you can see they have changed some of the imports and everything, right? So let me just go, or I'll show you actually anyways. let's go to import. See here, so now they have actually changed. So previously we used to do like this, fabric from fabric, then fabric dot canvas, fabric dot rect. So now we directly just do import, and then you will directly import canvas, rect, square, circle, those things like this. Okay, so this is the change. So now what we'll do, right here, first we need to import the fabric. So I'm going to do a direct import, right? So if there is any accessory, so it will actually avoid. So I'll do const, I'll do something, I want to do await, and I'll do import, and I want to import fabric. Now from here I need the canvas, because we are initializing the fabric, right? So you need the canvas. Also I need to initialize the pencil brush. So here I'm going to take the pencil brush. So you can check all of these classes, like there this documentation is huge, like you need to check all of these, like some of the things I'll try to explain, and also I'm going to give you a very detailed overview that how these things are working when we are going to start working on individual drawing panel or elements panel or text panel, right? For now we need to initialize this brush. Okay, so what we'll do, so we have imported two things. Now what I'm going to do, I'll create a canvas. So I'll do new canvas. Here you're going to pass the element, which is the ref. You'll understand how this is working. So this is the ref, and then here we are going to pass some properties. So I'll do preserve object stacking. So this will be true, and if you just copy this, search it here, you'll be getting all this, right? Now I'm also going to do ease drawing mode. So there will be, let me just check, there will be ease drawing mode. It's very slow, let me reload this. Okay, so you can see that we are having this, you can paint as many times on the canvas as you wish if the ease drawing mode is true, right? So that is the reason we have taken ease drawing mode as false initially. So I'll take ease drawing mode, so this will be false. And also I'm going to take render, I'll do render on add and remove, this will be true. Now what I'm going to do, first I'm going to initialize my drawing brush here. This is actually very important, and this will be helpful when we're going to implement the drawing editor in some time. So I'm going to create a brush here. So I'll do create a drawing brush, right? So I'll do drawing init. So I'll do const brush, and you can also search for each and everything I'm using, and then if you search for pencil brush, right, I think they have some issue with this search. Let's search for so yeah, pencil brush, let's go here. See, we have a new pencil brush, right? So it will help you to create the brush. So I'm going to just create it. So I'll do new pencil brush, and you're going to pass a canvas, so it will take a canvas. And now I'm going to just do brush dot color. So for now let's give a black color by default. Also I'm going to do brush dot width, so I'm going to give 5, you can also give 10, so let's keep 10 only. And I'm going to do canvas dot free drawing brush equal to this brush. So it will automatically, so we are adding this property, right, free drawing brush, which is init to this brush instance that we have created. So let's search it, free drawing brush. It's optional, so you'll be getting all of this, right? So search for free drawing brush. There are some options also to customize, so you can also customize. I think we have already done, right, dot color and dot width, these two things. Or let's give this on 5 for now. So now we have initialized this. Now what will happen, right? So two things we have done, we created the canvas, so we init the brush, and now what I'm going to do, I'll simply return this canvas back. So this will initialize our fabric canvas. Okay, we have not used this one for now, so it's optional. For now let's go to the main thing where we need to work on this. So you're going to our canvas component, and here we are going to do a couple of things. Okay, the first thing, I'm going to take a couple of ref here. So I need a canvas ref, so I'll do const canvas ref, and this will be use ref of null. I'm going to do const canvas container ref, and this will be use ref of null, and then I'm going to do another one which will be my fabric canvas ref, and this will be use ref of null. Now here the first thing what we are going to do, simply I'm also going to take another use ref here, and that is will actually help us to understand that whether we have initialized our canvas or not. So I'm going to just take const init, we'll do init attempted ref equal to use ref of false. So now we'll take a use effect, and here we're going to do a couple of things. So the first thing, we are going to dispose the canvas. Okay, so we're basically cleaning this canvas up. So to check that, you can come to this part where we are having a dispose, which is actually a method from static canvas DOM manager, right? So here what we can do simply, so let's do one thing, let's create a method here. So look, clean up canvas. So I'll just simply check that if the fabric canvas wrap dot current, if this is present, that means canvas is already present. So I'm just going to do try, and I'll do fabric canvas ref dot current dot dispose, or else I'll do catch, and here I'm going to do just something like let's log error, and I'll do error disposing canvas. So this is done. And also what we are going to do, so if this is present, I'm also going to make the fabric canvas dot current equal to null again, and also we need to make our canvas also null, which is our inner state. So I'm just going to get our use editor store, and I'm going to get set canvas, that is the method we have given. So let's confirm again. So we have a set canvas method, and I'm going to make set canvas as null. So this is done. Okay, so this is our method. Now I'm going to call this, so I'll do clean up canvas. Now I'm just going to do what, so once cleaning up is done, we're going to reset this init attempted ref. So for example, let's say we've already attempted it previously, so it might be true that time, so we're going to make that one from true to false again, or we are actually resetting the value. So I'm just going to do here, so I'll do reset init flag. So I'll do init attempted dot current, and we'll make this one as false. So once all of this is done, now we are going to init our canvas, right? So we'll do init our canvas here, because we have already resetted, we have made the canvas already null, clean up the canvas, and also init flag is also now false. So now here what I'll do, simply will do const init canvas async, and here we'll simply just do if type of window is equal to undefined, means if window is not present, or if canvas ref dot current is also not present, or if init attempted ref dot current is still true, that means there can be possibility that canvas is actually already initialized, so you will not be able to again init, so it will throw error, so you're going to return immediately. So once we'll check this, now what will happen, so that means if this is already true, so we are going to return from here, right? So that means if it is false, it will never come in this condition. So that means what we'll do, now we can very confidently we can make this init attempted ref dot current as true again. I hope you are getting how step by step we are doing. So we'll make this one as true. Now we are going to take a try, and we'll make const fabric canvas, this will be await, and I'll do init what is the name that you want, init fabric, let me just check, initialize fabric. So I'll do initialize fabric, and we are going to pass the canvas ref dot current. Remember we have passed that element, right, canvas element and the container element, and here let's pass the container ref, or what is that we have given, canvas container ref. So look, canvas container ref, dot current. So we'll pass this. Now we are going to check if this is also not present, so that means it's actually failing to initialize your canvas. So I'm going to return, and also I'm going to log error that failed to initialize Fabric.js canvas. So if this is not the case, now what we can do, we are going to store the canvas reference. So that means this Fabric canvas is now initialized from this function, and now I'm going to store it in my Fabric canvas ref current equal to Fabric canvas. So this one. So now it's storing the current value. I hope you are getting. Once we'll do that, now what we can do, so this Fabric canvas is nothing but it's actually initialized, and it will be returning the canvas, right? Which canvas? This is the canvas instance that we have created from Fabric. So now what we'll do, simply we'll do set canvas. So it's storing this canvas in our canvas. So this will be Fabric canvas. Okay, so it's stored in the state, in your store. So we'll do set the canvas in store. Done. Now we actually log it that okay, canvas is now initialized, so it's now init, canvas init is done, and store in set in store. Is you guys you see, now I have actually cough, so that is the reason I have to pause multiple times. Okay, so there might be reason you might be thinking why I'm pausing multiple times, so this is why. Okay, so now here what we're going to do, we're going to, this is done, we're going to do a couple of things that we're going to do for future task. So for here we are going to apply some custom style that we'll do later. So we'll do apply custom style for the controls, and you'll understand what actually I'm talking about, which controls. So do later. So I'll do task to do. Okay, and here also we need to set up all the event listeners. So we'll do set up event listeners. So these also to do. So now this is done. So this is our init, sorry, this is the function, right? Okay, we need to check a catch also here. So in the catch, just log the error, right? Or error failed to init canvas, and I log the error. So now this is done. So this is our init canvas function. So what I am going to do now, so I'll take a timer and I'll take a set timeout. Let's take a small delay, like 50 milliseconds, and I'm going to call this init canvas. Actually it will help us, because what will happen, right, until this will call, the entire DOM paint process will become completed. So there is a process for DOM paint, right? So we are actually waiting for some time before actually initializing the canvas, or else there can be some side effects, right? So that is the reason. And in the return we're going to do clear timeout, and we're going to pass the timer, and also I'm going to call the cleanup canvas here. Alright, so lot of things we have done. So let me just go through one by one. So first I'm checking if the current is already present, dispose this, make this on null, and also set the canvas also null in our store, and call this, reset the init flag, and then call the init function. In the init function we are doing another second level of check, that if the window is not defined, that means the window is not initialized yet, and then canvas current is also not present, and init is already for true, that means we have already initialized, so there is no way we can do it again, right? It will make multiple side effects. So we're going to return. And then if this is not the case, that means current is already false, init current is already false. Init means init attempt.ref. So we are making this one true. Once this is true, then we are initializing, we are getting the Fabric canvas from this here. So you can see we are creating the canvas here, and we are returning, which will be getting here, and then we are setting the this canvas to our canvas ref, and then storing this to our store. That's it. We need to do very, very important things. This is where we need to add some event listeners, right? We are going to do later, but this is the whole process. we need to do. Now here inside this, I'm going to take a div, I'll take a class name, I'll take a relative, I'll do width as full, height let's take 600 px, and I'll do overflow as auto. And here also what we're going to do, we're going to pass the ref, which will be our canvas container ref. Inside this, I'm going to take a canvas element, and I'm going to pass the ref, which will be my canvas ref. Save this. So you are seeing already some error here. Center canvas is not defined. Okay, center canvas. Okay, this is something different from where it is coming. Okay, let's search for it. So we'll do center canvas. Okay, we need to import it now. Here for now, let's save it. It will not work. So now we can actually complete this also. This is also another point we need to complete. So let's quickly do this. Alright, so now let's complete the center canvas functionality, right? So here we are returning that if canvas is not present, we are going to return, and I'm going to show you that we are going to check another property here that is called the canvas wrapper element. So here we'll be getting inside this canvas. So this also need to check if this wrapper element is not present. So in that case, which actually returns the div HTML div element. So we're going to also return this. So I'm going to just check if not equal to canvas dot wrapper element. So let's copy from here, and we're going to return. I'm going to do const, and I'll take canvas wrapper, and we'll do canvas dot wrapper element. And let's do one thing. We are going to set the dimension. So I'll do canvas wrapper dot style dot width, and I'm just going to do this one as, so we have canvas dot width that we have already set. So I'm going to set it to this. The same thing I'm going to do for height also. So I'll do dot height, and this will be canvas dot height. Now I'm going to do canvas wrapper dot style dot position, and this one I'm going to do as absolute. Then we are going to do it left. So copy this, paste it 2 more times. Left will be 50%, top will be 50%. Let's do top first, left. And also we are going to do one more. So paste it. So we'll do transform, right? So these are a normal CSS concept. So I'll do translate, and I'm going to do minus 50%, comma minus 50%. That's it. So this is done. So now let's recap everything one more time, that what we have done. So first we have actually clearing the canvas, right? So this is the first thing. Then we are setting the init attempted ref at false. Then we are going to init the canvas. We have checked that if the window is undefined, if the canvas current is not present, or if the attempted ref is already true, then we are going to again return. So this is the second level of check. Then we are making the current as true. We are using the initialize fabric function to get the current fabric's canvas instance, and we are setting that to our current value of the fabric's ref, right? And that we are setting in our store. Now we need to do 2 things. First, we need to apply the custom styles for our controls that we are going to do later, and also we need to set up the event listeners that also we are going to do later. So with this, the main part is done. So now we need to do what? So the main what will be, so if you refresh this page, right, we need to fetch the data. So the initial data, so when we created the design, we given some initial data, right? So we given some width, height, and the canvas data was null. So if the canvas data was null, we are going to render an empty canvas, and this is very, very important. So this we are going to do now in the editor component. Okay, so let's go to editor. So now here we are going to do load the design. So first thing, I think we already, or let's do one thing first. We need to do a couple of things. I think Canva, till this part we have done that. If the Canva is now available, also let's check what other things we have done. We are checking already if done. Okay, so we are already checking the there is a timeout issue. Okay, so now I think let's do one thing. This part will be very, very important. So I'm going to do load design. So this is the place where actually we are loading the design. So I'll take a use callback here. So let's take async, and here what you're going to do, so the first thing, so first we are going to check if not canvas, so canvas is not present, and if not design id. So we are going to also, if load attempted, if already true, that means we have already tried, so there might be some problem, so we are going to return it. Next we are going to take a try, and also let's take a catch for now, later we'll just add it. So in the try, first I'm going to make, so we have a, well, let me minimize this one. Okay, let's do the same for here. So you already have is loading, right? So I'm going to make now is loading as true. Okay, and load attempted will be now true, so that means now we are actually trying to load this. Also I'm seeing some, okay, let's make this one as capital L. Okay, so load attempted will be true, and now I'm going to get the response. So I'll do const response, and I'll do await. Now we have a get design service, remember? So we'll do get design. We have get design, or what is the name that we've done? I think get user design by ID, right? So this is the one, and we'll pass the design ID. That's it. And now let's log this and let's see what you're getting first. So we'll log the response, and also we need to call the this load design method. So before that, in the catch, let's log some error, failed to load design, and log it. We are going to set error, so let's do the same, and also we'll make set is loading as false. So now here we are going to keep some of the dependencies. So first dependency I'll keep the canvas, second dependency I'm going to keep the design ID, we are going to keep also load attempted as a dependency, and set design ID, these four things. Now I'm going to just take a use effect, and here what we're going to do simply, so we'll take the dependency again, so we'll do canvas, we'll do design ID, we're going to do load design, so we are going to call that method from this, and also we are going to take load attempted. That's it. And here now I'm going to check that if design ID already present, right, and canvas is actually available, and if the load attempted is false, that means we haven't tried yet, because if you see we are doing it here, right? So that means in this case we are going to call this load design utility function inside this use effect. So now here I'm going to call the load design, else here what I'll do, right? So there might be some issue that you don't have any design ID or anything, so let's give one more check that if design ID is not present, so we are going to redirect the user to the dashboard page or home page. So I'm going to keep the router as a dependency, and I'll just do router dot replace, and we'll go to the home page. So now let's open our network. I'm going to save this. So I think it's loading. Let's see what is happening. So it's got 200, and now in the console we have a data, and in the data you can see we have a canvas data null, category, height, name, updated user ID with. Awesome. I hope you see how many checks we have given, so that there will not be any kind of error, right? So we are actually in the load design, we are calling here that if design ID is present, if the canvas is already ready, then only you do it, or else you will face problem for sure. Okay, this is very clean. The only I think the only problem for some of you will be like to understand the flow, so that is the reason. Just watch this part multiple times, and you'll be able to understand and see the completely flow, that how the flow is working. Also I'm actually explaining step by step, so if you, again I'm repeating, if you're not able to understand, watch that particular video from that init part, from where we have created this init method, right? And then you'll be able to understand that how we are creating the canvas, how this canvas is actually getting set in a store, and how we are getting the data and fetching in this editor. So now we have a response Makes sense, right? So now once we'll get the response, we need to do quite few things. First thing, if you go here, let's go one more time. I think we have logged this. Let me just refresh one more time. So we have a data, and if you see, we have a data dot name also, right? This name is nothing but the title of this. So this one we are going to do later, but for now, first I'm going to do one thing. So first I'm going to get the design data. So I'll do design, and this will be, so we have the response dot, so we have a data, so response dot data will give you the design data. So I'll do response dot data. Now what I'm going to do, if design is present, so let's see what we are doing. Now I think we are already setting, sorry, I think I need to pause because there was some sound from outside. Okay, so now I'm going to check that if design is present, right? So design data is present, or yeah, let's give response dot data only. Okay, now what I'm going to do, first thing here, we are going to set our design ID to design ID again, so just in case we need it, so we'll set it again. And now here what I'm going to do inside this, I'm going to also, we need to do one more thing. I'll keep placeholder. Okay, so we also need to update the name here, and this name we are going to have, let's say, in our header, which is actually needed. That we can do also in header component, but I think we'll do here only because we're getting the data, so we need to update the name here. This will be our to do, and this is set the design ID, just in case after getting the data. Now I'll take a try here, I'll take a catch. So inside try, I'm going to do this. First, I'm already checking, right, that if you see here, the first thing, very important, canvas data is null, and makes sense, right, because we don't have anything now. So I'm going to check if the design dot canvas data, if this is present, that means we have added something in our canvas, let's say some circle or text or image, AI feature or blah blah blah, whatever. So in that case it will not be null, right? So in that case we need to do something. If the else case, so when there is no data present, so what we are going to do in that case? So if there is no canvas data, so if I do else and log no canvas data, save this and see what we are getting. Okay, let's refresh this. We are getting no canvas data, right? So in that case, we are going to do this. First I'm going to do canvas dot clear, then I will do canvas dot set width, and this will be, if you go here, we have this width that we have set. So this width, and this is nothing but the design dot width, so this will be my design dot width. I'll do canvas dot set height, design dot height. I'll do canvas dot background color, and this I will keep this one as white. And now we are going to learn another very important thing. Let me just show you quickly, and that is render all, right? So render all is a method every time we need to do it. So this will actually render two canvas, both the top canvas and the secondary container canvas, right? And that I'll show you that from where that two canvas is coming. But this you need to understand that whenever you are going to do something, adding any shape, adding any image, adding any text, you need to call this canvas.render all method, and you will see that we are going to use this 100 times in this video. And so this is the first time we are doing, so we'll do canvas.render all, very important. That's it. If there is design data present, okay, let's there is any error, so I'll just log error here also. So I'll do error loading canvas data, residue canvas, and I'll do set error, and I'll do the same. Okay, and here I'll do finally, and let's make set is loading as false. Now if there is canvas data, so in that case what we need to do, So we need to do a couple of things. So the first thing, again, we are going to do clear here. Okay, so I'll do canvas.clear. So we're going to clear, and we're going to check if the design.width and design.height is already present. So I'm going to just do canvas.set dimensions. So let me copy this and we'll go here, search it. So you have a set dimension, right? So let's go to this static canvas. So here you can set the, okay, I think this will be tricky for you to understand. Let me see if there is any other options. Let's go to the static canvas. See, here you can set the dimensions, right? So set dimension, width and height. See, so this we are going to use. Okay, so now I'm just going to pass an object here, because this is the first option, right? You're going to pass the size, and if there is any option. So first I'll pass a width, which will be my design.width. I'm going to pass the height, which will be design.height. That's it. Okay, so now what we'll do, right, we are going to parse the JSON data. So I'm going to do const canvas data if type of design.canvas data, if this is equal to string. So I'll do json.parse design.canvas data, or I'm going to keep design.canvas data. Okay, now here what we'll do, right, so we need to check that if when it is not empty, this canvas data will consist of the objects. So what actually that object is, that is the shapes and everything that we are going to create. Now you might be thinking why we are doing this because we haven't started those. The reason is because first initially we are going to add all of this logic. Once we'll add the shapes and all the other features, I'm going to come back here and we need to add some more additional functionality here. If we are doing this one first time, it will initially give you some of the very prerequisite that what actually this is doing, and second time when you will be doing, it will actually give you practice. I hope you are getting. So this is why instead of doing this one directly, so 2 times we are going to do the same thing, so that it will give you means it will make you more habituated on this, or else you'll be facing some issues. So here we are going to simply check if there are any objects present. So in that means the object array is not empty. So in that case we're going to do canvas data dot objects, and then canvas data dot objects dot length is greater than 0. Now we'll check here that if this canvas data dot background, if this is already present, so in that case we are going to set the same. So look, dot background color will be canvas data dot background, else we are going to set this one to white. So background color will be white. Oh sorry, this will be white. Now once all of this is done, now we need to check another very important thing, and that is if no object is present, right? So in that case we are going to simply just do render all. So we need to enter or render a empty canvas if there is no objects, and then we are going to just return true. Okay, and if there is object present, that means we have shapes, background color, images and those things. So you're going to use a method that is called load from JSON. So let me search from here. So do load from JSON. Okay, so this is the method that we are going to use. And also I'm going to say, so it's populate the canvas with the data specified in the JSON format, right? So it must be in that particular format, and definitely we are going to use that. And also I'm going to show you another very important method, and that is we're going to use this request render all. Okay, there will be see, this is the one. So this one we are going to do. So this will append a render all request to the next animation frame, right? So this one we are going to use. So what we'll do, right, if this canvas data is already present, we are giving so many space. Let me just give, so I'll just do here canvas dot load from JSON, and we are going to pass the design dot canvas data, and I'm just going to do simply dot. So this will give you a promise, and here I'm going to just use the canvas and this canvas I'm going to use canvas dot this method that we have discussed, that request render all. So that means you render all the data that we are having in the in that particular JSON data. So it will automatically convert, and then it is going to render all the shapes and everything that we are having. So let's save this. So now let's go through, right? We have done a lot of things. So in the load design, first we are checking this condition. We are making set loading as true, set load attempted as true. Response, we are getting the data if design is present. So in that case, we're going to do this, right? This design data, this is the API data, and we are going to simply check that if design.canvas data is present, so we'll do this. Else we are going to first do no canvas data logging, clear the canvas, set the width, set the height, set the background color. See here also you have done, we need to do white, and canvas dot render all. If the canvas data is already present, again we are going to clear it, we are going to set the width and height, and then we are going to parse it. And after parsing, we'll see that if there is any object is present or not. Okay, also if there is a existing background color, so we're going to set that color, or else again we'll mark this one to white. If there is no object, we are going to render an empty canvas, return true. And if there is already objects, so we are going to render all the objects, all the shapes, all the images. We are going to use this request render all. Okay, so this is the method that we are going to use, and I think this is done. So now what will be the next step? So let's see what is happening here, right? I don't see anything here, but this should actually happen. So we need to now debug that why I'm not seeing any see, we have a canvas here, we have a canvas. Awesome. So now we have an empty canvas. You see what is happening. So this is the empty canvas. Okay, this is very, very important. So how this is, it's taking some time and it's rendering. Awesome, right? So if you just inspect this is a canvas, right? And now I mentioned to you, right, there is a two canvas will be there. One is upper canvas. See, there is a upper canvas, and then there is a lower canvas. You see in the documentation, right? Now what will happen? See, I'll go back, I'll create a new design. It will go here and render empty canvas. Awesome. So now if you, let's say we created this one, right? So let's go here, it's creating a empty canvas. And this width and height, from where it is coming, can you guess? So remember when we have created this, go to home component, go to banner, and now see here we have given this width and height. So this is actually taken from there. Okay, and this is the category automatically coming, and this is the name. So now we have actually completed one of the most important part, and that is rendering the canvas based on the API data that we are having here. Okay, if you refresh this, it will take some time, some delay, and it's going to render. See, and notice the same behavior will happen in Canva also. Now definitely they have a lot of advanced code writing and everything. I'm not going to do all of this, right? I can't do that kind of code in a YouTube video. That's not at all possible. They are in a different level, but this is one of the best way, right? You check once the DOM is ready, and once the DOM is ready or the paint is completed, then with a small delay you render the canvas. So this will actually reduce the number of issues. So with this is done. So now what I'm going to do, right, we have to start working on the header and sidebar. Now before that I want to mention one point, and I think that is very important. If you go to global.css, you see there is some inbuilt CSS that is written from the Shadcn, I believe. What I'll do, right, I already have written a lot of CSS classes here. I'm not going to write all the classes. CSS is very, it will become very, boring, and you also will be able to understand my point. What I'll do, I'll just copy paste my existing CSS. It's nothing, it's just CSS classes with some predefined styles. That's it, normal padding margin. If I write all of this will hardly take 1 hour. What you can do, you can just directly download the code from my website, download this, like you'll be anyway downloading, right? So you can copy the CSS file and paste it. There is nothing new or nothing related to any Fabric or anything, normal CSS. So this is the second part I'm going to do. I'll just copy paste, and then we'll start working on the header and the sidebar component. Now it's time we'll start working on the Fabric.js features. So let's start working on the header and sidebar, and before that I'll show you that what I've done in the global.css. I added all the styles that is needed. Okay, so now let's remove this and start working on the structure. So I'm going to take a header component. Let's take a class name, and I'm going to add some classes. So I'll do header gradient, and if you just copy this, right, and go to the CSS you'll be getting all of this. Okay, so we have header gradient. I'll add a header. I'll do flex items center. We'll do justify between px of 4 and height of 14. So let's save this. So we're getting this. Awesome. So now after this I'm going to take one more div. We'll take a class name of flex item center and space x of 2, and inside this I want to first render a drop down menu, and inside this I will render a drop down menu trigger, and let's render as child as true, and inside this I will render a button. Let's render a span, and here I'll add a class name. So I'll do header button flex item center and text as white, and inside this I'm going to just do a text, and this will be editing, and I'll take a icon here. So let's take it down, and let's give a class name margin left of 1, height of 4 and width of 4. So you can see that we are getting this. So now what we are going to do, simply after this we are going to take a content. So I'll do drop down menu content. So I'll do a align start, and inside this we are going to take two menu items. We'll do drop down menu item, and here I'll take a pencil icon, and here I'm going to do a span, and this will be editing, and let's take a class name. So here let's do a margin right of 2, height of 4 and width of 4, and here okay, let's copy this first and I'll paste it, and I'm going to do this one as viewing, and for this one I'll take a eye icon. Alright, so I think this is done. So now let's save this. Let's see what you're getting. So you're getting these two. Now what we'll do, right, we'll go here, go to our store, and I'm going to take, let's take one more state, copy this, paste it. So I'll do what I'll do ease editing, maybe ease editing. Yeah, let's do ease editing, and I'll do true, and I'll do set ease editing, and I'll do flag, and I'll do ease editing will be the flag that I will be passing here. Okay, and in reset I'll make the set ease editing as true again. Okay, so now I'll go here and I'll get both from my store. So I'll do ease editing and set ease editing, and this will be use editor store. And now what I'll do, simply, so in this span, so when I'm going to select this, right, I need to change this text. When I'll select this again, I need to change. So it simply just do that if ease editing is true, so I'm going to do editing, or else I'm going to do viewing. Okay, and on click of this menu item, so here I'm going to just do on click, and I'll do set ease editing. This will be okay, set ease editing will be true, and this will be set editing will be false. That's it. So now let's see what is happening. Refresh this. So it's changing, right? Okay, so I think this is done. Next thing what you're going to do will be rendering. So after drop down menu, after this div, yeah, this one, so I'll take one more div here, and let's render a button. So I'll render a button, and inside this I'm going to render a save button, and here I'll give a class name of width as 5, height as 5, and I'll take a class name, so I'll do this one as header button relative. Okay, let's give a title, and this will be save. That's it. Save this. Okay, we are getting this one here. Okay, this is fine. We're going to check this later. So now what we're going to do, so after this we are going to take one more div. I'll take a class name, so I'll do flex as 1, flex justify center, and do max wmd. Inside this I'll take a input, so I'll take a class name, so I'll do width as full, and here we are going to take the value, right? So this value will be the title that we'll be having. So for that we are going to go here and take one more state. Okay, so I'll copy this, paste it, so this will be name. By default what I can do, we'll do some untitled design or something, right? And this will be my value, and here we are going to pass let's do name will be this value, and this will be set name. Okay, name or title, whatever you can keep, and on reset I'll just do this one like this. So I'll take the name and set name, so I'll get the name and I'll do set name, this will be name, and now what I'll do, simply I'll pass the value which will be name, and I'm going to do on change. So here, okay, let me pause this. So here I'm going to take the event, and I'm going to do set name will be event.target.value. Save this. Okay, so getting this, awesome. So now what we're going to do next, so after this, right, we are going to take a upgrade button. So I'm going to take one more div, we'll take a class name, we'll do flex item center, we'll do space x of 3, and inside this I'll take a button, I will take a star, I'll do margin, class name I'll take margin right of 1, height of 4, width of 4, and I'll do text yellow 400, and here I'll take a class name, so let's do upgrade button. You'll be getting all the class name there in my CSS. Flex item center, we'll do bg white divided by 10, on hover I'm going to do bg white divided by 20, we'll do text white, we'll do rounded medium, height of 9, and also we're going to do px of 3, and I'll do transition color, so I'll do transition colors. Okay, and after this I'm going to take a span, and I'm going to do upgrade your plan. Later we are going to change all of this. So now let's save this, so getting this, and at the end we are going to have the logout option, and I'm not going to write it because we already have that in my home and in my header component. See this one, so we are going to copy this part completely. Let's copy from here, and I'm going to just paste it. So let's do it. Okay, I think we can copy only this part, so let's copy from here, paste it. We'll change some of the things, so we are not going to, so we'll render the this one. Other part is also fine. Let me import this. Fallback is also fine, image is also fine, this span is not needed, rest I think we can keep. So logout I'll import. Now we need to create handle logout and the session, so for that we are going to get it, so we'll do const get from use session, and we're going to get data which will be session. Now what we'll do, simply we'll do const handle logout, and we're going to call sign out from NextAuth. And now let's save this. Okay, so we're getting this. So let's log out. It's working. Let's log in. Click here and it's loading. Awesome. So I think this part, okay, let's do one thing. I think we have taken an extra div, that is the reason it's happening like that. So what we can do, right, we can just cut it from here, we just paste it here, remove this div and take a margin left of maybe 3. Let's see how this is looking. Okay, I think this is fine. So now we have a editing part, viewing, change, it's working, and we have a save, which is nothing but it will work as autosave. We have this one. Now this part we are going to change now only. So how we are going to do it? So for that, remember in the editor page I have kept one place, right, where I told you that we need to do some changes, and that is where we are going to set our title. So if you just go down, right, okay, let's go here. I remember I kept a placeholder, so update name, right. So here what we are going to do simply, so we'll get the set name method from our store. So we'll get set name, and this set name I'm going to just do here. So I'll do set name, and this will be my design dot name, right, and let's save this. Okay, we are getting some error. Okay, let me refresh this. So it's getting updated, right. Now it's up to you. If I refresh this, you have the initial value, right, it's changing. So what you can do, you can keep this one as empty also. See what will happen if I keep this one empty, right. But I thought we can keep it, it's not a big of issue. So refresh this, and when it will get loaded, then you are getting this, which is fine, right. So you can change this, but I'll say like keep it. So let's keep it. I think it's looking not bad. So if we go here, refresh this, and let's click, see, it's getting updated. So now with this part is also completed. So now let's start working on the sidebar. Okay, so now we'll start working on the sidebar. Okay, so let's go to our sidebar and let's start working on that. So let's create the basic structure first. Okay, so I'm going to remove this. So I'll take a div, class name, see again the same CSS classes. Okay, I'll do height of full, and inside this I'm going to take a aside, and we are going to take a class name which will be sidebar, which I've already written in my classes. So you can see it's changing. Now what I'll do simply, so I'll just take some sidebar items, and before that we also need to take two states here, and this will be local state. The reason is because on click of each and every sidebar item we need to open a secondary sidebar also, or panel. Not I'll say sidebar, I'll name this one as a panel. Okay, so now I'll take two state. So I'll do first, I'll do const, I'll do is panel collapsed, okay, and set is panel collapsed, and this will be use state of false, and I'll do active sidebar and set active sidebar, which will be use state of null. So now I'm going to create some sidebar items. So I'll do const sidebar items. So here I'll do ID. The first one will be elements. We're going to have an icon which will be grid. We are going to have a label which will be elements, and we are going to have a panel which will be we are going to create. So now let's create step by step all the panels. How I am going to create? So inside sidebar I'm going to create another panels folder. See how it is structured, right? Now inside panel I'm going to create elements. Now remember, I'm not giving elements panel because I already have the folder name panel, so it suggests that it's an elements panel. Okay, so I'll do elements.js. So now let's do use client. Notice that because Canva clones is a mostly interaction, so most of the components will be client side components. Okay, so here I'm going to do elements panel, and let's return a div, and I'm going to do elements panel. Now here in the panels, so let's return the elements panel. So now we'll copy this and we'll paste it for text. So we'll do type, this will be text, and we're going to create another one which will be text panel. So I'm going to do text.js. Let's create all other also. So we are going to have upload, we are also going to have settings. What else? So we have text, okay, also we need draw, means drawing. We also need AI panel, AI.js. So we are going to have total 6, right? 1 2 3 4 5 6. Awesome. So now let's go here in the elements panel, copy this and paste it all other. So I'm going to make this one as AI panel, and copy paste here. So we'll do draw panel or drawing panel, whatever you want to give. Copy elements panel already have. Now we'll do settings, okay, copy this text and upload. Okay, so this is done. So now what we are going to do, simply we'll go to our sidebar component and we are going to render the text panel, copy this. So after text, let's keep the uploads. So I'm going to do uploads, and these will give upload, this will be uploads, and this will be upload panel. Now let's copy once again. So this will be draw, so I'm going to give pencil, and this will be drawing panel. Now let's copy this again and I'll do 2 more times. So last one I'll keep settings. Okay, so this will be settings, and this will be settings panel. Here also we're going to take settings. So in the draw, so okay, this will be AI, not draw. So here I'm going to use Perkel, and this will be AI, and this will be AI panel. So we have all the sidebars we have created. So now let's render it. So we'll go here inside this, we'll simply just map it. So we'll do sidebar items dot map. So we'll do item, and here we're going to take a div, and inside this first thing we'll do key. So we have item dot id, and also we are going to take a class name. So I already created a sidebar item class, so this we are going to use, and I will check that if the active sidebar is equal to item dot id. So in that case we're going to add an active class. So do active or else empty. So this is done, and here I'm also going to take a on click. So in on click I'll just simply create a method. So I'll do handle item click, and I'm going to pass the item dot id. So this we are going to create, and here I'm going to just render the icon. So I'll do item dot icon, and I'll do class name. So I'll do sidebar item icon, height of 5 and width of 5. And here I'm going to just add a span, and this will be class name. So I'll do sidebar item label, and this will be item dot label. So now let's create this. So we'll do handle item click, right? So we'll do const handle item click, and here we're going to get the ID. So I'll check if the ID is currently is equal to active sidebar, and if the panel is not closed. So in that case, that means we're clicking on the active item and the panel is not closing, not collapsed, so we're going to do nothing. So we'll just do return, and now I'm going to do set active sidebar, which will be ID, and I'm going to set is panel collapsed, and this will be false. That means when we are going to select a new item, that time we are going to collapse that. Save this. So you're getting elements item uploads draw AI settings. So this is rendered. So now we are going to render the secondary panel, which will be after this aside. So I'll do if the active sidebar is true. So in that case, I'm going to render a div, and inside this, so we'll take a class name, and here I'm going to do secondary panel, and I'm going to check if is panel collapsed. So I'm going to do collapsed, or else I'll do empty. Okay. Also, I'm going to add some style here. So style I'm going to do width. So width will be if the panel is closed, so I'll do 0, or else I'll do 320 px. Then I'm going to do opacity. So opacity will be if the panel is closed, it will be definitely 0, so you should not see it, or else 1. I'm not explaining all of this because I don't want to spend a lot of time here, because there are still huge things left, and you'll understand why. Like if I explain each and everything, then it will be like a pain, seriously. So this will be visible. So now here what I'll do, simply I'll take a div, and I'll do a class name. I'll do panel header. So you'll be getting all the classes in, if I just show you, right, just for that from where you are getting all of this, in case you're confused. So if you search this, you'll be getting all of this here. I can write all of this in Tailwind style also, but this is just I've done to save some time. Panel header, and then I'll take a button. I'll do a arrow left, and I'll do class name. Let's do a height of 5, width of 5. And in this button, let's take a class name. So I'll do back button, and on click I'm going to just create a method which will be close panel, close secondary panel. Okay. Alright, and after this I'm going to take a span, and here let's take a class name. So I'll do panel title, and also let's create a constant which will help us to get the active item. So I'll do active item, and this will be sidebar items dot find. So this will be item. So item dot id has to be equal to active sidebar. Sorry, not active sidebar. That's it. So now this will give me the active item, and I'm going to do active item dot label. Now once this is done, now we are going to render the panel content. So I'll do div, and this will be active item dot panel, and we need to invoke because this is a JSX element, right? And here we are going to give a class name, and this will be panel content. And also we are going to take one more, which will take a simple button, and we'll take a icon. Let's take a left icon, and we'll do class name height of 5, width of 5, and here we are going to take a class name. This will be collapse button. On click, we're going to create a method which will do toggle panel collapse, right? Now let's quickly create these two methods. So the first one will be the close secondary panel. So we'll go here and create this. So we'll do const close. So for this one we are just going to do set active sidebar null, and then we are going to do toggle panel close. So here we'll get the event. So first I'm going to do a stop propagation here, so I'll do stop propagation, and then I'm just going to do set is panel collapsed will be not equal to panel collapse, so just invert that. So save this. So now let's see what we're getting. So let's wait, click, so you're getting this, right? Okay, so there's something for e dot stop propagation is not a function. Spelling is wrong, right? This will be propagation. Okay, so now let's refresh this again. Awesome. Upload panel, draw panel, AI panel, and settings panel, right? And you can see this is going similar behavior, the exact behavior you will see in Canva also. When you'll open a panel, right, it will like move this one to right, close it, it will be back again, looking nice, right? So click here, it is back again. So now this is fine. So with this, so we have completed the header and the sidebar. So now what will be the next step? So next step, we are going to, instead of creating the shapes first, we are going to create the settings. So in the settings we'll be having the background color, and on applying a background color we are going to change the Canva background color. So first we'll start with the background color, and then we'll move to the element section. So let's start working on that part. Alright everyone, so now let's start working on the first panel, which will be settings panel. Okay, so let's go to our settings components. So we'll be having our sidebar. Where is editor? Okay, before that I just added some color preset here. Okay, some random color. So let's go to components, editor, sidebar, panels, settings. Okay, so the first thing, we need to install some more components. So I'll install this tooltip component. So let's open one more, clear this, we'll do cd client, paste it. So we'll do tooltip, and what else we need? We also need a separator component. So these two components we need. So let's wait for some time. Okay, now it will install. I think it's still installing. Okay, in the meantime we can complete the structure. I think not sure why it's taking this much time. Okay, it's updating now, it's done. So now let's do one thing. So I'm going to take a local state here. Okay, so I'll do const, and I'm going to do background color, set background color, and I'm going to do use state of white. Okay, let's remove this, and here let's go and let's create. So return a div, let's say class name, and let's go here, let's open this panel, and here I'm going to do padding of 4. I'll do space y of 6. Here I'm going to take a div, I'm going to take a class name, I'll do flex item center space x of 2 and margin bottom of 4. Let's take a palette icon, we'll do a class name of width as 5, height as 5, and text purple 500, or let's do 600. Alright, after this we'll take a h3. So let's take a h3 here, and I'm going to do choose background color. Now here we'll take a class name, I'll do text as large, and let's do a font bold, or let's do semi bold. Save this, and let's see what we are getting. So we're getting this. So now, so after this we are going to take another div here, and I'll do space y of 2. Inside this we'll take one more div, take a class name, we'll do grid columns of 6, gap of 2, and margin bottom of 3. Here I'm going to render all the color preset that I've created. So we'll map it, we'll do color, and here I'm going to take a tooltip. We need to take provider. So here we'll take a key which will be color, and inside this we are going to take a tooltip trigger, and we are going to pass as child as true, and inside this we are going to take a button, and here I'm going to just render. So first we are going to pass a style, and I'm going to pass a background color. So my background color will be this color, the individual color, and here I'm going to just render that if the current color is equal to if this is equal to the background color state that we are having, this one, that means that is the current selected color. So in that case I'm just going to do a check, and I will render a class name. So I'll do width of 4, height of 4, text white, mx auto, and I'll do drop shadow md. Okay, so let's take a class name also here. So I'm going to take a class name, and here we are going to take a width of 8, height of 8, we'll do rounded md, we'll do border, we'll do transition transform. For hover I'm going to do a scale of 110, and I'm going to check if the color is same as background color. So I'm going to do a ring of 2, ring offset 2, and let's take a ring as primary, or else I'm going to take this one as empty. So now let's save this, and let's see what we are getting. So if I go here, okay, let's refresh this. I think we are rendering the button. I think this would work. Also we need to take we also need to take a tooltip content. So we'll take a tooltip content, and here I'm going to take a paragraph, and I'm going to render the color. So let's save this. Okay, there is some problem. Tooltip content must be inside tooltip. I think we haven't taken the tooltip component. Okay, that is a problem. So what we need to do right here, we need to wrap this inside a tooltip component. So this is mandatory. So now if I cut it and let's paste it, now this should work. So let's click here, and you can see that we are getting all this, and colors and everything are coming. Now what will be next step? So next will be, so after this I'm going to take a div, take a class name, I'll do flex margin top of 3 and space x of 2. Inside this I'm going to take a div, we'll do a class name of relative, and here I'm going to take a input. Also let's import. So I'll take a type as color, value I'm going to do as background color, and on change I'm going to do this one as handle color change. So I'll create this method. Let's take a class name. So I'll do width as 12, height as 10, p of 1, and cursor as pointer. Okay, now let's take one more input here, and I'm going to just take a type as text, value I'm going to take as background color, on change I'm going to take as handle color change, class name I'm going to do as flex1, and placeholder I'm going to do let's give this placeholder. Okay, so this is done. So after this, so this is the div. Here I'm going to take a separator component. Let's take a class name of my of 4, and then I'm going to take a button and I'm going to do apply changes, and this will apply the color to the canvas. So here I'm going to take a class name of width as full, and on click I'm going to do handle apply changes. So let's create these two methods. So I'm going to do const handle color change, and here we're going to get the event, and I'll simply just do set background color will be event dot target dot value. That's it. Also we need to take another on click, and that will be in our button. So whenever we are going to click the individual color, so here I'm going to just do a handle color, maybe preset click or apply, and I'm going to do color, pass the color. So let's create this method. So I'll do const this will get the current color, and here what we're going to do simply, so I'll do set background color will be get current color. Alright, so let's save this. Let's see what you're getting. Handle apply changes. Okay, so we need to create this method. Save it. So let's go here, and we are getting this, which is okay. Now let's see if we are, I think it's looking okay. So giving relative input color, I think this is fine. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's work on the apply changes. So first what we need to do, right? So we need to get the canvas. So canvas I'm going to get from my use editor store. Remember, we already have the canvas. Now when I'm going to apply the changes, so first I'll check if the canvas is not initialized or not present. I'm going to immediately return, and then I'm going to just do canvas dot set, and here I'm going to set the background color. So I'm going to do background color, and this will be the background color. And then remember what we need to do, we need to do canvas dot render all, right? So render all we need to do all the time. And now I'm also going to call the center canvas function that we have created, and we are going to pass the canvas here. That's it. So now let's save it, and let's see if this is working or not. So I'm going to open this, let's select this, apply changes. Awesome. Let's click here, apply changes working. If you give any other value, let's say 0 0, it's automatically selected here, apply changes going black. Awesome, right? So it's working fine. So now whatever color you will check, it will working, even if you will be able to change this from here also. Apply it, it is getting changed. So now the canvas color is getting changed, and this is where we are doing. Next what we are going to do, so with this the settings panel is completed. First we'll start with creating the elements, right? So now in the elements panel, right, we are going to have a lot of shapes. Now I want to make some things clear here. So when we are going to create the shapes, for example, let's say some pentagon, or let's say we're creating double arrows, there we have a lot of vectors and lot of paths. Now I can't manually write it, all those things. I also don't know, so I just copied from like Google or some place resources, and then I just used it. So what I'm trying to say, instead of rewriting all of this from scratch, I'm going to show you three or four shapes, how you are going to create shapes, and then whatever the complex shapes, so for that I already have some predefined code that I'm going to use. Okay, you'll understand why, because it's a very long vector. It's kind of like SVG, how we usually write, right? So we're not going to write the SVG from scratch. I hope you're getting. So you have a path and those things. But let's say at least how we are going to start working on the elements panel. So before start creating the elements panel or the circles, we need to create some of the utility methods. So let's say how we are going to do that. So for that, we'll go to Fabrics folder, and here I'm going to create a method, folder. I'm going to create this one as SEPs, and here I'm going to create a file, and this will be my SEP definitions.js. okay, now let's get started. So first I'm going to create export const, and let's give SEP definitions, and I'm going to create a rectangle. So we'll start with the first one. Okay, so I'm going to do rectangle, and I'm going to show you from creating this SEP, from rendering this SEP to here on click of this, how we are going to render it in the canvas. So once you'll understand the whole process, right, the next part it will be easy to understand. So let's start with the rectangle. So I'm going to do a rectangle SEP. So I'll do rectangle, and here I'm going to pass a type. Type will be rect. Now this you'll be getting here. So we'll search for rect, and I think you'll be getting, see, we have right. So the basic components, you'll be able to see that how many components they're having. So to create a rectangle object, you need to use fabric.rect. So the type will be rect basically. Okay, so now what I'll do, I'll just give the type as rect. I'm going to give a label as let's do rectangle, and also I'm going to I'm going to use some default props, and you'll understand this one we needed later, but for now we'll keep this one width as 100. So this will be my default width, height as 60, and I'm going to give a fill color which will be black. 1 2 3, okay, give an extra. So this will be my rectangle. These properties or these props will be applied when I'll click the rectangle from here, and the rectangle will be shown here. This is for that, to showing here. Now to rendering the rectangle here, we are going to create a small rectangle, right, just like how Canva has. So for that we are going to create a thumbnail utility. Okay, so here I'll give comma, and I'm going to create a thumbnail. Here this thumbnail will receive the current Fabric instance. It is going to receive the canvas, two things, and see how we are going to do that. So here what I'll do, right, so first I'm going to get const, and I'll get the rect from Fabric. This rect is nothing but the component, so this will be rect, where you can see right here, if you go back, let's go here. So we're using this rect. Okay, also you'll be able to see the SEPs here also, code concepts. Let's see, see, we have rect, path, polyline, polygon, circle, ellipse, fabric image, text, iText. So this one we are going to use, and also they have text box. So we are getting the rect from Fabric, and I'm going to create a new rectangle. So I'll do rect, and this will be new rect, and I'm going to give a left as 15, top as, let's give 35, initial width I'll give 70, and height I'm going to give as 35, and I'm also going to give a fill as black. Okay, so this will create the rectangle. Now what we need to do, we just need to do canvas.add. okay, and that will, so let me just search for add, right. So this is the method. So we are simply going to do canvas.add, and I'm going to pass the rect. So this will add the rectangle. Now let's start with only the one SEP, so that it will be easy. There are a lot of other things we are going to do, and then I'm going to also export a types. So I'll do SEP types, and this will be rectangle. Save this. Now we'll go to our elements panel. Okay, sorry. So we'll go to components, go to editor, sidebar, panels, elements panel. Now we need to do quite a few things here, right? The first thing, we are going to get our canvas from use editor store. Next, we are going to create a mini canvas ref. Why? Because we need to also render the these shapes inside a canvas only, because I have decided to keep canvas so that it will look nice, because we're rendering the canvas. You want, you can just render a div only, and on click of that you can render it here, but you got it right what I'm trying to say. So there are two options: either you render the canvas here also, on click of that again render it here, which will be your canvas elements, or else you just directly create a shapes using just div and normal CSS. I don't think that will doesn't make that much sense, so I want to render the shapes as a canvas only. Now I'm going to do mini canvas ref, and I'm going to do use ref, initial value as empty object, and also I'm going to take a canvas element ref, which will be use ref of empty object. Alright, so after this we'll take one more, and I'll take this one as is init, or let's do is initialized. I think I'll always do this spelling mistake, and let's copy this from here, and this will be use state of false. Okay, now we need two use effects. So first one will be to initialize our all the canvases, and second one is to dispose or clean it. Okay, so first I'm going to take this first use effect, and I'm going to keep this is initialized as a dependency. So first thing, I'm going to check if it is already is initialized, so I'm going to just simply return first. Now we always should take a timer for a small delay until unless it will dispose. So before it will initialize, it should actually dispose the canvas, or else every time you are going to go to this panel, it is going to give you error that you are trying to initialize a canvas that is already initialized, so did you forget to dispose it, something like that. So you should always give some small delay. So let's give only here we need to make this one as async, and we'll do this one only 100 milliseconds. I think that is not that much. Now here what I'll do, right, simply, so first we'll take a try, I'll do a catch, and I'm going to just take a log, and I'll do failed to init. So here inside this, first I need the fabric, so I'll do fabric, and this will be habit import, and I need fabric. Now inside this I'm going to do for const shape type of shape types we need to import, and now I'm going to create the canvas element. So I'll do const canvas element, and this will be canvas elements ref dot current, and I'm going to put the each and every shape. For now we have only rectangle. If this is not present, then only we are going to continue, or else that means this canvas is already available in your DOM, so there is no point of doing it. So if it's not possible, so obviously first time it will not be present, so this is just an extra level of check. Okay, so now I'm going to do const canvas id, and this will be mini canvas, and I'm going to do this one as shape type, and I'm going to do this one as date dot now, and I'll do canvas element dot id will be the canvas id. Okay, now what we are going to do, right, so here let's take a try catch. So this one we will take, so this we are going to create the definition here. Okay, so I'll do definition error, and I'll give this one as error, and I'll do while error while creating definition. So inside this I'm going to create definition, so I'll do definition, and this will be shape definition that we have created, this one of current shape. So this will be my shape type, which is this one. So it will get the definition, and then once I'll get the definition, I'm going to call this thumbnail function. So now here what I'm going to do, right, simply, so inside this, so we'll do const mini canvas we're going to create a mini canvas, and I'll do new fabric dot static canvas, pass the canvas ID, and here I'm going to create width will be 100, height will be 100, background color I'm going to do transparent, and render on add and remove I'm going to do true. So this will give me the mini canvas. Now what I'll do simply, so I'll do mini canvas ref dot current of shape type, and I'm going to set this mini canvas. Now what we can do, we just need to call the thumbnail method. So I'm going to do definition and call this method and pass two things. I'm going to pass the fabric and the canvas. This canvas is nothing but just now we have created this canvas. So what will happen, this shape that we are creating, we are actually rendering inside a canvas, right? So to render this rectangle inside a canvas, we need a canvas ref. This is that canvas. So I'm going to pass the fabric and I'm going to pass the mini canvas. And now once you do that, never forget to do render all, right? So render all will render all of this, and this is done. Okay, so now let's save it. And what we're going to do, right, also we also need to make, I think we are inside this. So here we are also going to do return, and I'm going to do clear timeout, and I'm going to pass the timer. Also we need to, so after I think this part here, we're going to make the set is initialized as true. So this is done. Now we need to also clean this. Now to clean it, what we're going to do, simply first we'll take a use effect, and I'll just take a return, and here we are going to do object dot values of mini canvas ref dot current, because this is where we are having each and every canvas, if you notice here, right, this part. And then I'm going to do for each, so this will give me the mini canvas, and I'll simply just check if this is present and type of mini canvas dot dispose is equal to function. So I'm just going to do dispose, so I'll do mini canvas dot dispose, and that's it. Also let's I think we should take this one inside a try. I think it will be better. So let's do a try catch. So I'll do try and let's do a catch, so that we'll be able to see if there is any error. So I'll do error disposing canvas. Okay, and once this is done, we are also going to reset this. So I'll do mini canvas ref dot current will become empty object, and set is initialized will become false again. So this is done. So now what we're going to do, simply we're going to create our structure. So we'll go here, so let's return a div. So we'll do class name height of full, overflow y auto. Inside this I'm going to take another div. I'll do class name, I'll do padding of 4. Here I'm going to take one more div, class name. So I'll do grid columns of 3, gap of 1, and here I'm going to just get my shape types dot map. So I'll get the shape, and here I'm just going to do a div. So the key will be my shape type or shape, and inside this now I'm going to render the canvas. So here we need to create a ref, but before that I'll give a width as 100, height as 100, and here I'm going to also take, let's take a style height of 90px. Let's give a class name, so we'll do cursor pointer. We'll do flex column item center and justify center. That's it. Also we're going to create a ref. So I'm going to do a ref. So this will give me the element, and I'm going to do set canvas ref because we haven't set the canvas yet. So pass the element and pass the current shape. So let's create this method. So I'll just do const this will give me the get current element and the shape type. So let's make this on a shape type only. Okay, and here what I'll do simply, so I'll just take if the get current element is present, so I'll do canvas element ref dot current of shape type will be this get current element. Okay, so now let's save this and let's see what is happening, right? So let's refresh this. So we'll go here, see we have a rectangle. Go back and go, it's taking some time, and I want to show you one thing very quickly. So I'll just remove this timeout from here, save it. Oh sorry, we need to, let's do like this only for now just to show you. And if you noticed, so first of all this is giving error. We need to convert this onto a like function just to show you that. Okay, let's show you that one. I think that will be important. So what I'm going to do, right, so just remove this part from here. I'm going to do call init. I'll create a function and I'll go here, I'll remove this, I'll do call init and I make this one to avid. Save this. So refresh this. So we'll go here and you see what is happening. See the error. Now it is clear, right, that you are trying to initialize a canvas that is already been initialized. So that is the reason it's important to take the set timeout. So I just want to show you that part. Okay, let's go back here, save this. Now I'll go back and it will work fine. Now if you want to check it, right, what we can do, so let's add one more this shape in this. So I'll add, let's copy this, let's add a square maybe, or let's add a circle. Okay, so I'll do circle. So type will be circle, label will give circle, default props we need to give a radius here. So here I'm going to give this one as 50 and field will keep the same, black. Here we are going to get circle instead of rect, and this will become now circle. Add this and this will become new circle. So now here we are going to, what we are doing, we are doing left, let's make this on 20 and I'll do a radius of 30 maybe, and rest I'll keep the same. And now let's save it, and also we're going to pass a circle here. So refresh this. So now let's go here and we have a circle. See, it's taking some time, very little time to render, and it's working fine, right? So with this, now we have completed this one, how to render this one. So next step will be, on click of this, I want to render this circle inside our canvas. So let's see how we are going to do that. Once that is done, then we are going to, I'm going to add the code that I already mentioned. I already have the code for all the shapes. We are not going to write because it will be very, very time consuming. You can see that we need to write each and everything. So we'll copy paste, and then we're going to render all the shapes here. And then on click of that, anyway we are going to know, the main idea is to understand how on click of this we need to render it here. So let's do this in the next part. Alright, so now we are going to see that how on click of this we are going to render this shape in our canvas. So for that, what I'll do, right, I'll create one more file inside these shapes, which is under Fabric, and let's give this one name as shape factory.js. Now again, regarding the file name and everything, the format you can change it based on your convenience, whatever you like. And here I'm going to do export const, and I'm going to do create shape. And here, okay, so this will be a function. So this will receive a couple of things. So first it's going to receive fabric, it's going to receive the type, it's also going to receive the shape definitions, and also if there is any custom props, that also you're going to receive, which will be by default empty object. Now inside this, what I'm going to do simply, so I'll check const and I'll do definition, which will be shape definition of type. Now here, if this is not present, so I'm going to return null. Then we are going to create a props, and I'm going to take the definition dot, and if you go here in my shape definition, you can see that we have a default props. So this is the reason. So these all the default props we are going to use. So I'm going to take the default props, and I'm going to spread the custom props if there is any. So this is done. So now what I'll do, simply will do switch, let's do switch, and I'm going to do definition dot type. Why? Because if you go here, we have a type. Okay, and now, so for now we have a we have created a rectangle and a circle. So inside value, I'm going to take, if this is rect, so then in that case I'm going to return. So what you will return, you will return new fabric dot rect, and you're going to pass the props. That's it. Now let's copy this and we'll create for circle. I hope you're getting. And this, if this is the type is circle, so I'm going to create a circle and I'm going to return it. So I'll do circle, and this will be circle, and in default we are going to return null. Okay, so now what we'll do, we'll go to our elements panel, and then we're going to create a function here. So I'm going to do const, and we'll do handle shape click. Okay, so here I'm going to get the type of the shape, and these we are going to call, right? So we'll be calling it from where? So on click of this div, because this is where we are going to click it and we are going to render. So now I'm going to take on click, and I'm going to do this one as handle shape click, and we're going to pass the shape type. That's it. And in this function, now we're going to call a util. Okay, so to create a util, so we already created a shape factory which is going to create the shape. We already have the shape definition. Now we'll go to our fabric utils, and we're going to create a one more util. So this will be for this particular file. So now let's do one thing. Let's give this one name as, I'm going to minimize these two, and I'm going to do this one as export const, and I'll do add shape to canvas. So I'm going to do async. So this will get the canvas first. We are going to get the shape type. We'll be getting custom props if any. Alright, so here first, if there is no canvas, I'm going to return null, or else I'm going to take a try catch, and inside this first I'm going to import my fabric, right? So I'm going to do const, I'll do fabric module, and let's do await import, and I'm going to import fabric. And now what we're going to do, we're going to create the shape. So I'll do const shape, and now this will be create shape. Just now we have created, right? Create shape, which is our shape factory here. So we're going to pass the fabric, type, definition, and custom props. So here what we're going to do, we're going to pass the fabric, which will be our fabric module. Next will be shape type, this will be type. So I'll do shape type. Next we are going to pass the definition, shape definition. So we'll do shape definitions, and next we are going to pass the custom props. So now these custom props will be where I want to render it. So let's say I want to render on left 100 and top 100 in this canvas, something like that. So I'm going to pass a left as 100, top as 100, and I'm going to spread the custom props. So this will create the shape. Now I'll do if shape is present. So I'm going to do shape dot id, and this will be my shape type hyphen date dot now. And now I'm going to simply just do canvas. So you already have the canvas here, dot add shape, and then canvas dot render all, right? That is done. Now here what you're going to do, right, very important concept we are going to learn. So see, notice what will happen whenever you are going to select anything on Canva, right? So if you click here and let's say the circle is added, you'll see that circle will be the current object, current selected object that is selected. I hope you're getting. Whenever, okay, I'll give you another example. Let's say I'll click here, I'll add the circle, I'll click this again, this will be added. Now whenever the current last element, which is the last added, that will be my current selected shape. Okay, so that means we are going to mark that shape as active shape, and to do that I'm going to show you we can use the set active object method. So we'll do set active object, right? So here you can see set active object. So this is the one we are going to use. So let me just copy this, and whatever shape I will be adding, so I'm rendering the canvas and I'm making that object as a current object that is selected, and here we are going to pass the shape, that which shape you want to make as a current. Okay, so now I'm just going to return the shape. So now this will actually add that shape to the canvas, it is going to render and it's marked that shape as an active shape. So now we'll go to our elements panel, and here we are going to pass all of this, right? So I'm going to do what? So I'm going to call the add shape to canvas, and we're going to pass the canvas. So what is canvas? Which one is the canvas? This is the main canvas, right? This is the canvas from our store. So this canvas we are going to pass. So I'm going to pass this canvas, and then we are also going to pass, what else we need to pass here? We need to pass the shape type, which is my type, and currently we don't have any custom props, and this is done. So now let's save this and we'll go here, let's refresh this. Now let's go and let's click here, see. Okay, now currently it is actually selected. You see there is a boundary box, right? So this is what I was talking about, that we need to customize this boundary box, but that we are going to do later. But now if I select here, you see this is actually added. If you bring it down multiple times, you'll add, all will be added here. I hope you're getting, right? So you can move it or whatever you want to do, and this is working perfectly fine. So you need to understand this process, that how we are adding. So we have a shape definition first, we have a default props, we have a shape factory which is actually creating the shape based on the type, and then we have a method which is actually rendering it here. And in that way what we are doing, right, we are keeping all the fabric logic separate and keeping our main component very clean. So call this method and you can call it from anywhere, from any component. So this is all about this one. Now I told you right in the previous part that I'm not going to write each and every shape here. It will take huge amount of time, because if I want to create all the paths and everything, so I'll just copy paste, and I'm going to explain that what actually we have done, and in that way all the shapes will be automatically rendered here, and then on click of that automatically it will be added in this canvas also. So let me just quickly get that code. I'm going to explain. I'm not like I'll just copy paste. So I explain each and everything what we are doing, and based on that you'll be able to understand. Alright, so you can see that I already added all the shapes. So we have a lot of shapes here. So you can see, let's do one by one, go through. So square, it will be type will be rect. The only thing is the props will change here. Next, circle we have already done. For triangle we need to use triangle shape. See, exactly same the rest of the things. For ellipse we need to use ellipse. Next we are having the line. So for line we need to use line, and you can see we need to give all these values here. Then we are having this start. Now from here we are going to use polygon shape, and I told you, right, see all this calculation and everything we have to do. Now this will take a lot of time. If you go to arrow, so for arrow we need to use path. So this all will be path, and here this will be the default path that we need to write. Okay, this will be the field. The same will go for this pentagon, which also will be type of polygon. Then we are having hexagon, also this type will be polygon. Then we are having the octagon, which is also will be polygon. Next we are having double arrow, which will be a path, right? Next we are having elbow connector and heart and also cross. All these will be path. Now here what I'll do simply, so let's copy this and we'll go to our shape definition and I'm going to paste it. And also you can paste the rest of the things here also, right? So we'll copy this and we can paste it here. Now we can close this and I'm going to save this. Okay, we are getting some error. Shape types. I think the name will be different. Sorry, this will be shape types. So now let's see what is happening. So refresh this, and if you go here, and we are having all the shapes. Awesome. And if you click any of the shapes, okay, there is some problem. So on click, okay, I got it. Why it's not working? Because we also need to add for this shape factory also, right? So we have only for this rect and circle, so we need to add for all the others. So we need to add for triangle, we need to add for ellipse, we need to add for line, also we need to add for polygon. So that also I'm going to, also we need to add for path. So that also I'm going to write, because if you write all of this step by step, it will take a lot of time. I'm going to add it and then we are going to test it. Because if you notice that, okay, why I'm doing like this, I think we are almost like 5 hours in this tutorial, and if we give you the list of things you need to do, will be like, okay, there are still quite a few things. And the most important part here is that whenever you are going to select any these elements, right, we need to actually render a property editor. So where actually you are going to mainly do all kind of edit, right? You're going to add some, let's say, opacity, you're going to add some border, those things, and there it will take a lot of times to implement. So that is the reason let's quickly add and finish all the sections one by one, because we need to spend a lot of time in that particular section. So I'm going to just quickly add that for other types also. For now we have only for rect and circle. I'll add for other types and then we are going to test it. Alright, so you can see that we added only for 2, right? Rect and circle. So I added for triangle, ellipse, all will be similar like this, line, polygon and path. Default it will be same, null. So now let's save it. So now it should work. So let's see. And let's click this. So it's added. Let's click this one. Right, all the things are getting added here in the canvas. Let's test all of this. Arrow we have already added, I believe. Okay, I just want to test each and every shape. So this is the double arrow. This is the L shape. We need to add this. Then we have the heart shape and the plus shape. Okay, so now you can see all the shapes you are able to add it. Not only that, these all are also canvas. So with this, the shape panel is completed. We also learned that how you are going to add it in our canvas. This is the important part here. Now next we will be moving to our text. Okay, so you see, no error is also coming. So let's start working on the text panel. Alright, so let's start working on the text panel. Okay, so I want to go to the config first, and I will create some preset. Okay, so I'll just do export const text presets, and let's give a name as heading. I'm going to give a text as add a heading. Then also we'll take a font size as 36. We'll do font weight as bold, and also I'm going to do a font family, and I'm going to do this one as inter sans serif. Now let's copy this and we're going to paste it 1 2 first. Let's complete, and this will be I'm going to do this one as sub heading, and I'm going to do add a sub this will be sub heading. I'm going to make this one as 24. Let's give this one bold, and this is also same. This I'm going to do this one as body text. I'll do add a little bit of body text. This I'm going to do 16, and this I'll do normal. Also let's add one more, so I'll copy this. So I'm going to make this one as caption. So let's make this one as caption, and I'll keep this one as 12. Okay, save this. I think font weight, okay, let's do one thing. I'll do font style also. I'll do normal. So now we'll go to our text panel. So let's go here, and first thing, see, we need the canvas, right? So I'm going to get the canvas, which is our current canvas that is stored. So we use editor store. Now let's remove this part from here, and I'm going to take a div. I'll do a class name. I'll do height of full, and I'll do overflow y auto. Inside this I'm going to take a div. I'll do class name, padding of 4, and I'll do space y of 4. And now I'm going to take a button, and inside this we'll take a type icon. Let's take a margin right of 2, height of 5, width of 5, and here I'm going to take a span, and I'll do add a text box, and let's take a class name, and I'll do font medium. Now here I'm going to take a class name, so I'll do width as full, py of 3, px of 4, bg purple 600. We'll do hover, bg purple 700, text as white, rounded md, flex, item center, we'll do justify center, and transition colors. So now let's save this. Let's see how this is looking, right? So we'll go here. Okay, let's wait for some time. So we're getting added text box. So now I'm going to render all the presets. So let's do it here. So I'm going to do a div. Let's give a pt of 2, and I'm going to take a h4, and I'll do default text styles. Let's make this one h4. I'll do a class name. I'll do text sm font medium, and I'll do text gray 800, and margin bottom of 2. Okay, so now what I'm going to do, let's take a div. I'll do class name space y of 2, and inside this I'm going to take the text presets dot map. So I'll do preset, and also let's take index, and here I'm going to just return a button, and I'm going to render the preset dot text, and let's take a key here, index. So you're getting this. Now we need to give some styling, definitely. So we'll go here, it's coming like this. So what are you going to do, right? So let's take a class name for this button. So I'll do a class name. So I'll do width as full, text left, padding of 3, bg white. We'll do border. We'll do border gray 200. We'll do rounded md. On hover I'm going to do bg gray 50, and I'm going to do transition colors. Now I'm going to take some style property here, So my style here, I'm going to give the font size, which will be, so here I'm going to take, so I'll do math.min, so I'll do preset.font size, so I'll do divided by 1.8, and I'll take a 24 here, and I'll do this will be px. Then I'm going to take font weight, which will be preset.font weight. Then I'm going to do font style, which will be preset.font style, or this will be normal. And I'm going to do a font family, which will be preset.font family. So now let's save this. So let's see how this is looking. See, it's looking nice, right? So we're heading, subheading, and this is the caption. If you want, you can also give some more styling, maybe spacing, and like this. Also default text styles, let's give margin bottom of 5. I'll do text large, maybe. Let's see how this is looking, and then we'll change. Let's do 4. Okay, so this is fine. Now what we need to do, we need to create. So one will be whenever we are going to click on this custom checkbox, one will be the default presets, and we are going to render it. And to do that, again we need to create another util in our Fabric util. So go here, and after this I'm going to do one more, and this will be add text to canvas. So I'll do export const add text to canvas async, and here we are going to definitely receive some of the input here. So first I need the canvas as usual. I need the text, I need to render if there is any options, and also I'll check if it's a with background or not, which will be false by default. Now inside this, first I'll check the same. So if the canvas is not present, I return null, and then we are going to take a try catch, and here we are going to use this iText. So go to docs. See, this is the type, so we're going to use this. So look const get this from await import fabric, and I need iText. Okay, now what I'm going to do simply, so I'll add some default props here. So I'll do default props. So let's give a left as 100, means where it will render in the canvas. I think this we have already done. Top I'll do 100, font size I'll do 24, font family let's give Arial, fill I'm going to do black, then we are going to do padding. So if it's with background, I'm going to give a padding of 10, or else I'll keep 0. I'll do text align left, and also I'm going to add an ID, which will be text date dot now. Nothing to explain here, anything, right? Normal properties. And now with this I'm going to create the text object. So I'll do text object will be new iText. Here you're going to pass the text, that which text you want to add. So you'll pass the text here, right? And here we are going to pass, I'm going to pass the default props, and if there is any custom props or options, that I'm going to split. So this I'm going to receive here. Okay, now what I think you already know. So now I'll do canvas.add text object, and then what we need to do, canvas.render all, right? And before that also let's do one thing. I think we have done one mistake here. I think we should do this one before rendering all. So let's set the active object first, then we'll do the render all. The same thing I'll do here. So look, canvas.set active object text object, and then I'm going to do canvas.render all. and I'm going to return the text object, right? And here I'm going to return null, and I think this is done. So this will be our function to add the text to canvas. Now what we'll do, simply we'll go to our text panel, and we have two text boxes. One is this custom text box, one is the default one, which is from text preset. So here I'll just take a on click, and I'll do handle add custom text box maybe, and I'm going to create this. So I'll do const handle add. So here for the custom one, first we're going to check that if there is no canvas, we're going to return, or else we're going to call add text to canvas. So it will take the canvas, it will take the text. Now because this is a custom text, so we don't have any text default, right? Because for preset you have a add heading, add a subtitle, something like that. So here we're going to give a random text like enter text here. I hope you're getting. You can change this, and then I'm also going to pass a default option here. So I'll give a font size as 24 for this one. Save this, see what is happening, right? So we'll go here and let's go and let's click. Okay, nothing is rendering. Let's see if there is any error. I think it's not loaded. See, told you, right? So there will be possibility like you will face this kind. So now you see it automatically selected. I think that is the reason we made that mistake previously, that we are doing the render all, then we are setting. We should do opposite, because what will happen, right? If you go to save, and now let's click here. See, this is the selected now. You're getting the boundary box is coming. If I select on the star, now the star will be selected. Okay, so that means this is making the current object. Awesome. So that means this is the text is working fine. Text you are able to add. See, you can remove this, you can write it, whatever you want to do. Now we are going to do for presets. Now let's add the same for the preset. Now preset will be also very simple, right? So we'll just take a one click here. So we'll do one click, and I'll do handle add preset text, and I'm going to pass the preset, and we'll just get the preset. So we'll get the current preset. We'll check this, and then we're going to call the same add to text to canvas. So we'll pass the canvas. Instead of now the dummy text, we can pass the current preset dot text. Why? Because it's already had a text here. So we'll do current preset dot text, and then we are also going to pass the preset, which as an option, which will be current preset. Save this, and now let's go here, and we're going to add, see, we're adding sad subtitle, added body, added caption, added. Awesome. So now text also we are able to add, and we are also able to add the shapes, right? All are working fine, and whichever we'll be adding, that will be auto selected, right? The selection is coming here. So with this we have completed these two. We also have completed the settings. If you go and let's say apply some, see, it's applying the background color also. So the only two things is left. Okay, not two, three, draw and this. So first we'll complete the draw, and then we'll move to upload section. And for upload section we are going to complete both upload and AI. But one thing I want to mention, for AI there will be like, it's a premium feature, but because we haven't started the upgradation part, so we are going to implement this. But the to check that if a premium user only able to access this, we are going to do it once we'll complete this. I hope you are getting. So let's start with the draw feature, and then we'll move to upload and AI. Alright, so now we are going to start working on the drawing panel, right? So I just added some config. We are having some brush sizes with value and label, and then there are some random color for the drawing draw panel color preset. Okay, let's make drawing. So now we'll go to our draw panel and we'll start working. I'll close everything else. As usual, the first thing we are going to get the canvas, right? So we'll get the canvas from use editor store. Now here we need couple of states. Now see what I'll do, right? I'll be taking all the states individual. This is only for my teaching purpose, so that you'll be able to understand that what actually each and every state is doing. For you can take only one state and then you can manage all of these, or you can also create using use reducer. It's up to you how you are going to improve all of this, right? As I already mentioned in all my videos, like, it's not like that you have to copy me exactly 100%. If you do that, it's actually not good for you actually. So instead try to like write your own innovative idea sometimes, get the main idea from my video and then try to improvise it further. So here what I'll do, right, I'll take a is drawing mode, couple of states we need to take, and I'll do set is drawing mode, and this will be use state, so do use state of false. Then I'm going to do const is erasing, set is erasing, and here I'm going to do as use state of false. Next we are going to take the current drawing color that I have selected, so I'll do drawing color and I'm going to set drawing color. Sorry, not false, this will be, I'll take this one as black. Then I'm also going to take the brush width, I'll do set brush width, and let's make this one as 5 by default. What else we need? We also need a opacity, so I'm going to take a drawing opacity, set drawing opacity, and I'm going to do use state of 100. Also we are going to have multiple tabs here, so I'm going to take another one, I'm going to do active tab and set active tab, and I'm going to keep this one as use state of colors. Now here we actually need couple of more components, so go to Shadcn and let's quickly install. So I need the tab here, copy this, so I need tabs, I'll do slider, buttons we have already have done, input we already have, I also need tooltip, and what else? I think this all will be fine. So let's install. Oh sorry, I again mistake, man, we need to do it in client folder. So let's wait for some time. So now this will install and we'll start working on the structure. So now I'm going to take a div, I'll take a class name, I'll do padding of 4, inside this I'll take another div, I'll take a class name, I'll do space y of 5, and inside this I'm going to take a button. Let me pause this. So I'll take this one as button, and I'm going to take a pencil icon here, and here what I'm going to do, sorry, so I'll take a class name. So here what I'm going to do, let's take a margin right of 2, height of 5, width of 5, and I'm going to check if is drawing mode is true. So I'm going to do a animate, let's make this one as bounce, or else I'm going to do a hover animate bounce. That's it. On click we are going to take a method here, but for now we'll take a variant. Also I think we need to import the button. So variant I'm going to take this one as, so we'll do if is drawing mode, so I'm going to do a default, or else I'm going to do a outline. Now after this I'm also going to take a class name, so I'll do width as full, py of 6, I'll do group and transition all, and let's take a size as large. That's it. And after this I'm going to take a span, let's take a class name, I'll do font as medium, and inside this I'm going to check is drawing mode is true. So if it is already true, I'm going to do exit drawing mode, or I'm going to do enter drawing mode. So we'll do enter drawing mode. So if you save these, let's see what we are getting. So we're getting this, right? Enter drawing mode. Okay, so this is done. And now we'll also okay, the on click part we are going to do later. Let's complete the structure first. So now if it is drawing mode is true, so in that case what you're going to do, you're going to render a tab view. So I'm going to do if is drawing mode is true, then we'll take a tabs component. So here I'm going to do a default value. So default value will be colors. I'll do a class name. I'll do width as full, and also here I'm going to pass a value which will be active tab, and I'm going to do on value change which will be set active tab, and inside this we're going to take the tab list component. So let's take a class name. So I'll do breed columns, breed columns of 3 and margin bottom of 4, and inside this we are going to take a tabs trigger. So we'll take 3, 1, 2 and 3. So one will be the colors panel, one will be the brush, and one will be the tools. Also you need to give a value for all this. So this will be colors for value, this will be brush, and for this one value I'm going to give this one as tools. Okay, and this is fine. And also let's take some icons so that it will look good. So I'm going to take a palette, and I'm going to do a class name, margin right of 2, height of 4 and width of 4. Copy this, paste it, and for the brush one I'm going to take this one as paint brush, and for the tools one I'm going to take, let's take a eraser icon. Okay, now what I'll do, right, so let's create a method which will toggle this, right? So I'm going to do a on click. So I'll do a handle toggle drawing mode. So we'll go here and I'll do const handle toggle drawing mode, and the first thing we are going to do that we'll do const new mode is not equal to is drawing mode, and I'm going to do set is drawing mode will be new mode. Okay, so also another thing we need to do, very important, that if drawing mode is already on, so we need to exit the erasing mode. So I'm going to do if new mode is true and if is erasing also is true. So in that case we're going to make set is erasing as false. So save this. So let's see what you're getting. Go to draw, click here. So you're getting these 3, right? We can also exit, see, right? So you're getting enter or exit. Now we need to create all 3 panels. So we already have created the triggers, so we need to create the content. So tabs triggers is done. So now after this I'm going to create the tabs content. So here I'm going to give the value will be colors. Now we'll copy this and we'll paste it 2 more times. So this will be brush and this will be tools. Okay, so for colors we'll take a div, we'll take a class name, we'll do space y of 3. Inside this I'm going to take another div, we'll take class name, we'll do flex, justify between, we'll do item as center, and here I'm going to take a label. So we'll take a label component and I'm going to do color palette. So we'll do color palette, right? Okay, so now after this what we'll do, we'll take one more div here. Let's self close this one. So we'll just take a class name, and I'm going to do width of 8, height of 8, let's do 6, and here I'm going to do rounded as full border, and I'll do a shadow SM, and here I'm going to do a style, and the background color will be the drawing color. Okay, so this one. Awesome. So after this, now what will be the next thing? So next we need to render all the color presets. So I'm going to take a div, take a class name, so do grid columns of 5, and let's do a gap of 2. Inside this I'll take the color drawing color presets dot map, so I'll do color, and here what you're going to do simply, so let's take a button. So we'll take a button, and I'm going to inside this. Okay, so let's self close this one, and also I'm going to take a div here. Okay, and I'm going to take the key as color, and here I'm also going to I think only the button we can render. Let's not make this one this much complicated. So I'll do style, and I'll do background color as the color. Okay, and here I'll take a class name, so we'll do width as 10, height as 10, rounded full, we'll do border, and I'll do transition transform, and I'm also going to do a hover. We'll do a scale of 110, and then I'm also going to do if the color is equal to current drawing color, if this is selected. So in that case I'm going to take a ring of 2, and I'll do ring offset 2, and I'm going to do ring primary, or else it will be empty. Save this, let's see what you're getting. Okay, so getting all the colors looking nice. Now let's do one thing, we can also take a input also, right? So what I'll do, so let's close this. After this I'm going to take a div, class name, I'll do flex margin top of 4, let's make 5, and I'm going to do space x of 2, and here I'm going to take another div, I'll do class name, I'll do relative, and here I'm going to take a input, let's take type as color, value will be drawing color, and on change what I'm going to do, we'll take event, and I'll do handle, let's create a method, handle drawing color change, and I'll do e.target.value, I'll do a class name, and I'll do width of 12, height of 10, padding of 1, and cursor pointer. And then very important, we also need to take a disable, that when we are going to erase that thing, it should be disabled. Okay, now let's create this method, or else this will give us error, that handle drawing color change. So I'll go here, so I'll do const handle drawing color change, this will give me the current color, and here I'm going to just do set drawing color will be this color. So this is done. Okay, so this is fine. Now next thing, what else we can add? So we added a type as color. I'm thinking let's add one more to input, right? So user can also type a input, and they can also add it. So what I'll do simply, so let's take it after here. So I'm going to take one more input, and I'm going to do now type as text for this one. Value will be, again, this will be drawing color, and also on change the same, I think the same we can use, no difference. So copy this and paste it. if this is little fast for you, you can just slow down the playlist, like not playlist, the video speed. I'm pretty sure these things will not be like very difficult, like these are normal concepts. Okay, and let me pause this 1 minute. I hope you are getting some noises. Okay, so sorry for that. So I'll just do flex 1, and then here also I'm going to pass a disabled will be if it is erasing. Save this. So getting input. Awesome. So now I think this part is now completed, the first tab content. Okay, so now let's start working on this one. So for this one also I'm going to take a class name, so I'll do space y of 4, and inside this I'm going to take a div, so I'll take a class name and I'll do space y of 3, and also I'm going to take another label and I'm going to do this one as brush size. And here I'm going to take another class name. Let's do block text sm and font medium, font semi-bold. So if we go here, we'll be getting this. Okay, now what will be the next thing? Next thing will be, so after this I'll take one more div. I'll do class name flex item as center and space x of 3, and here I'm going to take a minus icon. So here I'll take let's take a class name height of 4, width of 4, and I'll do text gray as 500. Here I'm going to take a slider component we already installed, and here what I'm going to pass, will pass a value. So the value will be here the brush width. Okay, then I'll take a mean, start from 1, max I'll give 1, max I'll give 30, and let's give a step, I think it's step only, step 1, and also need to give on value change, which will give us the value, and this will be the set brush width will be the current value. Okay, and let's take a class name which will be flex1. So let's see what is happening here. So we'll go, okay, let's wait. So go to here, enter brush, so we're getting this. Okay, so now what else? Height we have given 1, height we need to give 4 here, and then we're going to take a plus. So plus same we'll use. Save this. So we'll go here and see we're getting plus here. Okay, so you can increase this. Now what will be the next step? So next let's do one thing. We are going to render, so I think I'll do it here. We're going to render all the brush sizes, because if I go to the config, right, let's go to config, we have some brush sizes, this one. So we'll do the same. So I'm going to just take a class name, so I'll do grid, I'll do grid columns of 4 and do gap of 2. Inside this I'm going to render the brush sizes dot map, so I'll do size, and here I'm going to take a button, and we're going to render the size dot label, and here we're going to take the key which will be size dot value, and also we are going to take a variant. So if size dot value is equal to current brush width, so we're going to do default, or else we're going to do outline, and then also we're going to take a class name. So let's do a px of 2, py of 1, and height auto. We need to give in string, and then I'm going to take a on click, and I'm going to do this one as handle brush width change, and we're going to pass the size dot value. So let's create this method, copy this, and we'll go to the top. So we have handle brush width change, so we'll be getting width, and here what you're going to do simply, so we'll do set brush width will be the current width. That's it. Okay, so we're getting extra large is looking bad. Why? Okay, let's do one thing. I think let's make this one 3. I think this is fine. Awesome. So now colors and brush both are done. So the only thing is left, that is the this one. Also we can take it, let's take a drawing opacity also, right? We can take a drawing opacity property. I think that will be better. So let's do it after this. So I'm going to take another div. So I'll do a class name. So I'll do space y of 2 and margin top of 4. Inside this I'm going to take another div, the class name flex justify between, and I'm going to take a label, and I'm going to do this one as opacity, and here I'm going to take a droplets. Let's take a class name, margin right of 2, height of 4 and width of 4. For this one, let's take a class name, font medium. So if you go here, let's go, so you're getting opacity. So now also we can render the percentage. So I'm going to render drawing opacity and then give the percentage, and here we're going to take a class name, we'll do text as small, font medium. Okay, now what else? We'll take a slider, let's take a value, and we'll do drawing opacity, mean will be 1, max 100, and step will be 1, and on value change will be handle drawing opacity change. So let's copy and go to the top. So we'll get the opacity, and I'm just going to do let's do const opacity. This we're going to get the event. The opacity will be number of e.target.value, and I'll do set drawing opacity will be this opacity. That's it. Okay, we are getting some error, cannot read. Hey everyone, I think I made a mistake. So I think I just confused this one with on change, right? So actually here you'll be getting the value directly, and the same thing you need to do here. So instead of the value, you need to take the first value of 0. If I show you right what actually we're getting, so I'll just take the value here and I'll pass the value, and let's see what you're getting, right? In this one, instead of event, we'll be getting the current value. So we're getting the value, and let's log this, save this, and we'll see what you're getting. So if I do this, see, we're getting inside array, right? So we need to take the value of the first element. So we'll do value of 0, and now I'm going to set it. Now I think this should work. Okay, so if you change this, this will update it. Same for this one. Alright, so the last one that is left, our tools section. So let's create that also. So I have tools. So inside these we are going to take a button, and I'm going to take a eraser icon, and we'll do a class name of margin right of 2, width of 5, height of 5, and I'm going to do if it is erasing, I'll do stop or else eraser mode. And here also you're going to take a on click, so I'll do handle toggle erasing, and here I'm going to just do a variant. So if it is erasing, so I'm going to do destructive, or else I'm going to do outline. Let's take a class name, so I'll do width as full py of 6, and size I'm going to take as large. So this is done. So now let's create this. So we have toggle erasing, right? So here what you're going to do simply, so here I'll do const new erasing will be not equal to is erasing, and then we are going to do set is erasing will be new erasing. Save this, and I'll go here. Okay, step erasing I've done. This will stop. Alright, so now, so with this we have completed the basic UI. For I'll not say basic, it's looking pretty good. So I think it's we have completed this. And now what we're going to do, we need to create some utils, because whenever I'll be, let's say, select any color or any brush, I need to actually start like I'll be able to draw inside this canvas, right? So for that we need to create some utils, and to do that we are going to go to that Fabric utils file where we are creating all the utils, right? If you go to this file, so we have add shape, add text. Now I'm going to add one more, which will add actually to the canvas, and also we are going to implement the erasing mode also. So let's do that in the next part. Alright, so now let's see how we are going to implement the drawing features, right? So we need to create some util. So let's go to our Fabric utils here, and we are going to create 3 functions. So let's start with the first one. So first I'm going to do, and I'm going to create a toggle drawing mode. Okay, so here this will be a function, and here we are going to receive the canvas. Okay, so this is our canvas where we want to draw. We want to check if is drawing mode is actually true or false. We are going to get the drawing color, and by default I'm going to make this one as black, and also we need to take the brush width. And I remember we have already managed all of this in our local state, right? So now inside this, first we need to check if the canvas is present or not, so or else we are going to return null. Now I'm going to do try catch, and inside this I'm going to do that canvas dot is drawing mode will be equal to this is drawing mode. If it is true, it will be true, and this is a like property, right? You can search it here, search for is drawing mode, and you can see that mode is enabled simply by setting is drawing mode property to your Fabric canvas. So this we are doing. Now after this we are going to check if is drawing mode is true. So we are going to do canvas dot free drawing brush dot color. So I'm going to make this one as drawing color, because that is the color we will be choosing from here. And also I'm going to do canvas dot free drawing brush dot width will be our brush width. That's it, and I'm going to return true, else I'm going to return false. And let's save it, and let's do the next one. So next one will be erase mode, right? So I'm going to do let's do toggle erase mode. Here also we're going to get or receive the canvas. Will be receiving is erasing or not. We're going to also get the previous color. Okay, so I'm going to take another property here, that will be previous color. By default I'll take this one as black, and also we're going to take let's take a eraser width. Now I'm going to make this one by default 20. Now inside this again we are going to check that if not equal to canvas and or not equal to canvas dot free drawing brush, so I'm going to return false, or else I'll simply do, let's take a try catch, and inside try I'm just going to do if is erasing is true, that means we are in the erase mode, then only we are going to do this. So first I'm going to store the current brush color, okay, so that we can restore that one later. So I'm going to just do canvas.free drawing brush.color, and let's make some white color by default, and also I'm going to do canvas.free drawing brush.width, and this will be equal to, I'm going to take the eraser width, else I'm going to take the previous or restore the previous color. So I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to do this color will be my previous color if it is not erasing, and this one by default I'll make this one as 5, and I'm going to make this one as true, else this will be return false. So this will be the toggle erase mode. And now we need to do update our drawing properties, right? Whenever we are going to update anything, we need to update that also. So I'm going to create one more, so I'll do export const, and I'll do update drawing brush, and here also we are going to receive the canvas, and also we are going to receive the properties, that which properties we want to update. Now here we are going to do the same thing again. So I'm going to just do if this so canvas is not present, or if it is false, so we are going to return false, right? Because we need to check if it is present or not, the drawing brush. And then I'm going to take the following thing. So in the catch I'm just going to return false for now, so I'll do return false. And here in this, first I'm going to take color, width and opacity. This we have already managed all of this from properties. And then I'm going to do if color is not undefined, so I'm going to do canvas dot free drawing brush dot color will be this color. These all are very easy. Okay, here I'm going to check same thing for width. So if the width is not undefined, I'll do free drawing brush dot width will be your width, this width. And the same thing we are going to do for opacity. So copy this and paste it and do the same thing for opacity. So I'll do if opacity is not undefined, make the opacity as this opacity value, and at the end we are going to return true. So these three we need. And now, and if you notice one thing that I'm pausing multiple times, and the reason is actually I actually having cold and cough. So I'm like multiple times I need to pause, or else you'll be getting, you guys will be getting weird, like very weird noises. Okay, so that is the reason. Now first when we are going to toggle the drawing mode, right? So first thing here now, because we have already have the canvas and also have created all the three utils. So first thing we are going to check here now, if the canvas is not present, it's very important, we are going to return. Now this we are going to keep. And now this is also fine. Now here what we'll do, right, when we are going to toggle, so I'm going to call that toggle drawing mode, and here we are going to pass the canvas. So canvas will be our current canvas, and then we are going to pass the is drawing mode, which is our new mode. I hope you are getting. Then we are going to pass the drawing color. So drawing color is our drawing color, and then we are going to pass the width, which will be width. So this is our brush width. That's it. Similarly for when we are going to change the drawing color, so here we are setting the drawing color. So when I'm going to change the color, let's say I'll select any color. So here I need to update this, I need to call this update drawing brush, because it should update the color. So I'm just going to do that if canvas, and I'm going to do and is drawing mode, and then if the is erasing is false, because if we are erasing that time we can't do that. So then only I'm going to do update, I'm going to do update drawing brush, and I need to pass what? I need to pass the canvas, and in the properties you need to pass the color. So color will be what color? This color, right? So I'll be getting the color, and this will update that. Next we are having the width. So similarly here also we are going to check. So I'm going to copy this and I'll just paste it. So I will check that if it is drawing mode, then I'm going to update this one to canvas, and here we are going to pass the width. So if it is erasing, So in this case I'm going to just do width into 2, okay, or else I'm going to keep this on as width. So while erasing I'm actually increasing the width by 2, or else I'll keep the same width. Then we are having the opacity change, right? So here also we're going to copy this and we're going to paste it. So here we are going to pass the width and this will be our opacity, and opacity will be the current opacity that we are having divided by 100. Okay, so if it is 100 it will become 1. I hope you are getting right, because this is the opacity value that has to be between 0 to 1. Then we are having the what else we are having, I think we also need to do handle toggle erasing. So here what we are going to do, the first thing, so here also we need to check that if not canvas, and if it is not is drawing mode, so in that case we are going to return, and then we are going to keep this on as it is, and I'm going to do toggle erase mode, and here I'm going to pass the canvas. We're going to pass the new erasing because that is the value we need to pass. We're going to pass the drawing color, which is the previous color is your current drawing color, and the brush width or eraser width. So eraser width will be brush width into 2. Okay, now let's save this and let's refresh this and let's see what is happening. We have done quite a few things. Okay, so we'll go to drawing mode, enter, select this one. I think let's select from here first, and I'm going to see working, right? And you can also increase this, and you can, I think this part we need to check. I think on increase this is not working, right? So this we need to check. Let's make this one large and see. Then it is working. For medium it is fine. For small, okay, small, medium, large is working. If I do extra large, then also it is working. And if I go to tool, I'm going to do eraser mode and see, fine, right? And if I do stop erasing, now you can again draw. So I'll do eraser mode, you can erase. If I do stop erasing, you can again draw. Okay, so that means this is working. If I go to colors, select this color, so this color selection is not working. Then I think we need to check here. So let's see what is the problem here. I think we are okay, here I think we are doing something wrong, so we need to check. Oh, I think we don't have the this on click only, how it will work. So on button on click we need to pass, right? So here we are going to pass the on click, and we need to pass handle drawing color change, and here we are going to pass the color. Now it will work. Save this. Now it will work. Yes. So we'll select, see, we'll select this one and it's working fine. If I do medium or extra large, you can see, look, it's working, right? Sorry. And if I go to eraser mode, you're able to erase and it's working fine. So with this we have completed the drawing functionality is also, and also the update and everything is working. Okay, let me just complete the erasing. We'll see how it's looking. And we can also exit the drawing mode. Now you can go here and add a text. We can go here, add a element, and everything is working fine. We can go there, draw, enter, select this color and draw. We can go here, we can start erasing. You can also go and brush and select extra large. Okay, see, and you can exit also, right? So with this we have completed the element section, text section and drawing section in details. So next we are going to complete upload and AI, both the section, because both will be based on the file upload. So how the functionality will work. So in upload section you normally manually upload your images and we are going to render the images. But for AI section, what will happen, we are going to call a we'll be using stability AI for image creation, because ChatGPT and everything is paid. So you have to add your credit card details. So actually I don't want to go, I think many of you also don't want to go into those things. So that is the reason we are going to choose. Anyway, it doesn't make any difference, right? Because it doesn't matter if you're using ChatGPT or something else, the process will be same. So we're going to hit endpoint, we are going to create an image, and then once the image is uploaded, right, we are also going to store that image in our backend, and you'll be able to see the same image in the upload section also. So these two things we are going to do in the next section. Alright, so now it's time to start working on the upload section, right? So before that I want to mention that I've created almost quite a few videos on how you can work with Cloudinary and Multer, so I'm not going to explain anything on the very details part that how it is working. You need to check my Node.js videos. Okay, so this is the first point I want to mention. If some of you actually are coming and watching this video for the first time and you will say like, okay, he's going very fast, that is the reason, because I already mentioned and I don't want to spend much time on those things. Okay, so I'll be using Cloudinary to store all the images, and for AI I'm going to use this stability AI. So you need to come to this web URL platform.stability.ai. This is the like API platform, and you need to just log in with Google, and it's actually free, but until there are some only some images you can create, like 2-3 images you can create, or else you need to pay. So you need to go to your account, and here you'll be getting the API key, which I can't show, so you can create your own. And I already have actually in my upload service. So if I go to the design, let me minimize this. Here I already pasted. So I pasted the following things. So I pasted the Cloudinary cloud name, API key, and my API secret, these 3 things, and the stability AI API key. 4 things I have pasted in this env file. Okay, so this is the first thing I want to mention. Now we will start working on creating the backend first, and then once we'll create the backend, as usual we are going to create the services, so client side services to interact with our backend API, and then we'll be start working on the front end. So now we'll go to our source, and then let's go to model and go to media. So let's get started. So we'll do const mongoose. So I'm going to do require mongoose, and I'm going to create const, let's do media schema. I'll do new mongoose dot schema. So I'm going to pass my user ID as usual, which will be string. Then we are going to pass the name, which will be string. Then I'll be having a Cloudinary ID, which will be string. Then I'm going to get a URL, definitely my main URL, which will be a string. I also want to pass a MIME type string, and also I will pass size number. I also want to pass or manage some width, which will be number. I also want to pass a height, which will be number, and also let's pass a created at. So here type will be date, and I want to pass a default, which will be date dot now. Okay, so this will be all the schema that we need. So now let's create it. So I'm going to do const media. So I'll do mongoose dot models dot media, or else I'm going to do mongoose dot model, and I'm going to do media, and I want to pass here my media schema, and I will do module dot exports media. All right, so this is the first step as usual. Now close this. Let's go to the, let's create another file here. I'm going to create a utils file, and so in this utils files mainly we are going to handle the Cloudinary related. So I'm going to create a Cloudinary.js file. So first I will take Cloudinary, and this will be require Cloudinary dot version 2, and now I will get Cloudinary. I'll do Cloudinary dot config. So here we are going to pass the cloud name, which will be process dot env dot we need to do cloud name. Then I'm going to take a API key, which will be process dot env dot API key. Then I'm going to take API secret, which will be process dot env dot API secret. So now let's create. So do const, and I'm going to upload media to Cloudinary, and here I'll be getting the file. and here we are simply return new promise. We'll do promise, and I'm going to do resolve reject. So I think this part I've already done in my previous videos also, same thing, and that is the exact same code. So I'll do upload stream, which will be cloudinary dot uploader dot upload dot sorry, this will be upload stream. There will be upload stream. This one I need. And here I'm going to pass the resource type will be auto. It will detect, and this will give you a callback, which will be error, or it will give you a result. So I'll check simply if error. See, it's a little slow, I don't know why. So reject the error. Now if you ask me why I'm not explaining, nothing to explain here, these are normal JavaScript concepts, and I'll do resolve result. Okay, and this is done. So now what we'll do, right, also we need to return, so not here, I think here after this. So we need to return, so I'll do upload stream, and this will give you end, and I'm going to pass the buffer, so I'll do file dot buffer. That's it. So this is done. And also let's do a module dot exports, and I'm going to do upload media to cloudinary. That's it. So now let's go and create our controllers. Okay, so in the controllers, how many controllers we need? So we are going to create a controller, two controllers we are going to create. The first one will be to upload the media, and second one will be to get all the medias, right? So first I'll take this, so I'll do const, and I'm going to do require. We'll go to utils, and we'll go to cloudinary, and I'll get the upload media to cloudinary first thing, and I'm going to do const media, and this will be require. So I'll go to models, get media. Now I'm going to create const upload media. So this will be async request response, and here what I'm going to do simply, so I'll take a try catch, and then the first thing we need to check that if there is no file, so we are going to return res.status of 400.json. So I'm going to do success as false, and I'm going to do message no file found. Then we are going to take the following things from request.file. So we'll get the MIME type. So this request.file, whenever we are going to select any file, this will give us all of these things, right? So it will give you original name, it will give you a MIME type, it is also going to give you a size, width, and height. Okay, and now you might be thinking from where we'll be getting the user ID. I think we have already discussed, and if you go to your middleware, so from here we'll be getting the user ID, which we are getting from our API gateway. Remember, it's actually passing to the downstream. Now we can simply get the user ID, right? So we'll do const get the user ID from request.user. Now we are going to upload the media to our cloudinary. So I'm going to do cloudinary result, and this will be await upload to cloudinary, and you're going to pass what? So you're going to pass a file. So file will be request.file, and now I'm going to do const newly created media, and this will be new media. So new media is our model, and here we are going to pass the user ID, then we are going to pass the name, which will be original name, then we are going to also pass the cloudinary ID. Okay, let me just copy this, pass the cloudinary ID, which will be, so cloudinary will give you a public ID. This also I have actually clearly discussed like how this will work. So this will give you a public ID, so here we'll be getting a public underscore ID. Then we are going to get we are going to pass the URL, which will be this cloudinary result dot secure URL. We are going to pass a MIME type, which will be our MIME type. Also we'll pass the size, width and height, all this. So now I think this is done, and we'll simply do await newly created media dot save. And then what we can do, simply we are going to pass res dot status of 201.json. so success will be true, and we are going to pass the media, or let's pass the data only. So data will be newly created media, or else we'll copy this and we'll pass a 500. Success will be false, and I'm going to pass a message, error creating asset. So this will be our first controller. Okay, the second one will be to get all the medias, which will be very straightforward. So to get all medias by user, right? So we need to get individual users. So I'll do async request response, and I'm going to do a try catch, and here we're going to log the same thing, and here so I'll do failed to fetch assets, and here I'm just going to do const medias. So here this will be await media dot find. So we're going to find based on the user ID, right? So I'll do user ID, which will be request dot user ID, and let's do a sort. So I'll do sort, let's do created at with -1, and we can also give a limit, but for now it's fine. I'll just do res dot status of 200.json. so I'll do success as true, and my data will be these medias. Now let's do module dot exports, and this will be upload media, and we'll do get all medias by user. Okay, I think this is done. Let's see if there is any error or anything in the upload one. I don't think there should be any error. Okay, it's working fine, I think. Awesome. So now let's go to our routes. Now here if you want, actually I'm showing you how you can use both Multer and Cloudinary, but you can also use Cloudinary only, and you can try. There are a lot of multiple packages actually. So here we are using Multer, but there are actually another specific packages that you can use with Multer and Cloudinary, but I'm not able to recollect. But that is just I want to mention. So I'll show you both, like how you can use Multer also. So I'm going to do require, and I'll do express, and also I think we have already installed Multer here, so I'm going to get it. I'll highly recommend, if you never worked like you don't know anything, please watch my previous videos, Node.js videos. I really believe those videos are really good if you're complete beginners, right? So I'll do express also for sum up, like if you want to like revise everything, so that videos are good. So I'll express.router. So now I'm going to create upload variable. I'm going to pass the Multer, and here we're going to pass some configuration. So I'll do a storage, and I'll take the memory storage. So I'll do Multer dot memory storage, and also let's pass a limits. Now again, here we are passing only 5 MB. If you want, you can also pass more, right? So 5, or let's do maybe 10 MB. 1024 into 1024, and here we'll do single and pass file. Awesome. So now this is also done. So now I need to get these things from my controller, right? So I'll go to the controller, upload controller, and also I need to get the middleware. So I'll see how we are using. So authenticated request. So I'll do require, and this will be go to middleware. So I'll get upload, and also what else is there, get all medias, these two. So now what I'll do, simply I'll do router dot post, and I want to do /upload. I want to pass the authenticated request as a middleware, and then I will create a callback here, right? So I'll do callback. So I'll do request response next, and here we'll call this upload method. So we'll call the upload, and you're going to pass. So we'll do request response, and also this will give a callback. So we'll do function if there are any error. So we are actually can log the error here, right? So you can log the error, or else we can also, okay, let's do this. I think we can also check the error also. So I'll do if error is instance of I think it's called multer. I think it's multer error. It came, okay. So then in that case I'm going to return status of 400.json. So I'll do success as false, and message I'm going to do error.message. That's it. So this is else if any other error happened, right? There can be possibility. So we're going to return 500, and we'll keep the same. So this is done. So now after this also you can check if there is no request.file. So we are going to return another 400, and message will be no file found. That's it. And now once this is done, we are going to call the next. So we need to do it here. That's it. Okay. So this so after this we need to also call the upload media. So I think here we need to do after this. So I'm going to pass the upload media. That's it. Okay. So now we are passing both multer here. We are also passing the this middleware, and then we are uploading the media. Now I'm going to do another router.get, and I'm just going to do /get, and I'll do authenticated request for this also, and I want to pass get all medias by user, and then I'm going to do module.exports, and I want to pass the router. I think this is done. Get all medias by, oh, that's what. So this is fine. So now I want to use the same in my server.js, right? So let's go there. So here what we'll do, simply we'll do const media routes, and this will be require go to routes and upload routes, and then I'll do app.use, and this will be /API/media, and this will be media routes. Save this. Let's see if there is any error. Awesome, no error. So now the basic backend is done, not the AI one is done. AI one is pending. So first we are going to complete this upload panel, right? So first I'll complete this one, and then we are going to upload and fetch all the images. If it is working fine, then we'll integrate with the AI. So in the next part, what we're going to do, we'll be creating the upload related services. So we'll go here. We have services, right? So I'm going to create one more, and this will be my upload service. So let's create this one, and then we are going to integrate with the UI. So let's create the service. So we'll go here first in the base service. I'm going to copy this API URL. So for upload one, we need to work with file, right? So this is how we are going to create. So I'm going to do export async function, and I'm going to do this one as, let's do upload file with auth. Okay, and here I'm going to get the file, and if there is any metadata. Now here first we are going to get the session, which will be await get session, right? So if the session is not present, so we're going to throw new error that not authenticated, or else we are going to create the form data. So I'm going to create const form data, and this will be new form data. And what you can do, so because we are working with file, right, single file, so you need to append this. So I'm going to do dot append, and I'll give the name as file, and then we're going to pass the file. Now this file is nothing but this file we're going to pass from our client side. So whatever file we are going to select on click of this upload option here. Okay, now once this is done, if there is any metadata in case, so we're going to add it. So do object dot entries. So I'm going to do metadata dot for each. So here you'll get the key and value. So do key value, and here we're simply going to append that also. So I'm going to do form data dot append. So how you're going to append? So you're going to append the key with the corresponding value. Sorry, key with the value. Oh, that's it's coming key value. Okay, so what you're doing wrong here? Okay, so this is done. Now we are going to do a try catch, and here I'm going to just throw new error, and here I'm going to do upload failed. So inside this I'm going to do const response. This will be await axios dot post, and I'm going to get the API URL. So you need to do version 1, version media, version upload. We're going to pass the form data, and here we're going to pass the headers. So we'll pass authorization, which will be bearer, and we're going to pass the session dot ID token, and also we're going to pass content type will be again I'll do always this mistake. This will be multi-part / form data, and we're going to return response dot data. That's it. So save this. I think for now only one is fine, because fetching one will be very simple. We can just use this, go here, use this fetch with auth, and then pass the endpoint. So 2 we need, right, because we have created 2 routes for now. So now what will happen, we are going to start working on this panel component. So once this is done, then only we'll move to AI part. Okay, so let's start working on the panel. So I'll go to the upload panel, close everything else. Okay, so now we're going to take a couple of things here. So first, as usual, we need the canvas, which is important. So we're going to get, and now I'm going to take a couple of states here. So I'm going to do is uploading, set is uploading, and this will be use state of false. I'm going to take another one. So this is for the upload part, and one more loading, which is to fetch the messages. Now I can use the same for both, but I want to keep it separate so that it will be easy for you to understand. So I will take use state of false. I'll take one more, which will be user uploads, and set user uploads, which is use state of empty array. Now I want to take the session from use session. So I'll get the data, which will be my session, and also I want to take the status, that if the user is authenticated or not. So the first thing we are going to check or fetch the user uploads. So I'll take a use effect, and I will keep the status as a dependency. So I'll check if the status is equal to authenticated, then only fetch the user uploads, and these I'll keep as a dependency also. So now let's create this. So do const fetch user uploads, which will be async, and also let's take inside this one as a use callback. Okay, So I'll use callback, and here because we will keep some dependencies here, so I'll take status and I'll do session dot id token. So here I'll do simply if status is not equal to authenticated, or if the id token is not present, so I'm going to return, or else I just will do try catch, and finally I'm going to do set is loading as false. So in the try, first I'll make set is loading as true, and here I'm going to do const data, and this will be await. So I'll simply do fetch with auth, and what we need to pass, we need to pass the version1 / media / get, and now we're going to get the result here. So I'll log this and we'll see what you're getting, and in the catch for now just log the error, right? So I'll give some comment here, let's give this one, and we'll see what you're getting. Okay, we got something. Okay, I think we need to open the upload panel. So I'll open upload panel, and we get 200 media, and we don't have anything. Awesome, that means this is working fine, right? So definitely we don't have any upload because we haven't uploaded anything, so but it's working fine. So now what we can do simply, so I'll do set user uploads will be data or else empty, and I think this is done. So now what I'll do, so let's first create the structure. Okay, so I'm going to go here and let's take a div, again the most boring thing we are. So I'll do height of full, and I'll do overflow y auto. Inside this I'm going to take one more div, class name padding of 4, and I'll do space y of 4. Inside this I'm going to take one more div, I'll do class name flex and gap of 2, and here what I'm going to do, I'll take a label, and inside this I want to take a upload button, and let's take a class name width of 5, height of 5, and here I'm going to take another span, and I'll just do something like if is uploading true, so I'll do uploading, or else I'll do upload files. Okay, and then I'm just going to take a input, you also need to import this, and I'll do a type will become file, class name I'll do hidden, so this input will not be able to see, then I'll do accept. So here this will only accept image, and also I want to give a on change that I'll create, so I'll do handle file upload, and also I'm going to do disable, and this will be is uploading. Okay, now here what I'm going to do simply, so we'll give some class name to this also. So here we'll just use width as full, flex, item center, justify center, gap of 2, py of 3, px of 4, I'll do bg purple 600, hover bg purple 700, text as white, we'll do rounded md, cursor pointer, height of 12. I'll do font as medium, and also we'll do transition colors. And here I'm just going to check if it is uploading. So I'll do opacity, let's make this one as 70, and that time I'll do cursor not allowed, or else I'll keep this one empty. So now let's create this method. So we need to work on this file upload, right? So we'll create here. So this will be async, and now I'm going to log e.target.files. Save this. Let's see what we're getting. So go here, and then we'll go to console, upload, and then I will go here. I think I have some images. Okay, let's select this one, and I'm going to open, and we're getting file here, right? So now what we can do, simply we'll get the first element because that will be an array. So here I'll simply do set is loading as, no, set not is loading, set is uploading as true, and I'll take a try catch, and finally I'll make set is uploading as false, and also do e.target.value will be empty. So here I'll just simply log error while uploading the file. So here I'll do const result, this will be await upload file with auth, and pass the file. So file will be e.target.files of 0th. So you'll get the file here. And now let's log this, save it. So we'll see what is happening here. Open and then do upload. We're getting 500 internal server error. Handle file is not a function, storage. Okay, so getting from Malter, something we are doing wrong there. Okay, so let's go to the file. What are you doing wrong? See, this will be a function here, that's why. So now let's see one more time. Go here, we'll do upload, and I'll select upload. We'll see what is happening. I think it should work, but we'll see. It will take some time because the image size is, I think, very large. See, it's 200. So it's working. So in the console you'll be getting success, and in the, see, we are passing date here. What the hell, man? So I need to change that. Go there and change this one to data, not date. Alright, so now this is working. So what I can do, simply I'll go here, and here we'll just save it, right? So I'm just going to do set user uploads. So here I'll simply take my prev state. So I need to get the previous state, so I'll get the result dot data, and I'll destructure the previous state. That's it. Okay, now what I'll do, simply log these user uploads, and we'll see what is happening. save this. So we're already getting error of 1. Okay, I'll upload one more time. So uploading, we'll wait, and we are getting 2, and it's working fine. Awesome. So now I think with this part is also completed. So now we just need to render the images. So let's do that in the next part. Alright, so now let's render the images, right? So after this, I will just take another div here. So I'll take a class name of margin top of 5, and inside this I'll take a h4. Now let's take h4, and I'm going to do your uploads. I'll take a class name text small and text gray 500, and here after this I'll just simply check is loading is true. So I'll just take a div, and here I'll just take class name. I'll do border. Let's do p of 6 flex. I'll do rounded md, item center, and justify center. And inside this I'm going to take a paragraph, and I'll do loading your uploads. Okay, and also take a loader icon also. Class name will take width of 4, height of 4. Okay, or else also let's take a, here I'll do font bold and text small, and here I'll simply do that if or else user uploads dot length is greater than 0, or else I'll just render a div and I'll do no uploads yet. So here I'll simply just do user uploads dot map, so get the image data, and here I'll simply just take a div. Key will be image data dot id, and here we are going to take render a image, and source will be image data dot url, alt will be image data dot name, and class name will be width full, height full, and object as cover. And here I'm just going to do a class name, so I'll do aspect as auto, I'll do bg gray 50, I'll do rounded medium, I'll do overflow hidden, and let's do a hover opacity 85, I'll do transition opacity relative, and also make this one as group. So now let's save this, and we'll see what is happening. Okay, so we'll go to upload section. Alright, so I think we are getting, but we should give some proper, I think let's do one thing here, right? We'll take a div, and inside this only I want to render that. Okay, and here I'll take a class name, so I'll do grid columns of 3 and gap of 4. Okay, and also I will take a margin bottom of 5. Awesome. So now let's upload one more image. I have images here, and I'll image this one. So let's see what is happening. and it is loaded. Awesome. See, now what will be next step? So next step will be on click of this we need to add this image now here, right? Because I want to first complete that and then only move to this AI part. So AI part will be actually almost similar, so you just need to do a API call to stability AI. We'll be getting the image. That image we are going to store in our MongoDB, and that image will be seeing here also in this panel. The reason is because once you'll get the image from API, you'll not be able to fetch it multiple times, right? So you need to store it so that you can use that image anytime. Next time multiple times you can use that image. Okay, so let's first work on this, add this image to this canvas, then we are going to start working on this AI part. Alright, so now we are going to learn that how we can add this image to the canvas. So as I already mentioned that we need to go to our Fabric utils, and I'm going to add a new function. So let's add here export, or let's do it after adding text, I think maybe here. So the export const, and I'll do add image to canvas. So this will be also async. Now here we are going to receive the canvas and also the URL of that image. Or let's do image URL. Now here the first thing we are going to check the same, that if the canvas is not available, return null. And now I'm going to do a try catch. So in the try, first I'm going to get this from, so I'll do await import, and I'm going to import fabric, and I'm going to get fabric image, and I'm going to do this one as image. So now let's create a image object. So I'll do image object, and this will be new, we'll do image. Now here what you're going to do image object dot cross origin, and I'm going to do this one as anonymous, because there might be sometimes there can be problem with cross origin request, right? So you will get some error. Let me check the spelling. And I think these will be caps. Okay, now here I'm also going to do image object dot URL, sorry, it will be source, and which will be my image URL. That's it. Now to handle it, I'm going to return a promise, and we'll do resolve reject, and I'm going to do image object dot onload, and here this will be function. So let's take let image, which will be new fabric image, and then we are going to pass the element. So here I'm going to pass the image object. And now let's take, so we'll do image dot set, and we'll set ID, and I'm going to do image, and let's pass a date dot now, and let's do a top. So I'll do 100, left I'm going to do 100, padding I'll do 10, and also I'm going to do a corner size, which will be 10. Okay, so this is done. So now after this I'm going to, actually if sometimes your images can be very large, so we are going to scale down if it is very large, so that it will fit inside the canvas. Okay, then we can actually maximize this using that boundary box that we are having, right? But for now I'm just going to do a max dimension. Let's make this one 400, and I'll do if the image dot width is greater than max dimension that we are having, or image dot height is greater than max dimension. So I'm going to check if the image dot width is greater than image dot height. So in that case I'll just create a scaling variable here, and I'm just going to do max dimension divided by the width of that image. Okay, and then I'm going to do image dot scale, and I'm going to pass this scale value. Okay, else I'm going to do const scale will be max dimension divided by, sorry, I think this will be scale and this will be image dot height. All right, and now again I'm do image dot scale will be scale. So now this is done. So we need to add the image to the canvas. So canvas dot add, and this will go to the image. Now I'm going to do canvas dot set active object, which will be my image, and I'm going to do canvas dot render all as usual, and I'm going to also we need to resolve the image. Okay, so this is done. And also let's do one thing. So we are returning here, so I'm also going to take an image object. So I'll take image object dot on error. So if there is any error, so I'm just going to reject with new error. So I'll do new error, and this will be failed to load image, and I'm going to pass the image URL, and that's it. And here I'm going to return null. So also let's log error here, error adding image, and I think this is done. So now what we are going to do, right? So we'll go to our upload panel, and we already have the upload. We already have the canvas that we have imported, right? So I'm just going to do create a method here. So I'll do const handle add image, and this will give me the image URL. So I'll just check if there is no canvas, I'll just return, or else I'll just do add image to canvas. I'm going to pass the canvas and pass the image URL. Okay, and now we are going to add it. So we need to go to the user upload, and then we are having this div. So I'm going to take a on click, and we'll pass this handle add image and pass the image data dot URL. Okay, so now let's save this. Let's see what is happening, right? So I'm going to refresh this one more time. So now let's go to our uploads. So let's click here, and you can see the image here. Awesome, right? Okay, it's working fine. So you can able to add multiple images also. So with this, that add to image is also done. Okay, so first we take the image from our fabric, we create a new image, then we return the promise. We created the image properties, we added some of the properties here, scaling the images, adding the image to the canvas, setting as the active object because this is the current image we are adding, rendering it, and then resolving the image. That's it. So with this part is also done. So now we'll start working on this AI panel, right? So in the AI panel also we are going to add the image to this upload section only. So let's do that in the next part. Alright, so now let's create the backend for the AI image. So we'll go to upload controller, and here only we are going to create another controller function, or let's do one thing, let's create one more here. So I'm going to do AI image controller. So here first I'm going to take Axios. I think these we have already installed. I think we don't have, so I think we need to install. So let's do one thing, close this, and I'm going to do npm install Axios. Okay, and let's run again. So we'll get Axios, and also we need, so we'll do require, and we need to go to utils, and I'll get the Cloudinary, and we have upload image to Cloudinary. Also I need the media, so I'll do require, and we are going to go to models and go to media. Awesome. So now I'll do copy these things, right? So I have a stability API key that I already stored in the environment file. This is the engine ID that we need to use, and this is the API host. So copy this I'll add everything in the readme file or in the details that you'll be downloading from my website, right? So you'll get everything. So do generate image from AI and upload to DB, and I'm going to do async. So we'll do request response. So here the first thing, see what will happen, right? So if I go here in this AI panel, I'll be having a panel just like in ChatGPT or other places we'll have, right? And we're going to write a text. Let's say give me a text of a cute dog, and that will be our prompt, right? So that prompt message we are going to get in this. So what I'll do, simply I'll get the prompt. So this will be request dot body dot prompt. You can also destructure, I think I'll keep it like this, and then I'll do user ID, which will be request dot user ID. Now what I'll do, simply I'll take a try catch, and here we are going to call the API to generate the message. So I'll do const, I'll do response, and this will be await axios.post, and this is the API URL we need to use. So we're going to pass the stability API host that we are having, okay, and we need to give version1 versus version1 slash generation, and you need to pass the engine ID. So I'll do stability engine ID, okay, and here we are going to use text to image. Now here inside this, now we need to take some of the prompts. So we need to take a text prompts underscore prompts, and here what we are going to do, we'll be passing text, which will be our prompt. All right, and here after this we are going to pass a couple of properties. So we need to pass a width and height. So I'm going to pass the height as 1024. I'll pass width as same 1024. I'll pass steps, so you need to pass steps. We'll pass 30, and we're going to pass the samples will be 1. And here I'm going to pass another property that is called cfg underscore scale, and I'll pass this one as 7. Okay, now after this we're going to pass the headers. So we'll pass content type, this will be application slash JSON, and here I'm going to do accept. So this will also accept application slash JSON, and here I'm going to do authorization. So in the authorization you need to pass the bearer, and then you are going to pass the API key. So this will be my stability API key that I have stored in my in my environment variables. Okay, so this will be the response, and here what we are going to get, right? So this response.data, there will be artifacts array we are going to receive. So that from there we are going to generate the image. So I'm going to do const, and we'll do generated. I think if you go here, right, go to documentation. So let's go to API reference. Okay, so you can see this is the prompt that we are going to have. We are going to pass the client ID and everything that we are already passing. We need to check the response. So these we are passing, we'll be doing all of this, and I want to check these artifacts. There will be artifacts. See, so this will be an array, and here we'll be getting all of this data and everything, right? So base 64 and everything. So here these base 64 we are going to use. Okay, so what I'm going to do, so I'm going to do generated image, and this will be response dot data dot artifacts. Okay, so this one, and you can see that this is an array. So I'm going to take the first one, And now I'm going to do that if there is no generated error message, image, then I'm going to throw new error that no image generated from stability AI. If this is not the case, so we'll be getting the image buffer. So to get the image buffer, we are going to just use buffer dot from, and here you are going to pass this base64, so this one. So we'll copy this, so we'll do generated image dot base64. All right, and now this will create, and also you need to give the base64 here. Now what I'm going to do, I'll create the file. So we need to now store this in our database, and also we need to store in our Cloudinary also. So I'm going to pass a buffer. So here I'm going to do an image buffer. I'm also going to pass a original name. So let's give some random value, right? So I'll give just some AI generated, and then I'll give some date dot now, and here I'm going to give PNG. Now also I'm going to do meme type, I don't know what to pronounce. I'll do image slash PNG, and also I'm going to do size. So size will be very simple, so it will be this buffer dot length. So this will be the size, and also we are going to give a width. So I'll give width as 1024 and height as 1024. So this will be the file that Cloudinary will receive. If you go here, this file, okay. So now let's just do Cloudinary result, and we'll do avid upload to Cloudinary and pass this file, okay. And now once this is done, now we can simply create our newly created media. So do newly created media, and this will be, so we are going to pass the user ID, we are going to pass the name. So what we'll do, so let's give something like this. So I'll do AI generated, and we'll use this prompt dot substring yeah, and then I'll do 0,50, and here I think what else you can do. Okay, let's do this. If it is very large, right, so in that case we also need to do, if the prompt, okay, I think we're doing something wrong, is it? Oh, we need to give one more. If the prompt dot length, if this is greater than 50, so in that case we will give some ellipsis kind of things like this, or else it will be empty. So this will be the name. We're going to have the Cloudinary ID, which will be Cloudinary result dot public ID. Also we are going to get URL, which will be Cloudinary result dot secure URL. We're also going to get meme type, which will be, I'll pass image slash PNG. Then we are also going to do size, which will be image buffer dot length. Width will pass 1024, and height I'm going to pass 1024. Okay, so now what we can do, simply we'll do avid newly created media, newly created, I don't know why it's very slow. Let's copy newly. So newly created media dot save, okay. And now oh my god, man, we need to do it. See, this is why sometimes I'll be completely blank. We need to do it inside media, man. So this will be inside media collection we need to do, then only you'll be able to save it. And now I'm going to do return. So do res.status of 201.json, and I'll do success as true, and I'm going to do data, which will be newly created media, I'm going to pass the prompt back so that we'll see if it is working or not. Just to confirm, let's pass the prompt like this. And also you can pass a seed. You see, this is the seed, so we can pass a seed and we'll get the generated image dot seed. And I'm going to pass a message that AI image generated and uploaded to DB successfully. Okay, or else here we are going to just pass a res dot status of 500 dot JSON success false, and message we are going to do upload to fetch from AI field AI and upload to DB failed, please try again. And then we're just going to do module dot exports, and we're going to pass this generate image from AI and upload to DB. So this is the complete process we need to follow. So now we can go to our routes and we'll get it. So copy this, paste it, and I'm going to get from, so we'll go to controller / AI image controller, and I'll do generate image from AI and upload. Now let's create one more. So I'm going to go here and let's copy this, and I'll do post, and I'll do AI image generate, and I'll do upload image, generate image from AI and upload to DB. So let's see if there is any error. Alright, so no error. So with this, the AI part, backend part is done. So now we are going to create the UI, and then we will integrate and we'll see if the image we are not only seeing here, but that image should be added here also, in both the places. Okay, so let's see that in the next part. Okay, so first we'll create the services. Okay, so let's go to our services upload service, and I'm going to create, let's close everything else, and let's create one more here. So to export async function, and I'm going to do generate image from AI. So this will receive prompt. I think this you have already discussed. And now I'm just going to do const try catch, and here I'll just throw new error, and okay, let's do error dot message, and here I'll do const response, and this will be await fetch with auth, and we need to go to /version1/media, and let me check the route name that I've given. Copy this and paste it. So here we are going to pass the method, so this will be post, and in the body I'm going to pass the prompt. That's it, and then I'm going to return the response. Alright, so now let's go to our AI panel and we'll start working on this. So we'll go here. So this is the AI panel. So first thing, we are going to take a couple of states. So first I need a prompt, right, because that is where we are going to manage the prompt, and I'll do set prompt, and this will be use state of empty. Then we are going to take const, let's take is loading, set is loading, and this will be use state of false. Then I'll do const generated content, set generated content, and this will be use state of null. Also we need to upload that image. So we will so let's do one thing. Let's take one more another state. So I'll do is uploading, set is uploading, and this will be use state of false. And I'll also check if the upload success or not. So I'll upload success and set upload success will be false. Alright, so now the first thing, let's create the UI. So let's remove this. So I'm going to take a div and we'll take a class name, and I'm going to do height of full, and we'll do overflow y auto. Inside this I'm going to take one more div. So I'll do padding of 4 and I'll do space y of 4. So inside this we'll take one more div, we'll take a class name. So I'll do flex item center and space x of 2 and margin bottom of 2. And here I'll take this icon and we'll give a class name of height of 5, width of 5, and I'm going to do text purple 500. Save this, let's see how it's looking. So we're getting this. Now after this, so we'll take a h3 and I'm going to do AI image generator, and I'm going to do class name. So I'll do text as large and font as semi bold. Now after this we'll take one more div, we'll do space y of 2, and let's take a text area. I think we need to install text area also. I think we haven't done. Let's quickly do it. So we'll go here and I'll go to client and let's see, I think we already have here. So let's install text area. Okay, so this is done. So now we'll go here. So we'll import text area, and here I'm going to give the value which will be prompt. We'll do on change. So I'll create this handle, maybe prompt change. Let's give a placeholder, and I'll do like something like example, and we'll do a cute dog image, something like that, right? And then we'll do a class name. So I'll do resize none, and I'll do mean height of 200. And I'll also going to add a disable, so when it will generate it will be disable. I think we are giving is loading. That's it. And after this, so I'll take a button. So here we are going to give one more class, on click, and I'm going to do handle generate, and I'm going to do disable. So if the prompt is empty, so in that case we are not going to enable this one, and also if it is loading we are also making this one as disabled. Also we'll do class name, which will be width as full and size will be large. Now here I'm going to do if loading is true, so true, so in that case I will take a loader and here I'm going to take like, let's give a bracket here. Also we'll take orders, we'll do sparkles, and I'm going to do like generate image, and here I'll give a class name. So I'll do margin right of 2, height of 4, width of 4, and I'll do animate spin. Okay, and I'll give one more text here. I'll do generating, and let's use the same class name here also. Alright, so I think this is done. So now let's quickly create both the methods. So I'll do const handle prompt. This will give me the event, and also I'll do const handle generate. And let's see how I think we're getting some error. Is it? We need to give this one. So now let's save it. So if I go here, you can see we are getting this. So now let's quickly work on this one. So first, this will be very simple, right? You just do set prompt, and this will be we are going to do event dot target dot value, and in the handle generate, this will be async method, and here we are going to do this. So I'll do set is loading will be true, and I'm going to do set generated content. I'll make this one as null, and I'll do set upload success will be false. Now what I'll do simply, so I'll take a try catch. So here for now I'll log this error, and in the finally I'm going to make set is loading as false again. And in the try, what I'll do simply, I'll just do await generate image from AI, and we're going to pass the prompt. Okay, so this is the only thing that we need to do. So now what we're going to do, right, I think we already have another, right? So we're doing handle generate. We also need to render the image. So what we can do, we'll go below. So after this, so I'll take I think not here, I'll do after this. So here I'm going to do is loading is true, and so I'm going to do this. So I'll take a div, I'll do a class name, I'll do border rounded MD, I'll do BG gray 50, padding of 6, flex column, item center, and justify center. So I'll take a loader, we'll do class name width of height of 8, we'll do animate spin, and I'll do text purple 500, margin bottom of 3, and here I'm going to take like creating your image. Okay, and here let's give a class name. So I'll do text small, text center, and text gray 600. Okay, now after this we also need to render or generate the image, or render the image, that whatever image we have we are generating. So here what we are going to do, right, I think let's do one thing. I think instead of calling the service file from here directly, we'll do one thing, we'll create one more helper function here. I think that will be helpful. So let's remove this one from here, and what we'll do, right, we'll create a generate image function, and here I'm going to pass the prompt, and now I'll create these here. So I'll do const generate image, which will be async. It will give me the prompt. Now here I'm going to call the the API. So here I'll do const response will be await, and here I'll call generate image from AI and pass the prompt. Okay, and then we're going to log this, and we'll see what we're getting here. So we'll do response, and here I'm just going to throw a new error, and I'll do no image URL. Okay, I think, or let's do error. No, let's do one thing first. I'll log this error. So the error generating image from, and I'll do throw error. So let's save this. We need to check that what we are getting in this response, whether at least we are getting the response or not, right? That also we need to check. Also, this loading part we are doing, first let's see what is happening, right? The reason is, you might be thinking why I'm doing all of this at once, because I'm using the free version of that stability AI, right? I mentioned. So there, if we create multiple times the same image, it's actually, there might be possible they will ask us to upgrade to a paid version, and I don't want to do that. I hope you're getting, but I'll just show you one time and we'll see what is happening, and after that I'll complete and then test one more time. So we'll go to console. So I'll do give me a what I'll do, tiger picture, something like that. Go to network, let's do generate. It's giving two issues. Please try again. Why? Let's see. So prompt we are passing, we are from where we are getting this part we need to check. Failed face from API and update to DB failed. Try again. Okay, this is failing thing in the backend side. So let's go there. No image. Okay, I think we are not logging the error. Let's see what is the error. This is how we need to debug, no option. So we'll go here and then I'll just do generate again. Okay, what we are getting? 400. Let's log the error.message. We'll see what we are getting. Okay, we are getting bad request. Okay, let's see one more time. Okay, let's see what is happening. Text prompts 0 cannot be blank. Okay, we are doing in the format, something is wrong here. Let's see where we are doing. In this response we are sending something wrong. So your text prompt, I think this is correct only. Okay, we have host version 1 generation text to image. Let me just quickly pause and check it what is the issue, or else it will take like more time. Okay, hey everyone, it's completely a different issue, right? I immediately got it. So you see, we are getting prompt undefined here, if you notice, and then we are getting the user ID, but in the request we are actually passing the prompt. And the issue is happening because if you go to API gateway source and then server, right, you see for the media, right, we are making the parts request body false, and this is actually needed when we are going to upload a particular image manually. But because for this one we actually need to get the body also, so what we will do, right, for the upload part we will create a separate proxy, and for rest of the other routes we are going to create another proxy here. Okay, so how we are going to do that? So we'll simply copy this and we'll paste it here. Now this will be /media and this will be /upload. So whenever I'm going to hit the upload, it is going to hit through this particular proxy, or else what I'll do for rest of the others, I'm going to make this one as true, the parts request body. Okay, so now this should work. So let's see, I think this is already running. So let's save one more time. So now let's see what is happening. I think this should work. So now let's do generate. Okay, now at least it's pending, something is happening. So let's wait. Definitely it will take some time, but we'll see what is happening at the end. So this should actually generate the image, as well as it should add that image in the upload section, means it should add that in the, see, it's 200. Awesome. So now we are doing three things. We are generating the image from AI, we are uploading that image to Cloudinary, we are getting the URL, we are then again storing that to DB. All this is happening, and at the end you are getting a Cloudinary image URL. See, and if I just go to this image URL, right, and let's paste it, see what is happening. See, this is AI picture, right? And even if you go to the upload section, so let's go there, you'll be getting a AI picture here. Awesome. Now you'll see that this you'll be able to use it here, right? Now you are getting what we are doing. So this is the miss. Actually, I'll not say miss, but this is a new extra proxy we need to create. So for upload, we need to do request body false, so we'll create another proxy, and for rest of the routes we have created another proxy. Okay, so this is done. So now what we are getting, so I didn't check what we are getting, man, in the response. So this is the, what is it, or which one? This one. So we're getting response.data .url. So this is the we need. So now we'll go to our AI panel. I'll minimize this one, and we'll go back. While we are doing that, handle generate, no, generate image here. So now I'm going to check that if response and then response.data.url, if this is true, so in that case I'm going to do set generated content will be this. Okay, so this is done. So now we'll go here and we'll simply just we'll render that image. So I'll go after this loading part. Let's take generated content. Okay, and if not loading, so in that case I'm going to render this. So I'll take a div, and we're going to take a class name space y of 2, and here I'm going to take one more div. Now let's take a class name of border, we'll do rounded empty and overflow hidden. Inside this I'm going to take an image, so this will be my source, will be the generated content. Okay, and then I'm also going to give a class name width of full height auto. That's it. So after this we are going to take one more div, and I'm going to take a button, and I will also add this image to directly to canvas, so it will do all the things at once. And I'm going to take on click, and I'll do handle image, handle AI image to canvas, and here I'm going to do a class name, and this will be flex as 1, and what else, so I'll do variant, so I'll do upload success if this is true, so I'm going to do outline, or else I'm going to do a default, and also I'll do a disabled when is uploading true. I think we need to give one div. Okay, now let's create this method. So we'll do, we need the canvas now, so I'll get the canvas from use editor store, and we'll get the canvas. Now what I'll do, simply I'll go here and create this, we'll do async. So here we'll simply check if the not equal to canvas, right, and if not equal to generated content, will return. And we are just going to do add image to canvas, so I'm going to pass the canvas and the generated content. Okay, so let's save this and let's see what is happening. So now I'll go to AI, let's refresh this, give me a picture of ocean with mountain, right? So let's see what is happening. It will definitely take some time because we're doing a lot of things right in the background. And now we have an image. Awesome. And now we'll add this to canvas. This is added. If you go to upload section, this also will be present here, right? And this is already resetted. Awesome. Now you will be able to add from here also. See, you're adding from here. So now what will happen, right? So that means you are creating the image for one time from AI, and then you're already storing it in your, so you'll be able to use this one and for future use. Awesome. So now this is done. With this, now see, we have completed all of this. So let's test, right? We'll go to settings, change the background color, changing elements, able to add, go to text, uploads, we already tested, we're able to add it. Drawing also, if I do enter, we're able to draw, right? And also if I go to tools and erase, we'll be able to erase, right? So now exit. So everything is working. So with this we have completed all the sections. So now what will be the next step? So next I'm going to explain some of the things we need to do. The first thing we need to, if you noticed here, we have editing and viewing, right? So once I'll click on this view, right, normally in Canva what will happen, if you notice, whenever you lock the canvas, you'll not be able to do or touch anything, you'll not be able to move, it will be locked. So in that case, we'll not only make this canvas locked, but we are going to hide this sidebar also, right? You should not do anything here. So we're going to hide this. And also we need to now start working on the main thing, and that is, let's say when I'll select this. So now in this, I want to change some of the color. Let's say I want to change the color of this shape. I want to give some border, and that is called as the properties. So now we need to individually handle the properties of each and every shapes, text and images. So for example, if I go to images, I'll be able to add some filters, and that I will call as a property editor. Okay, now in Canva I'll be getting this one in this section in top, right? I will be showing in the right. Now you might ask me what is the reason. The reason is I don't want to copy the exact what is there in the canvas, so there can be some problem. You got it, right? So if we exactly copied whatever is there, so I just want to change the design. So what will happen, our property editor will be open on the right side as a sheet view, and that will also look nice. So whenever we're going to select any shape or any text or any image or any drawing, and whenever I'll select this, that property editor we are going to open here. So these two parts we are going to do in the next section. Alright, now we are going to start working on the property editor and lock and unlocking the canvas. So let's see how we are going to do that. So before that, I will go to, so a couple of things we need to do here. So inside editor only I'm going to create, see how we are creating the folders, right? So in editor we have a canvas, then header, sidebar, inside then we have a panels, and here I'm going to create. So I'm thinking what name we can give here, right? So editor, so those will be like the properties of that individual shapes and those things. So I'm going to give, so let's give properties. I'll do properties, right? You can change this one whatever you like. So I'll do properties. Now these will be very complex one, okay, this file, and you'll understand in some time. So I'll do properties. This will be definitely a client component, and we're going to create, and I'll do properties editor, properties. Let's do properties, right? And let's return properties. Now when we need to render this component, so let me explain. See, if I go here, see currently we have a circle, okay, and now I didn't select this one. The moment I will select this will become an active selection, right? That means currently this is selected. Whenever there is active selection, I need to render that component. I hope you're getting. So whenever I will be selecting any shape, any text, any image or any drawing, I need to render that. So this depends on the active selection. So now if the moment I'll click outside, there is no active selection, it will hide. Similarly, when I'll go to text and I'll add a heading, and see there is active selection, so I need to open that. But how we are going to detect that if there is active selection? So for that there is a events that we need to learn from Fabric. So there is a event called selection, created, updated and cleared. So if you search for selection, okay, so these selection, so whenever you will select any object, this will be, sorry, this one created, right? So whenever we are going to select any object, so let's say currently the text is selected, so this method will be triggered, selection created. Whenever you are going to update anything in this, so selection update will be triggered, selection colon updated. Similarly, when you are going to unmount or clear, let's say if I just click outside and it will be seen, currently it's not selected, so that time selection cleared will be triggered. So that means every time we need to actually listen to these events so that we'll be able to understand. So how you're going to do that, right? So I'm going to close everything, go to our store first, and here what I'll do, right, I'll take one more, I'll copy this, and let's take show properties, okay, and this will be false, and when we'll reset, we'll make this one also as false, and I'll do set show properties, and this will become the flag that I'll be passing. So these we need to show. So that means this component will depend whenever this will become true, and this will become true whenever there will be selection colon created will be triggered, or selection colon updated will be triggered. So in these two cases we need to show that when this will be cleared, that means let's say if I select and then unselect, so it will be cleared. I hope you are getting. To do that, we need to go to our editor component. So go to components, go to editor, and then index. And here what I'll do, right, so I'll take here one more use effect. So here I'm going to listen to the events. So now what we'll do simply, so we'll pass the canvas as a dependency, and I'm going to take if no canvas, so I'm going to simply return, and now I'm going to do a method, and this will be handle selection created. And here what I'll do, so I need to get the active object, and to get the active object we need to use this get active object. Okay, so this will give you the active object, return the current active object. So that means if I select, this is now current active, if I select, this is now current active. So now what I'll do simply, so I'll do const active object, this will be canvas dot, so let's copy it here, and now what I'll do simply, I'll check if active object is true. So in that case, can you guess what we need to do? So we need to make the show properties from false to true. I hope you're getting. That means we are showing these properties editor. So I'll get this, so I'll make this set show properties as true. Okay, so this is when it will be created or updated. And now I'm going to do one more, which will be handle selection cleared. So in this case, so what we are going to do simply, so here we are going to make the set show property editor as false. Now how we are going to do that? So we'll simply get canvas dot on, and here we are going to pass the event name. So let's go there, created, so I'll pass it, and I'll do handle selection created, copy this and paste 2 times, and this will be from created to updated. So when updated, that time also I need to call the created method, and when this will be cleared, that time I'm going to call the handle selection cleared method. Okay, and now what I'll do simply, I'll take a return, and then I'll copy all these 3 and we'll just unmount it. So I'll do canvas.off, canvas.off, and canvas.off. Okay, alright, so now let's see what is happening, right? So let's go here, refresh this. Now we will go here, and I'll select, you see there is a active selection, right? So you'll be getting this. So if I go here and select this one, you'll getting this now. So this is for your text, you'll be getting all the properties and everything here. Let's see if I go to upload section and I'll select this image. So this is become your another active object. Okay, so now you're getting that this is now your active object. Whatever active object will be selecting, based on that it will automatically change. See, it's changing. The moment you remove this, sorry, move, it will change because your update event is getting triggered. Okay, so this is the first step. So now what I'm going to do, simply, so I'll go to store, I'll copy this, so properties, and then I'm going to just paste it here. And let's do one thing, we are going to render it here, right? So after this, I'm just going to do if so property editor is true. So I'm going to just call the properties, and let's save this. See what will happen. So I'll go here and select this, and you can see we are getting here on the below. That is fine because we don't have the EI, but you are getting the properties. The moment I will remove, you are not getting. Noticed here below, select, you are getting properties, unselect, you are not getting. So now we need to render it here on the right side. Okay, so now even this will happen whenever, let's, I'll select text, you noticed here, select, you're getting properties. Okay, unselect, you're not getting. Uploads, you select my image, you're getting properties. Okay, so with this we'll be able to render the properties images every time you select any active object. So let's create the UI, basic UI in the next part, and then we're going to also start working with the lock and the unlock feature. Alright, so let's create the very basic structure of these properties, right? So I'll remove these from here, and let's take a div. I'll do a class name, I'll make this one fixed, I'll do right 0, so it will be on the right side. Let's do a top 56 px, bottom I'll do 48 px, width, let's make this one as 280 px, I'll do bg as white, border left style, and then I'm going to do border gray of 200, z index of 10. Now inside this I'm going to take one more div. I'll do a class name of flex item center, justify between, padding of 3, and I'll do border of bottom. Now inside this I'll take one more div. I'll do class name flex item center, gap of 2, and here what you're going to do, right? So let's take a span, we'll do medium, and I'm going to do properties. Okay, so let's save this, and now let's select this, and you can see that we are getting properties here. Now if I want to change the bottom, let's see how it is looking. 28. Why it's not coming full? Or we'll take the full, I'll do bottom 0, right? I think this is looking fine. Awesome. So now this is working fine, right? If you select properties, you are getting, select, you're getting, select, you're getting properties editor. Okay, now if you want, you can also give some little less width, but that is fine. Like anyway, when we are going this one on this side, right? Or if you want, you can also make this one floating. Floating means it will be like floating on the UI part, and you can move it, drag and drop this properties editor anywhere in this page. Okay, try to do something different, but I'll keep it like this. Now see, if I do, it's hiding, and if I go here and let's add a text, and see, you are getting the properties, right? And you'll be able to move. The moment you remove it, is not coming, and also this is working fine. So with this is done, and now we need to start working on the the lock and unlock part, right? So we'll go to the so for that we need to go to the header, because in header I'm going to add the lock or unlock icon, right? So let's do one thing. So we'll go to our header component, and currently I believe we have set ease editing, right? If you see, we have this on true or false. Okay, so now what I'm going to do, simply, so if I just log this ease editing, you'll see what is happening. So I'll do log, and I'll do ease editing, save it. So we'll go here. So it's coming true. So currently it is in editing. If I do viewing, it is going false, right? So false, true. So whenever it will be false, that time I need to actually remove. I'll not be able to select anything in this canvas, so it will be locked completely. And to do that, it will be very, very simple. So you just need to first get the canvas here from our store, and here you will do this. So you'll take a use effect. Now there are multiple ways you can do that. So I'll pass the ease editing, and I'm going to do if there is no canvas. So I'm going to return, or else we are going to do canvas.selection. So there is a property, this is called canvas selection, means you'll not be able to select, and I'm going to pass ease editing. Why? Because if it is true, that means selection will be true. If it is false, selection will be false. Means whenever I'm going to lock mode, it's automatically will become false, right? Now I'm also going to do canvas dot. So if you go here and just search for get objects, so you'll be getting all the objects right here, all the objects that you're having, that return the array of children of that instance. So you can copy these. So do canvas.get objects dot for each, and here what I'm going to do, I'll take the object and I'll do object dot selectable, and this will be ease editing, and object dot, I believe there is something called evented. Let me check. Evented. There is this called selectable, that is for sure. Let me just check. We're having a lot more selection changed. See, selectable. See, evented, right? So set to false, an object cannot be target any events. Correct. So we need these also. So we need to make the evented also false. So selectable and evented both will be either true or false. So when ease editing will be true, it will be true, or when ease editing will be false, it will be false. So this is the first thing. And then I'm going to copy this, both the ease editing. I'll go to my editor page. I'll get this ease editing, and then I'm just going to do if ease editing is true, then only you render the sidebar. And same for this one. If show properties is true and ease editing is true, then only you render the properties, or else not. And if you now go there, right, let's refresh this. So now see what will happen if you select this. So now you're able to move and do everything, right? See what will happen if I just do viewing, and you can see you're not able to do anything. Both it's in lock state, right? And here this is also hiding. And if I just go to editing mode again and select, then again you'll be able to do it. So this is how we should do it. Now you can export it, but it's completely locked. See, I'm trying, but I'm not able to move. It's completely in lock state. So this is how we need to do this. I think before starting on the properties editor, right, it's important to work on this lock and unlock feature. So now let's start working on our main functionality, which will be our properties editor from the next section. Alright, so now we will be spending quite a few time on the properties editor, right? And all the properties I'm going to write in this one file only. And now there are certain things I want to mention. So I'll be taking all state one by one, means not in one state. This is the only reason to, I'll say the only reason is for tutorial purpose. Okay, so this is to explaining, right? For you, what you should do, instead of taking all of this at once, you should, for example, all the common properties you can take in one object, all the text properties you can take, all the text properties related state you can take in one object. But before you guys will comment that why you are taking all this separate, this is only to break it down, because see, some of you actually, for some of you it will be difficult to understand, so that is the reason to keep things simple. Okay, so now first thing what I'm going to do, we'll start from start. Quite a few things we need to do here. Okay, so look, canvas, I'm going to get the canvas, which I'll get from use editor store. And now I'm going to take my first state, which will be to handle the active object. Okay, let's do step by step. And I'm going to do here selected object, and I'll do set selected object. and I'll do use state of null, and this file will become very large. If you want, you can also break it down in multiple components, but I'll keep it in this file only for now. Okay, so this is the first thing. So what will be the next thing? Actually, we need to see whenever there is any property changes for any shape, we need to actually listen to some of the events. Okay, and now here how we are going to do that. So to do this one, we need to do another changes, and let's go to our canvas file, right? So we need to also check some of the properties. So let me just show you quickly. So we have a object. So we have object added, right? We also need object modified, object removed, right? See, object removed, and also there will be a path created. So we also need a path because we are working with path, right? So mainly these four things we need. Then there are a lot of others, like let's say object resizing, rotating, scaling. So you can check all of this. Okay, for now I'm just going to handle these four to keep things simple. So go to our canvas index, and here we are doing the cleanup, right? So where we are doing the cleanup, I think we are doing in, okay, the first thing, see, we already have the see, we have a setup event listeners. I remember, I think I have done it. So now what we are going to do first, so whenever there is any canvas changes happen, right, we need to do what? So let's say I change a circle background color, or I increase the width or height of that particular text. So I need to save that and save that data in our API, right? So that means every time there is any change of that object, I need to call an, let's say I'm going to call a debounce method, and I'm going to store that or implement autosave feature. Okay, first I'm going to listen all the possible events that we are having. So we already have a fabric canvas, I remember this one, right? So this fabric canvas, so I'm going to do this one as fabric canvas dot on, and here I'm going to get object modified, let's do object added, and I'm going to do this one as handle canvas change. Okay, so this is the event I'll be listening to. So I'll do fabric canvas dot on, and I'm going to do object modified, and I'm going to do handle canvas change. I'm going to do fabric canvas dot on, and I'm going to do object removed. I'll do the same, and also I'm going to do fabric canvas dot on, and I'm going to do path created, and I'm also going to listen to that handle canvas change event. Okay, now I'm going to create this. So here normally what we'll do, right, we are going to actually implement the autosave feature here. Implement the autosave feature and save the updated canvas data. Okay, got it? But we don't have that for now, but later, for now I'll just do something like that, canvas object changed or path changed. So this is the first thing we need to do. Now we'll go here. I think we are doing some dispose or something where we are doing the cleanup, right? I remember, or what we are doing, something like that we are doing, right? See, we're doing the current dot like dispose. So here what I'm going to do, so also we need to remove all the event listeners also. So I'm just going to take a try catch here, and I'm going to just log it, and I'll do error removing, and I'm going to do this event listeners. Okay, so here I'm just going to take the fabric canvas ref dot current dot off, and I'm going to just copy all this. Let's copy all these four, and I'm going to paste it here and change this one to this. So I'll just paste this dot off, and we don't need this. Okay, and also we don't need this one. So this is the first step that we need to do. Go there, we'll refresh this, and now we'll start working on the properties editor, right? So we'll go here in the properties editor. The first thing what we need to do, so first I'm going to set the current object. So how we are going to get the current object now? Okay, now here we need to do quite a few things. Okay, now here you need to understand one thing. The first thing, I'll just quickly explain that what is the things that we have done so far. You remember in the editor here we are doing that selection. Whenever there we are doing selection created, updated or cleared, we are showing these sets of properties true or false, right? It actually depends if there is active object, so we are going to show that. So for example, let's say if I go here, select this, we are seeing this. So what I'm trying to explain that now from this point, whatever things we are going to do, right, it actually will depend on the event that we are working on. So for example, if you notice that currently we have just selected this event, right? So that means the selection dot created, this event is getting triggered, and then we are able to see this. Similarly in the canvas, what we are doing, if you go here, we are doing that object added. So now just now we have added an object, this object. So that means whenever I'm going to add an object, we are going to implement the Autosave and we are going to call a API here. Now you might be asking that, okay, we can do all of this in one place, that is fine, but the thing is I'm just keeping it in other places so that you'll be able to understand that it doesn't matter where you are actually going to keep it, but here the only thing you need to focus on that which event, sorry, which method and which functionality you are doing based on that particular event. So for whenever I'm going to add an object, so let's say I added a circle. The moment I'll add the circle, I need to call the autosave feature. But if you go in this properties editor, sorry, in the editor, here actually we are not doing any API call, but here actually we are doing a event, right? We are selecting a particular circle. I hope you are getting this, and based on that we are showing these properties. So what I'm trying to set, then it doesn't matter how many places you are actually calling these events, it depends on the functionality that you are doing. The functionality means the method you are calling. So in this one you are just showing or hiding the properties. In the canvas we are doing the API call. Similarly in the properties editor, now to set the current object, now current object means again what? So now current object is the circle. So now in this circle I need to show some properties. Let's say you can change the color, you can change the border, you can change the border width. So whenever I'm going to do that, first I need to understand that which which object is the current object, because there can be possibility that can be 10 objects are present in this canvas, right? So I need to get the current object. So how I'm going to get that? So to do that, again we are going to use this selection created event, selection updated event, selection cleared event, these three things. So whenever I'm going to select, so I'm going to get all the properties. When I'm going to modify, I'm going to update the properties based on the modification, and when I'm just click outside, I'm going to clear it. Okay, and then I also need to add one more, which is the object modified. So there can be possibility that we are updating any of the properties of that object, right? So we need to also listen to that particular event. I hope this is clear now. And to do that, what are you going to do? So I'm going to take a use effect in this, and now let's take the canvas as a dependency, and I'm going to just do that const handle selection created, and I'll do const handle selection cleared. So what will happen if I just now put all the events at one file? See how much big of a file that will become, right? It will make things very, very complicated. So that is the reason I'm keeping all these separate so that you'll be able to understand what is the idea and what is the things that we are doing here. Now what I'll do simply, so let's go to our editor, copy this, and I'm going to paste it here. So now we have selection updated, so we're calling the created selection created, updated and cleared. For cleared I'm calling the cleared, and I'll add one more, which will be if there is any object modified. So I'll do object modified, and I'm going to call the handle created method here also. Let's keep all three here. Okay, and then again I'm going to return, and I'm going to just do off. So I'll do off, and I'm going to call this. So this is done. So now what I'm going to do, right, I need to check that initially if there is any active object is currently selected or not. Yes, there is a circle selected. So in that case, what I'm going to do simply, so here let's do this. So to const get active object, and this will be canvas dot get active object. So we'll be getting the active object here, right? I mentioned get active object. So this will give you the current active object. So I'll copy this, so I'll get this, and I'll check if active object is present, then only you call this handle selection created. Okay, so this will initially check once. So now let's save this. So now this, in this handle selection created method, what I'm going to do right first, so actually this is we are initially seeing checking this. The same thing we will do here once again, and we are going to set the selected object that which is currently selected. So I'm going to get this. Also in this one, it's very important, we need to give the check that if canvas is not present, you are going to return. So I'll get the active object, and now I'm going to check if active object is present. So I'll do set selected object will be my active object. Okay, so now let's save this, and I'm going to log this selected object. Let's see what you're getting. So we'll go this, and you can see we are getting active object here, line number 43. Okay, so now if I go, let's say unselect and select this one, you'll be getting a different active object. You can see, right, both are different. And if I move this, right, you'll be getting, right, every time we'll do any changes, it will be getting triggered. Okay, so now we are getting what is our selected object or the current object that is selected. Now based on this, there will be couple of things. The first thing is that we need to take quite a few state. So there will be some properties which are common for all the things, for shapes, text, images and everything. There will be couple of properties which is only for text. There are a couple of properties which is only for shapes. There are a couple of properties which is only for image. And there are a couple of properties which is additional. So these all the states that we need to take. First we'll start with the common one. So in the common, we'll be having this. So we'll having the opacity, right? So we'll start with opacity. So do opacity, set opacity, and I'm going to do use state of 100. So this is the first state we need. We are also going to render the width and height. So how we are going to do, right? So let's say I'll select this and I'll increase the width. So now I can increase, right? So this width and height will increase, and you will be able to see the current width and height value here. Okay, so I'll do width, set width, and this will be use state of 0. I'll take height, set height, and I'll do use state of 0. So these three we have as our common properties for now. Okay, so now I'm going to render all of this in our UI. So first let's do one thing. So first let's go to, I think here we're rendering the properties, which is okay. Later we are going to change some of the things here. Okay, for now I think this is fine. So what I'll do, I'll close this, and after this I'm going to take a div, and let's take a class name of I'll do height, and let's do a cal, I'll do 100% minus, so I'll do 96 px, and here I'm going to do overflow auto. I'm going to do padding of 4, and I'll do space y of 6. And here the first thing we are going to take, so we'll do something like size, right, and position maybe. And here we'll take a class name, and I'm going to do text as small, and I'll do font as medium. Let's see how it's looking. Okay, now after this I'm going to take a div, and here we are going to take a class name. So I'll do grid columns of 2 and gap of 3, and inside this let's take one more div. So I'll do class name, I'll do space y of 1, and here I'm going to take a label and I'm going to do width, and for this one let's take a class name of text access. So we're getting width, and after these, so what I'll do, so let's take one more for height. So I'll copy this part from here, paste it, and we'll do for height. Okay, or I think I've done it in the wrong place. So space 1, we also need to render the, so let's do one thing, let's render the width properties also. We need to render, right? So width properties in the sense the current width, so this also I need to render here. So I'll take width, I'll render the width here, I'll take a class name for this. So I'll do height of 9, I'll do px of 3, py of 2, border, I'll do rounded medium, flex, and I'll do item center. Okay, so you're getting 0 here. So now what I'll do the same for height also. So copy this and I'll paste it here. So I'll do this one for height. You can do this side by side also, right? I'm thinking, oh well, see this one later if we want to change it, or let's see how it's looking if I just make this one side by side. See, I told you, right? It will look nice. Okay, this is fine. So now this is done. Now what I'm going to do, so yeah, width, height, we need to do very slowly. Like there are a lot of properties also. Let's give some comments also. So I'll do width and height. Now after this, I'm going to take one more div, and I'm going to do this on as class name space y of 2, and inside this we are going to take another more div. I'll do class name, I'll do flex, justify between, and inside this I'm going to take a label and I'll do opacity. Okay, and here I'll take a HTML for, and I'm going to do this one as for opacity, and I'll do class name text access. Okay, so now also let's render the opacity percentage. So I'll get the opacity and I'll do the percentage. So this is this opacity that we are having. Okay, so I think this is done. So now after this I'm going to render a slider component. We already have this, and I'm going to give the ID because we have a HTML for, which is opacity. Then I'm going to mean of 0, max will be 100 definitely, step will be 1, value will be, remember this will be in array, so I'll do opacity, and on value change, so I'm going to create a handle opacity change. Okay, so now I will give comment step by step. So I'm going to do opacity, and here I'm going to do const handle opacity change, and this will be our method. So now let's see whether we are getting this or not. So we need to handle that, but we are getting this one. Okay, so now if I hide on click, we are getting, hide on click, we are getting. Awesome. So now let's start working on handling the width and height and opacity, and then we'll move to the text properties. After that we'll move to shapes, then image, and then complete with the additional ones. Alright, so now let's create or handle the opacity. So here I'll be getting the, so let's see the value, and I'm going to just log this here, right? So I'm going to log the value. I think here we'll be getting the value, so let's pass the value here. So let's see what you're getting. Okay, so let's refresh this. So I'll go to console, and I'm going to select one, and I'm going to, so you're getting the value. See here the value is coming, right? So now what we can do simply, so we'll go here and I'll do set opacity will be this value, and now I'm going to create a helper method, and that helper method will be a key value pair. Okay, and then the properties that we are setting and the value we are going to set. So for example, now we are having the these, so I'm going to do const let's do new value, and this will be number of, so we need to do value of 0, so this will be new value, and I'm going to do update object property, and this will be, so here I'm working with opacity, so the key will be opacity, and the value will be new value divided by 100. Remember, because opacity value will be from 0 to 1, it's actually important. So now we are going to create this. So here I'm going to create this update object property. So I'll do a const update object property, so this will give me property and the value. Okay, and you can also log this to check. So I'm going to do property comma value. So now let's save this. So let's see if I now change this, so you can see opacity you're getting 0.8 or whatever. So let me just give some to filter the consoles. So if I change this, right, you can see the value and this is updated. So now what we can do simply, so I'll just do here. So first, very important, you need to say every time I'm checking this, right, if the canvas is not present or the selected object is not present, you're immediately going to return. And then what you'll do, so you'll do selected object dot set. Okay, now this is actually a property, right? So you can search here opacity. So opacity is actually a property, so this is a property. This is for colored stop. Let me check for the canvas, right, or let's go for rect, and here you'll be getting opacity. See, so opacity will be a property for any object or text or whatever. So here you're going to pass the key name as opacity. So this is the exact key name that is Fabric expects, right? So you need to give opacity here only. If you give any wrong spelling, it will not work. So you'll give opacity, but now do we need to give opacity, or we need to give what? We need to give the property, right? Because it will be opacity, it will be width, it will be whatever. So it will be opacity, and this will be value. And now what you'll do, you'll do canvas dot render all. That's it, and this should work. So now let's see the opacity spelling is wrong here or not. This is correct, and now see what will happen if I save this, and I'm going to select this. What is happening? Working, right? Awesome. So now it's changing. Why? Because it's actually updating the opacity of this circle based on this, because we're updating based on the selected object. You can also log this selected object and see what is happening. And you can go here and see if I'm able to see this opacity. Opacity 0.4 and it is 40%, matching, right? Awesome. So now, because see, if you understand only one, right, you'll be able to do all the things that we are going to do in this particular component. This is how I've actually divided all of this, right? So you need to understand how this is working. So update the opacity, update this object property, do canvas.render all, and it will work. So now what we need to do, we need to do another thing, and that is we need to also update the common properties here. Okay, so whenever on page load, so let's say now it is updated, now it's working, right? But when I'm going to do page load, I'm going to get this value from API, right? From API response I'll be getting. So I need to set it so that I'll be automatically, see currently it is showing 100, but it's actually like less than maybe 40% or something. So you also need to set each and every property inside this whenever this is created. So you need to set all of this. So how we are going to do that? So for this one, what I'm going to do simply, so we need to actually do quite a few things, but we'll do those things later. First I'll just give this one as update common properties, and here I'm going to do set opacity and I'm going to do math dot round, and I'm going to do active object dot opacity, okay, into 100, or this will be 100. So this I'm going to set it, and now see what will happen, right? If I go here and then just select this, you see you're getting 40. You increase, undo, and select again, it will be in that place only. Okay, so that means whenever we are actually creating this, it's automatically we are setting this value to this value. Awesome. So with this, the first one is done. So now let's move to width and height, and then we'll move to the text specific properties. Okay, so now we'll update for width and height. So we are going to do it here because currently we don't, this one is not input, right? You can also take this one as a homework that you will render an input and then handle just like I've done for opacity. But for now, I'll just render it here. So I'll just do set width, and this will be math dot round, and I'm going to take the active object dot width into active object dot scale x. Right, so I'll show you this property here. So there will be scale x, this one, right? Scale factor horizontal. So we need to take the scale x, that's it, and you'll copy this and paste it here, and this will be set height. So this will be active object dot height, and this will be your scale y. That's it. So let's save this. And if you go here, right, let's select this one, it's automatically updated. You can increase this, see, you can increase, it is updating. And also if you go here and let's say I'll select this, it's automatically updated. Opacity is also updated to 100. Okay, and now you can decrease the opacity to, let's say, 25. You can increase the width, it's updating. Now in the moment you will select the circle one, it will be automatically updated based on the circle. Select, see, select the text, working, right? So this is how it is working. So now width, height, and opacity is done. So let's work on the text related properties first. Alright, so now we are going to start working on the text related properties, but before that I just quickly check one thing, right? See, whatever updating the properties that we are doing, right, we need to do it inside this if block, because we need to check if the if active object is present, then only do it. So I think we are doing outside. So let's put these three things inside this, and we are going to do all the things inside this active object if block only. So now what I'll do, I'll go here and in the text I'm going to take a couple of properties. Now again I'm going to take individual states so that it will be easy for you to understand. So first we can actually change the text, actual text, right? So for example, let's say if I go here and add a text from enter text here, I can make this one to a different text. So that I'm going to do. So I'm going to do this one as set text, and let's do use state of empty. Then I'm going to, so let's copy all of this. So I'll do one for font size, font family, font weight, font style, underline, text color, text background color, and letter spacing, lot of things. So we'll do font size, and we'll do set font size. So by default I'm going to keep this one as 24. Then we'll do font family, and I'll do set font family, and I'm going to make this one as let's do Arial as default. Then I'll do font weight, and I'll do set font weight, and this one, let's make this one normal. Then I'll do font, what else is that, font weight, font style, and I'll do set font style. So this also I'm going to do normal. Then we are going to have font style is done. We'll do underline, and I'm going to do set underline, and I'm going to do this one as false. Then we'll be having text color. So color definitely we need to change, and we'll do set text color. So let's keep black by default. Then I'm going to do text background color, and set text background color. this will be empty, and next at the end we're having letter spacing, and I'll do set letter spacing, and this will be 0. So these all the properties that we need. Now let's create the first how we are going to create or understand that this is actually a text, right? Because see, as I already told you that there can be some specific properties. So these all the properties, let's say text color will only be for text, right? It can't be for shapes. That means we need to understand that whatever is current object is selected, this is actually a text. I hope you are getting. So that we are going to do, but before that let's quickly create all the methods, because this creating all the methods will be very simple. So what I'll do, simply I'll just minimize this. Let's go here under after opacity. So here I'm going to create first will be handle text change. Now these all are normal React concept, React and JavaScript concepts. There is nothing to do here. And also we're going to create handle text, then we're going to do handle font size change, then we'll do handle font family change. Again, if I need to create all of this in a real project, right, I will not be creating separate handler for all of this. I hope you're getting right what I'm trying to say, that I'm creating all of this separate so that it will be easy for you to understand. But when you want to develop this, how you are going to do it. So you'll be doing like this. So you'll do const, and you'll be doing, let's say, text properties and set text properties, right, whatever, and then here you're going to take a use state, and then you'll be doing like this. You'll be taking text, then you're going to take font size, all of this at once instead of taking separate. I hope you're getting, but here I'm doing so that you can understand. So we'll do font size, then we're having font family, and next copy this. So after font family we are having the what we are having. So we'll do font size, font family, font weight, which is bold. So I'll do handle toggle bold. Okay, next, which one I changed? Font family change. Okay, so we'll make this one handle toggle bold. Next we are having the handle toggle italic. I think these we have already done, right? Font style. Okay, so we'll do handle toggle italic. Next, what else? We are having the underline, so we'll do handle toggle underline. Next we'll be having the color change, so we'll do handle toggle text color change. So here we'll be getting the event. Then we're having the background color change, so we'll do handle toggle text background color change, and at the end we're going to have the letter spacing. So we'll do handle letter spacing change. Okay, so now let's quickly create the structure first, then we are going to create the other things, right? So first what I'll do, I think we have width height. I'll copy this and make this one as opacity and minimize this one. And after this, what we need to do, so we need to check that if the current selected item is a text or not, and to do that we need another state. So for example, let's say if I go here and I'll select one more circle. Now circle is selected. So if the circle is selected, the text properties should not come here. I hope you're getting. If the shape is selected, only shape related properties should come here, but all the common properties will be always same, right? So all the common properties already is updating. You can see it's working, right? But we need to know somehow that if the current item, that whatever we have selected, if it's a text or it's a circle, it's a square, it's a image, so that thing we need to do. So let's see how we are going to handle that part, and then we are going to create the UI for the text related properties. Alright, so now we'll start working on the text related properties, right? But before that, actually I missed one more thing that I want to mention. So we'll be having some more common properties here. So we will be able to flip the shapes, text, images horizontally and also vertically. So that is two properties we need to add. Then another very two important properties which will be common for all of these, that is duplicate. So we'll be able to create a duplicate shape from this, and also delete. Okay, so let's create these 4 common properties first, and then we will move to creating the text related properties, right? So first what we'll do, right, so let's go there. Okay, so for that we'll go here and let's create one more comment, and I'm going to give this on as so we'll do flip horizontal, and also we're going to do flip vertical. So let's take one more div here, and I'm going to do a class name. So we'll do flex wrap, and also I'm going to do gap of 2. Okay, and here what I'm going to do simply, so let's take a button, and I'm going to do flip. So we'll do flip, there will be this one horizontal, and here I'm going to take, so let's take a class name of height 4, width 4, and margin right of 1, and inside this what I'll do, I'll just do flip h. Okay, and for this button I'm going to take a variant, so I'll take this one as outline. Also I'm going to do a size which will be sm. I want to take a class name, so I'll do height of 8, so I'll do height of 8, and I'll do text access. Save this, and let's see what you're getting. Okay, I think we'll refresh this. So I'll just create one more, and I'm going to do flip vertical, and here we'll do flip vertical. So let's save this, and let's go here and click. So we're getting these 2. Now I also want to create 2 more, which is also very important, and that is the duplicate and the delete. Okay, so let's do one thing. Let's go here, and maybe after this I'm going to do duplicate and delete. Okay, so for this another thing, see, I always forget all of this. Not only duplicate and delete, we also need to do another for arrangement, right? So we can either put all of these, like we can send, if there are multiple objects, right? So let's say we have these 2 objects, and now we'll be able to send this on backwards, or we can move this on like forward, right? So these 2 things. So we need to do arrangements also, so these also will be common. So I will take here class name, so I'll do space y of 4, and I'll do of padding top of 4, and I'll do border t, and inside this I'm going to take a h3, and here I'm going to do text, sorry, I'll take a class name, I'll do text sm, and font medium, and I'll do layer position. After this I'll just take a div, I'll do class name, I'll do grid columns of 2, and I'll do gap of 2, and inside this I will take a button, and I will do move up, and I'll do class name height of 4, width of 4, and I'm going to do bring to front. Okay, then what else? So I'll copy this, and I'm going to do send to back. Okay, and here let's take the same styling we can take, right? So variant will be outline, size m, and we'll use the same. Save this. Now we are going to do for duplicate. So for this one, I think we can, let's say how it's looking, we can use the same structure. So I'll go here and let's click. See, we are having we need to change this one, so I'll do move down, so this one will be move down. Okay, next. So let's see, if I click here, we're getting this. Now I'm going to also do duplicate and delete, right? So you can copy this and we'll paste it here, and this will be duplicate and delete. So here what I'll do, so I'll keep only copy, and for this one we're going to use the trash and this will be delete, and this will be duplicate. Awesome. And here I'm going to use destructive, and let's use this one as default, and let's see how this is looking. Save this. So if I click here, we are having duplicate and delete. So now we have flip horizontal, flip vertical, bring to front, send to back, duplicate and delete. So these all will be common, right? So now whenever I'll be clicking on duplicate, if the current one is selected, so I want to duplicate this. Same for delete, I want to delete this. Bring to front and send to back will be when we have multiple objects, like let's say we have a shapes, text, images, so we can send to back or bring to front. So these all the common properties that we need. So now in the next part, let's quickly finish all of this, then we'll move to the specific properties, like for text, shapes and images. Okay, so first we'll start with duplicate and delete, and I think this is very, very important. So for duplicate, we are going to use this clone method, and you can see that this actually return a promise. Okay, this is the property of a static canvas, and the same we are going to do for delete also. So first let's work on the clone one. So for clone, what I'll do, right, so let's go to our Fabric utils, and let's create 2 more utils here. I think this will be easy to manage. So I'm going to go here and let's create export const, and I'll do clone selected object, and here I'm going to do async. So I'll get the canvas. So first I'll check if there is no canvas, so I'm going to return, and then I'm going to get the active object. So I'll do const active object, and this will be canvas dot get active object. Okay, now here I'm going to do if there is no active object, I'm again going to return, and then I'm going to do try catch, because as I already showed you that it will return a promise. And here I'm just going to do error, and I'll do error while cloning, and I'm going to call this E, and then what I'll do in the try, first I'm going to create a clone. So I'm going to do const cloned object, let's do object only like this, and I'll do await, and I'll do active object, and here this will give you a clone, right? So this is the clone method just now I showed you. Now what I'll do, simply now I will set the position of the clone. So what will happen, let's say I'll clone this. If I put the cloned object on top of it, will not be able to understand where is the clone object, right? So what I'll do, when I'll click on duplicate, I will create the clone object little bit of right side, so that we'll be able to see that. I hope you are getting. Similar things will happen in Canva also, exact. So I'll just do clone object dot set, and I'm just going to do left. So I'm going to change the left object from, I'll take the active object left, and I'll just add a 10 plus, so it will be on the more 10 from the left. Same I'm going to do for top. So I'll do active object dot top plus 10, and then I'm going to do ID, and this will be, I'll take the active object dot type, which will actually give us whether it is a rect, it's a circle or whatever, or else I'm going to do just give a object by default, and then I'm going to add the date dot now. That's it. Now what I'll do, simply I'll add this. I'll do canvas dot add, and I'll add the clone object, and what you need to do, I pretty sure you already know. So do canvas dot render all, and you're going to return the clone object, or else you're going to, let's do return null. Save this. So now what we can do, simply we'll go here, and then once you're going to do duplicate, so we'll just call this method. So let's go and take on click and the handle duplicate, and we'll create this. So I'll do const handle duplicate, let's put it on top because this will be in the common. So I'll do duplicate, so I'll do const duplicate. So here what I'll do, again I'll check if the canvas or the selected object is not present. I'll return, and then I'm going to call, and this also will be async. So I'll do await, and I'm going to do clone selected object, and this will give you the canvas, right? So here we are going to pass the canvas, and now let's save it and let's see what is happening. Okay, so we'll go here, click this and click on duplicate, and we have a 2. Awesome. Now click here. Now let's say click on duplicate, you have 2. You can click again, create a duplicate out of it. It will create multiple times. Create, and it will create. Same will happen for images also. I'll click on this image, click on duplicate, it is created 2. Click again, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So now this is working fine. Similar way we need to do for delete also. So let's start working on the delete part. So let's go there, and then I'll create one more, and I'm going to do export const delete selected object. So this will be async. I'll get the canvas, and here also we're going to do the same thing, and I'm going to first copy it till this part. It will be same. And now we're just going to take, so let's take a try, and I'm going to do catch log error while deleting, and I'm going to return false. And here I'll simply just get the active object we already have. So I'll do canvas dot remove, and I'm going to remove the active object, and I'm going to do canvas dot, so there will be a property called, let me just search, discard active object. I'm not able to recollect, let me just check. See, so we have this discard active object, right? I think not, let me check once again. This one, right? So this we are going to use. So I'll do discard active object. Spelling is wrong, I think. So copy this, and then I'll do canvas dot render all, and I'm going to return true. Save it. So now what I'll do, simply we'll go here, and so where we are doing the duplicate, I'll add one more method for delete. So I'll do on click, I'll do handle delete. So now let's create this. So I'll do const handle delete, and here also we are going to do the same thing. So copy this, paste it, and I'm going to do delete selected object. Save this, and let's see what is happening. So I'll go here, let's click this, create a duplicate, and I'll delete. Okay, something is not working. So delete is not working here. Okay, let's see. So let's log this active object, and let's see what we are getting. I think let's reload once. So I'll just, okay, we are not getting anything here. But why? What is the wrong that we are doing here? I think we are not getting active object. Oh, we need to pass the canvas, man, as input. That is the reason. So now let's see, if I create a duplicate and let's try to delete, see, now you're getting, right, it's deleted. And if I create duplicate, let's go to text, create a text, create a duplicate, and then I want to delete this one, so I'll delete, deleted, again delete, and deleted. Awesome. So now this is working fine. I think that is the mistake we have done. We need to pass the canvas here. I'll remove the console. So with this, the delete and duplicate both are done. Alright, so now let's complete 4 more. One is the bring to front, send to back, flip horizontal, and flip vertical. So we'll start with this one. So let's create 2 methods. So one will be handle bring to front. Copy this and let's paste it here, and I'll do handle send to back. So I'll create these 2. So let's create it here. So I'll do arrangement. So I'll do const handle bring to front, and we'll do const handle send to back. First we need to check the same check again in both the cases. And now for this one we have 2 methods. So we'll search for bring. So let's search for bring object to front. So this one. So bring object to front, right, and bring object, I think there will be one more which is called send object to back. So let's send object to back. Okay, so this one we need. So we'll start with the first one. So I'm just going to do canvas dot, and I'll just copy this and we'll paste it here. Oh sorry, this will be send object to back, will be for the back one, and this will be canvas dot bring object to front. And then we are going to do canvas dot render all. Save this, and I think this is done. It's very simple. So refresh this and see how it is working, right? So go here and let's go to images, select image. I'm going to select a circle, and now I am going to do what? I'll do send to back. Okay, it's not working, is it? Oh sorry, I think I need to give let me check the properties one. We need to get the object also. Sorry, my bad. I need to pass the object here, that which object we want to do. So now this should work. So let's refresh this. So I'll go to uploads, select object, I'll go to elements, select element, let's increase, and now I'll do send to back. See, is in the back, right? So if I move this, it's there. And now what I'll do, I'll make this one to back. See, now it's coming. Okay, if you select and do bring to front, it's coming here. Add a text, and I'll do send to back, bring to front, send to back, bring to front, and it's working fine, right? Awesome. So this is very simple. So with this, these 2 are done. So now we have the flip one, right? So we have the flip H and flip V. So these also will be very simple. So we just need to use 2 properties here. One will be, I think, that is called flip X. I think, let me just check, I'm not able to recollect. So we'll do flip X, this one, static objects, let's go here, this flip X and flip Y, these 2 we need. So let's create these 2 methods. So I'll do const handle flip horizontal, and let's copy this, create one more, and this will be vertical. So here also we'll check this, and we'll just do const flip x, and this will be equal to not equal to selected object dot flip x. So we'll do opposite, simple. And then what I'm going to do, I'll do update object property, and here we're going to pass that property. So I'll do flip x, pass that key to the flip x value. That's it. Okay, and now let's copy this and do the same for here. So I'll do flip y, this will be flip y, this will be flip y, and this will be flip y. That's it. And then we can go here and then just give the on click. So I'll do on click, and this will be handle flip horizontal, and I'll do this one as on click, handle flip vertical. Awesome. So save this and let's see what is happening, right? So I'm going to select this, let's do a flip vertical, see, horizontal, vertical, and it's changing, right? So it's working fine. Awesome. So I think with this is also done. So now, because we have completed all the common ones with height, opacity, flip, layer, and duplicate, delete, now we will do specific. So first we'll start with the text specific properties, then we'll move to shapes, then the images, and then the drawing ones. Alright, so now let's start working on the text specific properties, right? So I think we have already created all the states and all the methods, but I already mentioned, right, that part previously, that whenever we are going to select anything, let's say currently I have selected text, so I need to get that what is the type of it, the current object. So how we are going to get that? So we'll be getting it from here. So if you go here, right, I already have this active object. In this active object we'll be getting a type, and if the type is text, then we are going to set in our state. So what I'll do, right, I'll just do const, and let's do this one as object type, and I'll do set object type, and let's do this one as use state of empty. So now what will happen, so let's say if I go here and log this active object dot type, and let's see what you're getting. So I'll save this, and also I'm going to just do active object type. So let's refresh this once. So now go to our console, and if I select this, you're getting circle. If you select this, you're getting path, you're getting rect, you're getting triangle. If I go here, select this, you're getting itext. Okay, if I go here and let's say select my image, you're getting image, the type. And if I go and draw, let's say I'll enter draw something, exit, and I'll select this, you're getting path. Okay, so now we'll be able to set the type, and we can check if it is itext, that means this is a text. If this is a image, then it will be image. If it is a path, it will be path. For rest other, because we can't do individually for circle, rect, square, so rest of the things comes into shapes. Okay, so now what we can do simply, so I'll just go here and let's do one thing. So let's do it here only. So I'll do if, or let's keep the common properties here, and I'm going to check based on type. So I'll do if active object dot type is equal to itext, so it will be a text. So I'm going to do set object type will be text, else if this is image, so you're going to set as an image. Okay, else copy this. So if this is a path, so in that case we're going to set this one as a path, else we'll set this one as shape. Okay, so now we'll be able to see based on type, we'll be able to render the properties. That let's say currently we are having these many properties which is for only text. So I'll check if the object type is equal to text, then I want to render all of this. So now we can start working on the UI for this. So let's do one thing. I think for text we need to add quite a few UI, right? So let's go there, and After arrangement, duplicate. So now here I'm going to do for text related. So I'll do text related properties. So let's check here. If object type is equal to text, then only we want to render all this. So we'll take a div, I'll take a class name, so we'll space y of 4 and border of t. Inside this I will take a h3 and I'll do text properties, and here I'm going to do a class name. So we'll do this one as, let's do text small and font medium. After this let's start with the first one. So I'll take a div and I'm going to do a class name. I'll do space y of 2. Inside this I'm going to take a label and I want to do text content, and let's give a class name here. So I'll give this one as text access, and I'll do HTML for this will be for text content. Now inside after this I'm going to text a text area, and here I'm going to take the same ID which will be text content, and I'll be taking the value which will be text, and also I'm going to take a on change. This will be on change, and this will be handle text change. Awesome. And let's take a class name. So I'll do height of 20 and I'll do resize none. Now see what will happen. Save this, let's refresh this. So now if I go here and let's say select this, you see you are getting only text related properties, but the moment I'll select a circle, you are not getting that one, right? And if I select this, you are getting this. Awesome, right? And if I select this, it's not coming. So only for text related these properties will come. Awesome. So now what we can do, simply let's go there and add all the properties that we need. So now I will just copy the same part, this structure. So I need this structure, so I'll copy this, paste it. Second one will be font size, so I'll do font size, and I'm going to give this one as let's do font size. And for this one what we'll do, simply, so for font size we can take an input, not text area is not needed, so I'll take an input. Here ID I'm going to give font size, and value will be our font size. This will be handle font size change, and here also you need to pass the current event, and we are going to do height, let's change this one. So I'll do width of 16, height of 7, and text as access, and type I'm going to give this one as number. So now these two are done. Next we are having the, after font size what we are having, so let's go there and check. So we're having font size, and then we're having font family. So for font family I think we need couple of font family actually. So what I'll do, let me just copy paste. I have some font family, and what I'll do, right, I'll just use those and paste it inside config, and then we are going to use it here. If I try to write all of this, it will take a lot of time, so let me just quickly do that. Alright, so you can see that I just exported some of the font families that I'm going to use. Okay, so now what I can do, simply, so after the font size, right, so let's minimize this. So after this I'm going to take one more div. Let's give a class name. I'll do space y of 2, and here I'm going to take a label, and I'm going to give this one as, so I'll do HTML for this will be font family. I'll do class name as text sm, and I'm going to do this one as font family. Okay, and here let's take a select component, and here I'm going to give the value will be font family, and here we are going to do on value change. which will be handle font family change. Okay, we already have. And now I'm going to give a select trigger. Okay, and here what you're going to do simply, so you'll copy this part, and I'm going to do ID will be this, and class name I'm going to give a height of 8, maybe let's give a height of 10. And here I'm going to give a select value, and I'll do this one as give a placeholder, and I'll do select font. Alright, now inside this I'm going to take a select content, and here I'm going to do font families dot map, so the font item, and here we're going to get a select item, and we're going to render the font item. And here I'm going to take a key which will be font item. We're going to give the value which will be font item, and also we're going to give a style which will be, we are going to give a font family. So here this will be this font item. So let's save this and let's see what you're getting. Okay, so if I go here and let's say select the image, and you can see that we are getting the font family. Okay, and this is the font size, so we'll be able to increase. So you need to handle this, we haven't done, so we'll do that. Alright, so I think this is done. Next we are having the bold, italic and the underline part, right? So I'm going to take one more, so let's copy till this part, and I'm going to minimize and paste it here, and take one more div to close it, and then I'll do this one as, let's say, style. And here what you're going to do simply, so let's remove this, this is not needed, so I'll take a button. So for this one I'll take a div one more, and I'll give a class name of flex and gap of 2, and here I'm going to take 3 button. So one will be, so inside this I'm going to take a bold icon, and here I'll take a class name of height width of 4, height of 4, and for this button I'm going to take a variant. So variant will be, we already have the font weight, so if the font weight this state, if it is bold, so I'm going to do this one as default, or else I'm going to do this one as outline. Then I'm going to do a size of a icon. I'm going to do a on click which will be handle toggle bold, and then I'm going to do a class name, so let's do a width of 8, height of 8. Now let's copy this and paste it 2 more times. Alright, now why? Because second one will be we have for italic, right? So for this one I'm going to do, if the font style, if this is italic, so I'm going to do default outline, size will be icon, and this will be handle toggle italic, and for this one let's use italic icon. Next we're having the underline, right? So for this one I'm going to take, if the underline is equal to if this is true, so I'm going to do a default, or this will be outline, and this will become handle toggle underline, and for this one I'm going to use underline. Save this. So let's see how this is looking. So go here and select a text, and we're getting this style. Awesome. So now what else we have? We also have the text color and the background color. So for that I'll just copy the same thing from here. Let's minimize this one, and I'm going to paste it, take one more div, and I'm going to do this one as text color. Alright, so for text color what you're going to do, so let's give a HTML4, and this will be text color. So after this what we are going to do, right? So let's take we'll simply take input, and I'll just want to take the ID, so this will be text color, and type will be color, so this will be a color. Picker we need to open, and value will be text color, we already have that state. And then we are going to have a on change which will be handle text color change, handle toggle text color change. Okay, and here also what else we can do. So first let's see how this is looking. Based on that we'll change. So let's save this. Okay, this is looking pretty bad. So what I can do, right? So here I'm going to, let's take a class name, and here before this I will do one more thing. I want to take one more div here. So I'll take a class name. So I'll do relative width of 8, height of 8, and I'll do overflow as hidden, and I'll do rounded medium, and I'll do border. And inside this, first I'll take a div, and I'll do class name, I'll do absolute, and inset of 0. And here what I'll do, I will just take a style. No, sorry, not here, I need to take here. So I'll do style, and we'll do background color, which will be text color. Okay, and after this I want to use this input, and inside this I will use a absolute, inset of 0, we'll do opacity as 0, and I'll do cursor as pointer. So let's see how this is looking. So we'll go here, and let's say I'll select add one more, and we are getting this one, right? So we'll be able to select this. Okay, so this is fine. So now what we can do, simply we also need to add for what else is left, right? So I've done font size, bold, text color. We need to also do for text background color. So what I'm thinking, right, let's do one thing. Let's copy this part, and I'm going to take a div, and I'll take a class name. So I'll do flex, and I'll do justify between, and paste it, and paste it one more time. I'll show you what exactly I'm doing. So let's save this, and let's see what you're getting. So you're getting text color, and I'm going to do text BG color. It's up to you, you want to change this one, whatever you can do. So this will be now text BG color, and this will be text BG color, and I'm going to make, what else we need to change. So we're going to do text background color, and also this will be text background color, and this will be handle toggle text background color change. So we'll keep this one simple, or else I think it's becoming very tricky. Not tricky means too much UI, I don't like that. Okay, so I think this is done. So now let me minimize this one. I think we also need to add for background color is done. So only one thing is left, and that is the letter spacing, right? So now what I'll do, so let's copy one more. Which one I can copy? This one maybe. So I'll copy this part from here, and then I'm going to paste it. So I'll keep this one as letter spacing, and then we are going to do this one as space. So I have to, this is fine. Let's, after this, right, let's take one more div here. Now again, the CSS part, whatever I'm doing, right, you don't have to actually exactly do what I'm doing. You can add your own idea, or in terms of CSS or styling, how you want to do. I'm doing at how fast I can do, to be honest, like, or else you're spending a lot of time in this. So I'll do this will become letter spacing, the HTML4. This will keep same. I've done opposite, man. I think I'll copy this. This will be letter spacing. And now also I want to render a span here, and enter the letter spacing value. Let's take a class name, and I'm going to do text access. And here this will not be input, this will be slider. So I'm going to take a slider, and ID I'll use the same. So I'll do letter spacing. I'll do mean from -200, max I'll give 800, step I'll give 10, value I'm going to give letter spacing, and on value change I want to pass the value. So this will be handle letter spacing change, and I'm going to pass the value here. That's it. Save this, and let's see how this is looking. Save this one. Okay, so now the UI part we have already created for all the text specific, content, font size, font family, styling, text color, text background color, letter spacing. So now what will be next step? Next step will be start working on all these properties, and the same thing we need to update here also. Where? So when just like we have done for width, height and opacity, we will do the same for all the properties that is related to text. So let's do that in the next part. Okay, so now let's handle all the methods. So we will start with handle text change. So here we are having one change. So what I'll do, right? So simply for text change, we are going to do const. So let's do new text will be event dot. So event. So event dot target dot value, and this will be event, and I'm going to do set text will be this new text, and also we're going to do update object property, and this will be the property will be text and the value will be new text. Okay, so now we have done this one. So at the same time we need to update this also in this use effect, right? So we'll go here, and now when this type will be text, so we are setting the text, and now I'm going to update the property. So I'll do set text will be if there is active object dot text, or else this will be empty. Now let's save this and let's see how this is working, right? So if I go here, right, so let's say I select this. Let me just refresh this once. Oh, and let's select this. So you can see you're getting enter text here, and I'm going to remove this. It's removed, and I'll update this one. See, it's updated, right? And the moment you'll select, it will be auto selected here, Sangam. But if I just do one more select, add one more text, see, it's automatically updated here. And I'll change here from to this, and the moment you'll select again, it will be updated. We are not doing real time, but that is okay. We don't have to do that, but it will become very, very tricky. But if the moment I'll just do, let's say Sangam to Sangam edited, and then let's say I'll select this, it will be Sangam, and if I select this, it will be updated. And you can also update from here also. So I'll do Sangam edited again, and you can see it's updating, right? So Sangam edited again, it's coming. So just like for text we have done, we need to do the same for all the properties. So let's do that one by one, and now it will be very, very simple. We can do all at once, right? We don't have to do multiple times. So text change we have done. Now we are doing for font size change. So for font size change, we already have this, so you'll be able to type, and I'm going to use the same thing. So I'll copy this from here, or let's do here. So const new size, and this will be number of e dot target dot value, and I'm going to do set font size change will be new size, and then I'm going to do update object property, and this will be font size, and this will be the new size. That's it. Now the same thing we need to do for font family change, right? So for font family change, if you go here, so I think for this one we need to do on value change. So here I believe we'll be getting the value here. So let's log this e here and see what we are getting. So I'm just going to do handle font family change. Save this. Go to console, and I'll just select one. You can see that we are getting the value directly. So this is the value that it will give, right? So what we can do, simply we'll get the value, and then I'm just do set font family, and I'm just going to do the value, and I'm going to do update, same thing. So we'll do update, and this will become font family, and this will be this value. So now if you go here, let's say if I select let's select this one only and change this one to other, it's changing, right? And you can change this one to other, it's changing. Awesome. So this is also working fine. Now next we are having the bold. So for bold, what we are using, let's check once quickly. So we have a button. So for bold, what we can do, simply we'll just check here like this. So do const new weight. So here, if the font weight that we are having currently, if this is already bold, so we are making this on normal, or else we'll keep this on bold, because if you go to the top where we are using font size, right, sorry, font weight, so we're having normal here, font weight we are doing normal here, right? So what we can do, if it is bold, we'll make this on normal, or else we'll keep this on bold. Or I've done opposite. No, I've done correct. So if it is bold already, make normal, or else make bold. So now I'll do set font weight will be new weight, and again do the same thing, right? So I'll do update canvas property, and here what we are going to do simply, so we'll do font weight. These all are just normal CSS properties only. This is done. Same thing, we'll copy this and we'll do for the italic also. So I'm going to do if so here we are having the font style, so if it is italic, so I'm going to make normal, or else I'll keep this. And here I'm going to do set font style. Oh, we are using font style, is it? Let's do font. And I'll do new style instead of weight, and this will be font style. That's it. The same thing will be for underline also, very simple. So this one I'll do new underline. So if it's already, so for underline I think we have to check what value we have taken, so it is false, right? So this will be not equal to, so we need to do not equal to underline. We'll just toggle, and here I'm going to pass the new underline, and you pass the properties as underline, okay? And this will be new underline, and I think this is done. So now let's see if it's working. I'll select this, let's close this, and let's go here, select, it's bold, it's italic, and it's underline, right? Oh, I think we are doing something wrong there. I think we have, I got it. I think we copy pasted that part. We need to make some changes here, man. So we're doing font style is bold, we are doing default. So now if I just go here, if it is bold, not italic, and if it is, but for underline it's not working. So something we are doing wrong here, is it? Handle toggle underline. See, we need to do set underline. That's why I'm thinking that something we are doing wrong. Now it should work. So I'll click, I'll select this and select. So select here, it is bold, it's working, and it's working now. Okay, so I'll remove working, underline working, bold working. Awesome. Same thing you can do for here also. We need to manage this. Why? Because see, we haven't added those properties here. Remember, we need to add all of this here. So we're going to do that after doing all of this. So we completed till underline. We need to do now text color change. So for text color change, we'll be getting the values. I'll do const new text color. So this will be event.target.value, and I'm going to do set text color will be new text color, and I'm going to do update property, and this will become the fill. Okay, so this will be fill, and this will be your new text color. And for background color, let's copy this, paste it. So this will be new BG color, new text BG color, which will also be same, and this will be your set text background color, which will be new BG color. Okay, and this one, because it's a background color, so we're going to do as background color, which will be new BG color. And the last one is the letter spacing, where we'll be getting the value. Why? Because this is a slider, right? It's a slider, so we'll be getting a value inside array. I think this part we have already done. So I'm going to do new spacing will be value of 0, right? And then I'm going to do set letter spacing will be new spacing, and here for update object property, so this will be char spacing. This is the canvas property from Fabric. You can also check it. So we'll go here, right, search for char spacing, so we'll be getting this one, right? Search for here. So now, so this is done, cat spacing, and we need to pass new spacing. Alright, so with this all the properties we have added, so let's see if it's working, right? So if I go here and increase this, increasing, and text color I'll change to red, it's changing, and I'll go here and change the background color to this, changing, letter spacing also changing, right? I think everything is done. So now we need to add all the properties, the default properties here for active object. So let's quickly do that. So first we'll start with set font size. So this will be active object dot font size, right? Or else I'll keep by default 24. Next I'm going to do set font family. So here I'm going to do active object dot font family, or else I'm going to keep the Arial. Then we're going to do set font weight. Sorry, this will be set font weight. So this will be active object dot font weight, or else I'm going to keep this one as normal. Then we are having set font style, which will be active object dot font style, or else I'm going to keep as normal. Then we are having set underline, so we'll do active object dot underline, or else I'm going to keep this on as false, so this will be boolean. Next we are having the text color, so I'll do set text color, so this will be active object dot fill, or else I'm going to keep as black. Next we are having set text background color, which will be active object dot background color, or else I'm going to keep this one as empty. And at the end we are having set letter spacing, which will be active object dot cat spacing. No, this will be cat spacing, correct, spacing, cat spacing, or else this will be 0. So now we have actually completed all this. So let's see if it's working or not, right? Refresh this. So go here and select a text, and now what I'll do, right, so I'll increase this, I'll increase this one to 30. Now I'll close this and click again, so we'll be getting 30. If I go bold it, right, and then if I unselect, and once I'll select again, the bold should be selected from the right editor. Select here and you can see bold is edited. But if I go here and add one more text, for this one you can see bold is not edited, this is also resetted. Okay, change this to another one. Okay, working. And if I just select this one, it's changing. Awesome. So with this, the text, all the properties we have completed. So next I will start with the shape properties, and then we'll move to image and drawing properties. Alright, so now let's complete the rest of the properties that we need, right? So here I'm going to remove this, and I'll start with first with the field color, and I'll do set field color, and this will be use state of I'll do as white. Okay, next I need border, so I'll do border color, set border color, and this I'm going to do use state of, let's do this one as black by default. Then I'll copy this, paste it some 2 times, and this will be border width, and set border width, it will be 0. Then I need the border style, and set border style, and this will be border style we are going to do solid. Alright, next we are having filter. Now filters will be for images, so we'll take all at once. I'll do filter, and I'll do set filter, and I'm going to do a use state, and I'm going to do none. Then we are also going to take a blur property, so we'll implement blur also for images. So I'll do set blur, and this will be use state of 0. I think these all the properties will be more than enough. Now I want to mention one thing. If I try to add more properties, right, this video will be endless. Like this video will be more than 30-40 hours long, and you will understand that it's actually technically not possible to cover each and every property that covers for each and every shapes images that Fabric actually offers. So what you need to do, you need to experiment and you need to add your own idea, and then you need to implement all of this. I can't actually implement each and everything, right? So now what I'll do, right, so let's do one thing. Let's go and then let's start with the creating all of this. So I think we already implemented for this, right, that when the type will be image, we are going to set the object type as image. For path it will be path, for other it will be shape. Let's see how it is happening. If there is any issue, based on that we'll change. So now what I'll do, I'll simply minimize this, and now I'm going to do all others, right? So let's do if object type is equal to shape. So in that case we'll do this. So let's take a div. So I'll do a class name, I'll do space y of 4, and I'll do padding of 4, and I'll do border as t. Now after this I'm going to do h3, and I'm going to do shape properties. Here I'll take a class name, and we'll do text sm font medium. Now after this let's start with one by one. So I'm going to take div, and I'll do class name space y of 2, and here I'm going to do a label, and I'm going to do this one as fill color, and I'll give a HTML for this will be fill color. Okay, and here I'll do a class name text access. After this what we're going to do, simply I think we have done this one for the images, sorry, text also, right? Let's copy the same thing for the let's go here. I think we have done for the text color, I believe, the same structure, this one, right? So we have this part, so I'll copy this one from here, copy this, and then I will paste it here. So this background color will now become fill color, and this HTML for will be fill color, type will be color, and this will be fill color, and I'm also going to create another one which will be handle fill color change. I think we haven't created, but we'll create. Okay, now next thing we are also going to have for a border color, right? Let's do one thing, let's do side by side, right? So we'll do this. So we'll cut it from here, we'll take a div, and I'm going to do a class name, and let's do flex justify between, and I'll paste this one time and 2 times. Okay, so for, let me just comment it, I think it will give error. So now for the first one it will be fill color, the second one it will become border color. So this will be border color, so this will be border color, and this also will be border color, and this will become, we'll do handle border color change. Awesome. So now what else? So border color is done, so we need to do border width and border style. So for that I'll do this, so we'll just minimize this one. So after this I'm going to take one more, so I'll do a div, I'll do class name, I'll do space y of 2, inside this let's take a label, so I'm going to do this one as border width. So I'll do a HTML for, we'll do border width, and also I'm going to do a class name of text access. And after this we'll also going to render, so let's render the span, and I'm also going to render the border width, so we'll do border width %, and I'll use the same class name here also. Now after this I'll take a slider, so ID will be border width, then minimum we're going to do 0, max I will do 20, step I'm going to do as 1, and value I will be doing as border width, and on value change we are going to do value, and I'll do handle border width change, and here we're going to pass the value. Alright, so I think this is done. So let's comment it out for now, I think, because we don't have this method, right? So this will give you error for now. So we'll just create the structure, save this, and let's see what we're getting first. So we'll go here and select this. We're getting some error. We're providing a value property on change. Oh, okay, that is fine. But I'll see we're getting field color, and border width. Awesome. So now what else we need? We need border style also. So now what I'm going to do simply, so let's copy this from here, paste it. So I'm going to do this one as border style. So this will be border style, and here what I'm going to do this, we don't need this one, so remove this, and instead of slider now this will be a select component. So I think we already have a select component that we have created. Let's use the same, right? We'll not spend much time. So I'm going to copy this from here, and we'll go and then let's go to the end. So after this I'll paste it, and we need to do a couple of changes. So first thing, here we are going to give a ID. So this will be border not here, sorry, we need to give in the trigger part here. So we'll copy this and we'll paste it here. In font family this will be border style, and I'll do handle border style change. Now here I'll do select border style. Now because we don't have border style, so what I'll do, right, we'll simply take inside these, I'm going to take select item. So I'll do select item, and for the select item let's take solid. I'm going to take the value as solid, copy this and paste it. So I'll just do solid, and this will be dashed, and this will be dotted. So this will be dashed and this will be dotted. Okay, and I think this is done. So now let's save this and let's see the structure if it is working or not. Save it. So we're getting this, and also let's do one thing, let's give a margin bottom of 2 here, or let's do this one. I'm going to do first, let's refresh this. I think we'll be getting error because we haven't created all the methods, right? So we'll be getting this is fine. So I'm getting solid, dashed and dotted. So now first let's quickly uncomment all the methods and we'll create all of this. So I'm uncomment this one, this also, color change, and also field color change. So all this we needed. So now let's start working all of this. So we'll go there, top, I already mentioned it, this will become little, like the length will be little more for this particular file. So I'll do handle field color change. So we'll be getting the event. Next we'll copy this. We are having the border color change. Handle border color change. This also will be getting event. Then we are having the handle border width change. Handle border width change. Here we'll be getting the value because this is a slider, and then we are having the border style change. Here also will be getting the value because this is the select. So we'll do handle border style change, this also value. So here for the field, what are you going to do? So we'll do const new field color. So we'll do event dot target dot value, and I'll do set field color will be new field color. and then I'm going to do update object property. So this will become fill, which will be new fill color, same as usual. Copy this, paste it. This also will be new, so this will be new border color, and this will be set border color, and this will become, so now for border, right, we need to use not border color, we need to use stork. Okay, and then we are going to use new border color. Okay, next we are having, I'm also getting confused, so many things. Then we are having this border width change. So here we are going to just copy this, and we'll do border width. This will be value of 0 because we are getting in array, right? So we're getting in array, so this will become this, and this will be set border width, and this will become stork width. That's it. Copy this, and then we are having the border style. So first for border style, we are just going to do set border style will be this value of 0, and then I'm just going to do, let's do new const new border style, which will be value of 0, and here we are going to simply do this to new border style. And now I'm just going to do let stork dash array, and this is the reason because if you go there, so if I go back, so see stork dash array will be a null, or it will be number of array. Okay, so now what we can do simply, so here we'll take this one as null. So here I'll do if style, sorry, if the new border style is equal to dashed, so this will be dashed, right? So I'll change this stork dashed array to 5,5, else if this new border style is equal to dotted, so I'll make this to 2, 2, and then what you're going to do simply, so we'll do update object property, and this will become stork dash array, that is the property name. Save this, right, dash array, and this will become this value. So that's it. So now let's go there, refresh this, and I'll go to this, I'll close this. So let's start with the duplicate. So duplicate is working. I'll change fill color to this, working. For this one I'll change fill color to this, working. I'll change let's give a border width, so you can see border width is coming, and border color I'll change to something else. See, it's working. For this also I'll give some border color and change this one to yellow, working. And let's give style to dashed. Okay, this is not working. Oh, okay, I got it. So this is a select, right? Okay, then in that case it will be only value. I think this we have done mistake, so we can take the value only, so this is not needed. So if the value is this, so we're going to pass this, so now this will work. So if I go here and let's say if I select dashed, it will become dashed, and if I do dotted, it will become dotted, and or else it will be solid. Awesome. So this is working as usual. So now what we need to do, so we need to again go to that place, right? So where we are having this is SEP, and if you noticed, this will work for all the SEPs. So if I go here, right, and let's do a fill color to this, it will work. Increase the border width, border color change to something else, and also change this to this, so it is working, right? So this is fine. So now we need to update the same for this SEP section also. I hope you are getting, right? So on page load, when you will be getting, so you need to check. So first I'm going to check here that if the active object and I'll check if this fill is present and type of active object dot fill is equal to string. So in that case I will just update set fill color will be active object dot fill. So this is the first thing. Then we are going to check that if active object dot stock dash array, if this is present, and now I'm going to check if active object dot stock dash array of 0, if both are 5. Remember we have taken the values as 5, so if you go here, right, we have 5, 5. So we'll check that if this is 5 and so copy this. If both are 5, so in that case we'll do set border style. So in that case this will be dashed, right? Else if, and we'll copy this, paste it, and if both are 2, so in that case we will make set border style to dotted. Else we will make set border style to solid. That's it. So this is done. So next, what else we are having? Next, I think for border color and border width we can pass in the common part, because that will be same for all other. So we can do one thing, so we can pass it here. So we'll do set border color. So this will be if active object dot stock is present. Spelling is correct, right? Or else it will be a problem, man. So I'll check set border color. Yeah, this is correct. Okay, so if this is present it will take, or else I'm going to do black. And then I'll do set border width. So if active object dot stock width is present, or else I'm just going to do this one as 0. So we have covered fill color, border width, and border style. Border color also we have covered, right? Yeah, border width also we have covered, and border color, border style and fill color both we have covered here. So you color set fill color and border style. Now I think this should work. So now let's see what is happening. So if you go here, right, select this, see it's changing and it's dashed. If you select this, okay, this is also dashed is coming. Let's see what is happening. Let's refresh this and test again. So I'll go here, I'll just take 2 steps and let's test with this, right? So I just going to make this one, I'll give a border color to red, and I'll increase the border width and make this one dashed. And if I select this, this is becoming dashed. If I select this one, this is becoming solid. Awesome. Now what I'll do, I'll change the fill color to something else. I'll change the border color to something else. I'll increase the border color and make this one to dotted. Okay, so now if I select, we are getting dotted. If I select this, we are getting dashed. Awesome. So now this is also working, duplicate is also working, everything is working, right? So flip, opacity, so everything is working. So now I think this part is done. So for image, right, for image the only difference will be, the filter and blur, because we notice for path also the border and fill it will be same, right? So you just need to copy paste. The only thing that we need to work, that is how we can apply filter and also how we can implement blur. So let's do both in the next part. Alright everyone, so now let's quickly complete for the image and the drawing. Now remember, for image and drawing also, right, the border properties will be almost same, but there will be slight difference in terms of the drawing properties or the path properties. So what we can do, we can actually reuse some of the things from the shape properties only. So first I'll create 2 more here. So first I'll give a object type, if this is equal to image. So this is the first one, and then we are going to take one more which will be for path, right? So I'm going to take, copy this, and we'll do for one path. Now for image, let's start with the border properties. So first what I'll do, right, so let's go there. I think this is for text. So I'm going to copy this, let's copy this, and I'm going to paste it here. Okay, and this I'm going to do image properties. Now next, for image properties, the border color will be exact same, so you can actually take the border color from here. Okay, and then we'll be having the border color, we'll be having the border width, and also I think we can take the border style, all three. So let's copy this. I'm going to copy this first and we'll paste it. Then we are going to have the border, so this is border color, this is width, and this is the style. So let's copy both and I'm going to paste it here. So let's save this, let's see what is happening. Okay, so I'll just go here, select an image, and we are getting the border color, width, and style. Awesome. Now for this one, the only two more will be added, right? So first will be the filter. So I'm going to add one more, and I'll give a class name. So I'll do space y of 2, and here let's take a label, and I'm going to give this one as filter, and this will be filter. Now this also will be a select, so let's copy this and I'm going to paste it here. There will be some changes. So first, the value for this will be filter, I think we have already taken, and this will be handle image filter change. This will be ID will be filter, and I'm going to do image filter. Now here first I'm going to give none, so this will be none, so there will be no filter. Then I'm going to do grayscale, so these all are present in the official doc, you can check. So one will be grayscale. Next I'm going to take a sepia. Now there are a lot more, like so many others. You can actually, we can use like lot of like 10-12 filter, but I will only take 4 for now. And then let's copy this and let's do a invert, and also I think let's keep only invert, so we'll keep invert. Now I hope you're getting my point, right? So if you want more, you can add as many options you want, that's it. So this is done, and now what I'm going to do, right, I also will be having another one. So I'll take, so okay, we also need to take a filter for blur, that is important. So I'll take a blur, and this will be blur. Now I'll check this, that if my current filter, which is this one, so if this filter is actually blur, so I'm going to do this. So I will take another div, and I'm going to take a class name. So I'll do space y of 2, and inside this I'll take one more div, and I'm going to take a class name. So I'll do flex, and I'll do justify between, and here I'm going to take a label, and I'll do blur amount. Now here let's take a HTML for, so this will be blur, and class name I'm going to give only text access. Alright, and also I'm going to render the blur percentage. So let's take a margin bottom also for this one, and I'm going to take a span, and I'll render blur percentage. Class name, let's make this one font semi bold, or let's do semi bold. No, let's do medium, because we're using medium in all the other places, and text access. So now after this I'm going to take a slider, and so we'll do an ID of blur, and I'm going to do mean as 0, max will be 100. Let's give a step of 1. Value I'll give blur, and I'll do on value change will be value, and this I will give this one as handle blur change, and I'm going to pass the handle blur change, I'm going to pass the value. So this all will be the image properties. So let's quickly create two, because this border one we already have handled, So I'm going to create the image filter. So let's go scroll up. So we'll do image filter. So we'll do it here. So we'll do const handle image filter. So we'll do async. So we'll get the value, and also I'm going to do const handle blur change. Here also we'll be getting the value. So first, when we'll be getting these, I'm going to do set filter, and this will be the current value. Now what you're going to do, right? So first I will check that if the canvas is not present, or if not equal to selected object, or if selected object dot type is not image, not equal to image. So we're going to return. Then we are going to check. So I'll do try catch. So here what we are going to do, so I am actually, so see, there can be possibility that we will actually only do a batch update. That means we are not going to trigger, so don't trigger save until we are doing all changes are done, right? So to do that, we can discard the current active object. So that is very, very important. So we are temporarily deselecting to avoid there can be multiple updates can happen. So what you can do simply here, I'll do canvas, and I believe that is called discard active object, something like that. So we'll do discard active object. Let me remove this, reload, and I'll do discard active object. Now I think we have, that is discard, this one. Okay, so I'll do this one. So I'll do discard active object. Spelling is, and now I'll first get, so I'll do await import fabric, and I'll be getting filters. Now first I'll do selected object because we are applying on a particular image, right? And I'm going to do dot filters will be empty object. And now what I'll do a switch, and I'll switch this value. So this value will tell us that if it's a grayscale, so if it's a grayscale, so we are going to do selected object dot filters, right? And I'm going to do a push, and here you are going to pass new filters dot grayscale, see, and we're going to break it, then copy this, and we're going to paste it, and I'm going to do this one as sepia, and this will be sepia. Copy this, paste it, so this will be invert, and this will be invert. Then again copy this, paste it. If this is blur, so now in case of blur, what are you going to do, right? So we'll do new filters, so it will be dot blur, and here I'm going to just take a blur, and I'll do the blur amount that we are having divided by 100, and that blur amount we are going to calculate. So we'll be having this blur amount, this method, right? And in case of default, and I'll add one more case, I'll do case none. So in both the cases I'm going to actually break, so there is no filter. So once this is done, so now after this I'm going to do selected object dot apply filters. So this will apply the filters, and now I'm going to again reselect. So I'll do canvas dot set active object, and then I'll do canvas dot render all. Okay, this is done, and here you can just do error, and I'll do failed to apply filters. So this is done. So now for this one, right, for handle blur change, this is a slider, so we'll be getting value in array format. So I'll do const new blur value, and this will be value of 0, and I'll do set blur will be new blur value. Okay, and now I'm going to check a couple of things. So first I'll check if the canvas is not present, or if selected object is not present, or if selected object dot type is not equal to image, right? Or if filter, the current filter, if it is not blur, then we can't apply, right? So it's only for blur, so we're going to return. So this is the condition. Now what I'll do simply, so I'll take a try. So here also we need to make this on async because we need to import Fabric dynamically, and I'm going to do a catch, and here I'm just going to do an error, and I'll do error while applying blur. Okay, so this is done. Now in the try we'll just going to get the filters, so I'll do await import filters, sorry Fabric, and we're going to do filters, and here I'm just going to do selected object dot filters, and this will be new filters dot blur, and here I'm going to take the blur amount will be, so we are having the blur value which is our new blur value, so I'll take this and divided by 100. And now what I'll do simply, I'll do selected object dot apply filters, and I'll do canvas dot render all. So this is done. So now let's save this. So we'll go here, so let reload this. Now let's go to uploads. So let's select this image, and what I'll do, first I'll go to filter, so it's applying, you can see, and then also we can select, I think it's happening because we are discarding. I think let's see if it is not discard, what will happen. Oh no, I think that is fine. I think we are doing mistake here, because if we are setting as a current selected object as this one, right? So you need to pass, I think we can keep it, so you need to pass here, this one will take this selected object, so that's why it's not working. Now it will work. So now if I just change this, so let's say I'll change this one to invert, it's changing, and I'll change this one to now grayscale, it's changing, right? Also I don't see this filter value is not applying, but why? So filter, we have this handle filter change, already a value filter. Okay, we'll see that, but before that we need to do another thing, and that is once again, just like we have done for text and this shape, we need to do the same thing for images also. So we'll go here, and now we have done for shape, right? So same we need to do for image section also. So here also for images we are going to check, the first thing we need to check the filter part. So I'm going to check if the active object dot filters, if it is present, and active object dot filters dot length is greater than 0. So I'm going to do const filter object, and I'm going to get it from my current active object. So I'll do active object dot filters of 0, and here I'm just going to do if filter object dot type is equal to grayscale, so this will be grayscale. So I'm going to do set filter will be grayscale, right? Else, so copy this, and I'm going to do else if this is equal to sepia. So I'm going to do this one as sepia. I'll paste it. Else if this is equal to invert, so I'm going to make this one as invert. Else if this is equal to blur, so in that case I'll check here blur. So now what we'll do simply, we'll take a bracket, and I'm just going to do set filter will be blur, and then what we are going to do simply, we'll do set blur will be, so here we are going to get the current blur, which will be our filter object dot blur, and I'm going to do into 100, or else if this is not present it will be 0. Else we'll do set filter will be none. So you're actually checking all the condition, right? If it is grayscale, set to grayscale, sepia, do invert, do it, blur, calculate, else there is nothing. That's it. And I think this is done. So now I think this should work. The only thing we need to do, that is for this one, which is this border style. So I think we can copy and paste the same thing. So let's copy this and we can do it after this, so it will be exactly same. Now if you want you can keep it outside also, but I'll just do it separate so that it will be easy to understand. Now let's refresh this and let's see what is happening. I know that I already told you, right, that this will become little complicated as it will progress. It's not a simple project. I'll select this and now let's do one thing. Go here and select to grayscale. So I'm getting grayscale. Close this, and now if you select this one, right, this will be selected grayscale. You'll do invert, you're getting this one. If you do blur, and now you can increase the blur amount. See, so it's working, right? Now if you just select this, you'll be getting this. Awesome, this is working. Now I'll change this one to something else, increase this color and change this one to something dashed, and it's working. See, awesome. So I think with this the image properties are also done. If you want you can add some more properties also, it's up to you, but for now it should work. Okay, so now let's do one thing. Let's start working on the path properties, and then after this we will be basically working. So almost completed the main editor functionality. Now next we are going to start working on the autosave and export feature. Okay, so these two will complete and then we'll move to the membership functionality. Alright everyone, so now for path also, if you see, right, we will be having only border color, because for path we don't have the field color. So we'll do border color, and also we have the border, I think border style. These two I think we only needed. We'll see border width also. So if that is the case, right, if you notice that border color, border width and also border style is also common for all of this. So you can actually put it in outside also, but if you want you can also like put it in specific to particular shapes or images, right? What I'll suggest, right, keep it like this, because for example, let's say for image properties we have these three common, so definitely you can move these to the common section. But I'm actually liking this, so you can, if you want, right, later you can do something different for specific to image. Let's say you want to do something some more particular feature for this border, for this image. So in that case keeping it in one section will help. I hope you're getting, right? So let's do one thing for the path also, right? It will be very simple, so you can just copy paste. So I'll minimize this one, I'll minimize this also, and for path I'm going to just copy the exact thing and I'll paste it here. The only difference will be this will be path, this will be path properties, and here we're going to have the border color. So we'll have handle border color change, then we're going to have the border width, and also we'll be having the border style, and we don't have the filter and also the blur. These two things we don't need it. Okay, so let's see. And also we need to do another thing, we need to do the same thing just like we have done. We also do it for path also, right? So for path also let's do the same. I think this becoming very, this file is becoming very large, right? So for path I think we are having this one. Okay, so for path let's do one thing. We are going to do, so we'll do set border color. So I'm going to just do, I think border color we are also doing outside, right? Let me just check. I think border color we are already doing, border width also we are already doing. So in that case I don't think this is needed, only we will add this this stroke functionality actually, but this also is common, right, for all of this. So what I'm thinking to put all of this, okay, let's do one thing. Let's copy this for now and I'll just put it here and let's see what is happening, because what I'm thinking, we can put this stroke dashed array also outside with the common properties here, and then we can move all of this in the common section. That also you can do, but anyway, let's see what is happening. So let me refresh this page. Now I'll go to draw something, exit, and I'll select this. So we are getting border color. See, it's changing the fill color, right? I don't know, it's okay. So let's change this. See, it's increasing, and also you'll be able to change this dashed and everything, right? So I think this is fine. And also if you select this one, it will be now dashed. This is also updated, so I'll increase this, and if you select again, it will be updated here. Duplicate will automatically work. So that is the reason what I'm thinking, that you can put all of this in a common actually, but let's keep it like this for now. Okay, anyway, again we need to make code changes. So with this, I think now we have completed almost everything. So start with from here, right? So let's see, apply, this is working, elements, then text, then we have uploads. So we'll see all of these are working fine, right? If I select this, you are getting the shape properties. If I select this, you are getting the text properties. If I select this one, you are getting path properties. If I select this, you are getting the image properties. Awesome. Also this should work. Alright. So with this, now I think we have completed our main editor. Also if I just do viewing, see, now it's completely locked, right? Editing, it will work again. So now let's implement very important. First, two things we need to do: export and autosave, because till now we haven't saved all of this in our API, right? We need to save, implement and save all of this in our API, whatever changes we are going to do. Also, whenever I'm going to changing this title, I'm going to call API, and whatever changes I will be doing inside this canvas, I need to call API. And also we are going to implement the export. First let's implement the export, because for export we don't have any API call or anything. We'll just going to convert and export to PNG, SVG and also PDF. The only difference will be when we are going to implement the membership, right? That time we'll be having some restriction. So let's say if you're a free user, you'll be able to only export 5 times, something like that. Okay, so those kind of things we can do. Or no, sorry, I was wrong, very wrong. So for free user, what you're going to do, export button will not be enabled only. So this is what I'm thinking. So you have to upgrade to premium to keep this on enabled, because this is the only features currently we are offering, right? So if we keep that one free also, that doesn't make any sense. So we are going to make the export button disabled if you're a free user. Only for premium user you'll be able to export. But before doing that, because we haven't implemented the membership yet, so first we're going to implement the export features, implement the autosave, and then we'll move to membership. So let's start working on the export, which is also very important in the next part. Alright everyone, so let's start working on the export service. As I already mentioned, right, that there won't be any API call or anything, because we are not doing that much heavy operations. So then only you need API. For now I think it will be very simple. So here I'm going to go here and let's do export service, and I'm going to do .js, and let's quickly implement. So first I think we have already installed the, let me check, we already have installed or not. I think file saver we already have, JS PDF also we already have. So first I'm going to do, so I'll do export function, and I'll do export as JSON. Right now here we are going to also be able to export the JSON file. Okay, and here I'm going to get the canvas and also the file name, and this I'll give this one as let's give file name for now. And here first, once again, if canvas is not present, it will return. And now here what I'm going to do, I'll do try catch, and I'm going to do return as false. And here I need to actually get my canvas data with custom properties. So what actually custom properties mean? So remember, for each and every shape we have added a custom ID property, and also we have added a filters property. Filters just now we have added it, and to convert all of these we need to use a toJSON method. So if you search for to JSON, right, you'll be able to get it. So this is the JSON. So let's go here. I think a lot of results are there. To object and to JSON. Let's go here. See, serialization. For this we are going to use this to JSON, right? Canvas.toJSON. So actually they call this one, it's called JSON.stringify instead, right? So we are going to use this. So what I'll do, simply I'll just use const canvas data, and I'm going to do canvas.toJSON, copy this, and here we are going to pass the properties. So I have the IDs and also have the filters for now. And I'll now do JSON dot, sorry, you can see here, right, we have JSON.stringify of this. So you need to again do a JSON.stringify here. So I'll do JSON string. So you'll do JSON.stringify, and you're going to pass the canvas data. You'll pass null, comma 2, and here I'll create a blob, right? I'll just do a blob, and you'll do new blob, pass the JSON string, and here you're going to pass the type. So type will be application/JSON, right? Normal concept, nothing related to any fabric or anything. And now we are going to use the save as from file saver, and here we are going to pass the blob or the data. So I have the blob here. Let's give this one as canvas JSON blob. So pass this, and then what you're going to do, we are going to give this one as, so I'll do file name, and we'll do dot JSON. Alright, and I think that's it. So this is what we need. So now what we're going to do, so let's do one thing, let's test it, right? Or you want to create all of this at once, I'm thinking. So basically we need to create another export as PNG, export as SVG, and also you can do export as PDF. Okay, so all of this we need to do. So let's do one thing first. Let's create the export model. So I'll go to editor. So inside editor only I'm going to create another export, and then I'll create index.js. Let's do use client, and let's create this component first. Okay, so let's do that. So here first, I think we haven't installed the dialog. Okay, let's see. First I'll do function, and I'll do export model, and I'm going to just get dialog. I think we already have, nice. Okay, so here we are going to take some state. So first what I'm going to do, so I'll do this one. Let's give this one as maybe, okay, so first we need the canvas as usual. So I'll do use editor store. Then I'm going to do const, we need a format, that in which format you want to export. So I'll do a selected format, and I'll do set selected format, and this will be use state of PNG. So by default I'll keep this one as PNG. Then I'm going to do const, let's do is exporting, set is exporting, and this will be use state of false. That's it. So now what I'm going to do, so here let's create some of the formats. So I'm going to do const, and I'll do exports, export formats, and here I'll take array of objects. So I'll give ID. So let's do this one as PNG. I'll do name, let's give PNG image. Let's do icon. So I'll do file image, and also I'll do a description. So I'll do best for web and social media. That's it. Now let's copy this and we'll paste it. So we'll do SVG. This will be SVG vector, and I'm going to do file vector. no, there should be some file vector or something, is it? I think they don't have file. Let's check file icon. This one, file icon. Then we are going to copy this. This also will give this one as scalable vector format. Now let's copy this one, and I'm going to do this one as PDF. So I'll do PDF document, and I'm going to do file PDF, or what is the name? And let's see file, what else we are having, file list, maybe let's use this one, and I'll do best for printing. Also we are going to have the JSON, right? So I'll copy this. So I'm going to do this one as JSON, and I'll do JSON template. Here we're going to do let's do file JSON, and I'll do editable template format. Alright, now here also we are going to receive is open and on close, both props. So here we are going to, in this dialog we will be passing. So first I'm going to check that if it's false, then we are going to return null, and here I'm going to just do open. This will be is open, and on open change, this will be on close. Here I'm going to take a dialog content. So let's take a class name. So do sm max w md. Here I'll take a dialog header, and I'll do a dialog title, export design, and here I'm going to do a class name of text excel. Okay, so now what I'm going to do inside this, let's take a div, we'll do a class name, and we'll do py of 4, and let's see first what you're getting, right? So now we need to actually take a icon in the header component in the canvas. So I'll go to header. Now what I'll do, so we have this editing, then save, copy this, paste it. Let's see, we have a export component, export, I think, what is the name, I forgot. I think this will be export, or let's do share. Okay, and let's save this. Let's see how it's looking. See, okay, but share doesn't make sense, right? What else we can use here? Okay, that we will change later, but for now let's do this. And I'm going to take a state here, simple, that const so export model set so export model, and this will be use state of false, and here when we'll click this, so we're going to make this one as true, right? Okay, now I remember. So we can use this download. There is a download icon that we can use. Let's see how it's looking. See, this is fine. Now here what I'm going to do, simply, so on click of this, I'm going to make this one as, so not here, I'll take in this, I'll do on click, and I'll do set so model will be true. And now what I'll do, simply, so we can also render it here also, right? That we'll just call the export model and pass is open, which will be so export model, on close set so export model. Save this, Let's see what you're getting. Okay, we're getting some error. File list is not defined. Where is file list? File list. Okay, I think I use some, let's search for PDF. So we have file, let's use only file. Okay, so now let's click here. Okay, we're getting this, something is coming. Fine. So now what we can do, so we can simply render all of this. So here after this I'm going to take, so let's take a h3 and I'm going to do choose format, and let's take a class name. So I'll do text access. I'm going to do font medium and I'll do margin bottom of 3. So now after this I'm going to take another div. I'm going to do a class name. So I'll do grid columns of 2 and gap of 3. Inside this I'm going to log the export formats .map. So I'll do export format, and here I'm going to render a card component. Oh, we didn't install the card component yet. Okay, let me do that. So let's wait for some time. I think we need this. Okay, so now let's get this card component. So I'm going to do key, which will be export format.id, and here we are going to use class name. So I'll import cn function, so we're going to use cn, and here I'm going to just use cursor as pointer. We'll do border, we'll do transition colors, we'll do hover bg accent, we'll do hover text accent foreground, and I'm going to give comma, and I'll check selected format is equal to current format, which is export format.id. So in that case I'm going to do border as primary, and I'll do bg accent, or else I'm going to do border. Okay, now inside this also we need to take a on click, and here I'm just going to do set selected format will be export format.id, and inside this I'm going to take a card content. So let's take a class name, padding of 4, flex column, and we'll do item center, and I'll do text center. Hey, I think I'm just going out of touch, like too much I'm doing right away. I need to give inside this. Okay, now here I'll do export format.icon, and here I think we can self close this. We'll take h4, and I'll do export format.name, and also I'm going to take a p, and I'm going to do export format.description. So let's see what we're getting. Okay, it's looking bad. We're going to change this. So now let's start with the icon one. So first I'm going to take a class name. So I'll do cn, and here I'm going to take height of 8, width of 8, margin bottom of 2, and I'll give comma. So I'm going to check the same thing, that if selected format is equal to export format.id. So I'm going to do text primary, or else I'll do text muted foreground. Alright, For h4 I'll take a class name, so I'll do font as medium, and I'm also going to do text sm. And for this one I'll take a class name, so I'll do margin top of 1, text muted foreground, and font medium. That's it. So now let's save this. Let's see how it's looking. Alright, I think this is fine. Awesome. So now we will go to dialog content. So I'm going to take a dialog footer. So let's take a class name, so I'm going to do sm, and I'll do here justify between, and inside this I'm going to take a button. I'm going to do a cancel, and here I'm going to do on click, so we'll do on close, we'll call, and also I'm going to do a variant which will be outline. Also I'm going to copy this, paste it, and this will be we are going to do. So first here we are going to take on click, which will be handle export, which will actually do the export. I'm going to do a disable, which will be ease exporting, and also let's take a class name, so I'll do mean width 120 px. Okay, and now inside this I'm going to check that if is exporting. So in that case let's take a loader 2, so I'll do a class name margin right of 2, height of 4, and width of 4. Okay, and here I'm going to do exporting, or else I'm just going to take a download icon, and I'll use the same class name, and I'll do export, and I'll pass this selected format to uppercase. Okay, and we need to create this, it will give error, so I'm just going to create this. So I'll do const handle export, we'll do async. Alright, so I think this is done. So now let's see if it is working right. So it's loading. Click here, handle export is not defined. How many? Okay, it's not reloaded. I think now we just add it, right? So let's select this. So we're getting export png, send change, export svg, pdf, and json. If you want, you can do this. So do bg purple 700, text white. Let's see how this is looking. We'll do default. What is happening here? Okay. Alright, so I think with this is done. Also let's do this. Anyway, on outside click it's closing, right? So let's remove this cancel button. I don't need this. And also you can remove this one. So let's see how it's looking, right? We'll keep only one. Awesome. So now I think this should work. So let's create, I think we already created this, right? So let's do one thing. We'll check if canvas is not present. So I'm going to return, and I'm going to do set is exporting as true, and here I'm going to do try catch. So let's do it late success flag, which will be false, and I'm just going to do switch, and I'll do selected format. So for now we already created for JSON, right? So if it's JSON, so I'm just going to do success flag will be, so we'll do export as JSON, pass the canvas, and we're going to pass the file name, right? So for file name, what we can do, so let's pass file name for now. I'll do JSON file name. Okay, and I think this is done. So now once this is done, so we are going to simply do if success is true. So here in this case we are going to take a little bit of set timeout and we'll keep like 500 maybe, and I'll just going to call the on close. That's it. Else I'm going to throw new error, and here we are going to do export failed, and finally I'm going to make set is exporting as false again. So let's see if this is working, right? What will happen? Alright, so now let's give a background color. Go to uploads, select this, so let's go here and select this, select a text, and let's draw something. Okay, let's change this one to red, change this one to something else. Okay, and now let's do away. Alright, so now let's click here and you can see I just created one more. So I think let's open this and see what you're getting. So you're getting version and all the objects. So it's a type of image. If you go here, you're getting type is circle, you're getting type is a text, right? All of these are coming, and this all the path and everything, and this is working fine. And also you're getting the background. Awesome, right? So now that means this part is working fine. So in the next part now we'll be working on exporting as PNG, SVG, and also let's do for the PDF part. Alright everyone, so now let's complete the rest of the export, right? So let's start with the export as PNG, and then we'll do SVG, and also we're going to do for PDF. So let's create one more function here. So I'll do export function, and I'm going to give this one as export as PNG. Now here this also will receive the canvas. File name I'm going to give this one as PNG file name, and also if there is any option as usual. And here if there is no canvas, so we'll simply return, and then I'm just going to do try catch. So here I'm just going to do const, let's take some default options. So I'll do default options. So I'm going to pass as format as PNG. I'm going to do quality as 1. For also we can add another property that is called multiplier, that is for higher resolution. So I'm going to do multiplier, this will be 1, and then we are having enable. So enable retina scaling, I'm going to do this one as true, and also I'm going to spread if there is any other options. Alright, so now here I will simply do const, and we're going to get the data URL. So I'm going to do canvas dot to data URL, and here we're going to pass the format as PNG, and then we're going to, I think we are already passing, so let's spread the default options. So I'll do, or we'll pass the default options here. That's it. And now what I'll do, simply I'll do save as, and I'll pass the data URL, and then we are going to pass the file name. So we'll do file name dot PNG. That's it. So now let's save, and in the catch I'll just going to return false. Now I'll go here in the export, and for PNG now I'll just copy this, and we have ID PNG, so we can just create one more. This will be for PNG, and I'm going to do export as PNG, and let's give this one as PNG file name. Save this and let's see what is happening. So we'll go here and let's give some background. Let's add some circle, change this color and now let's try to export this. So I'm going to do png export. So we're getting this. Let's go here, open this, and you're getting the png export. Okay, so this will work very simple. So that is all the code that we need to export as a png. Now let's start working on the svg one. So let's create one more. So I'll do export function, and I'll do export as svg. So we'll get the canvas. Let's get the file name, and I'm going to do this one as svg design. Now as usual, we're going to, if there is no canvas, we'll simply return, or else I'm just going to do try catch, and here I'm just going to return false. So for this one, I'm going to first create the svg data, and then I'm just going to do canvas.toSVG. I think this is the property name. Let me just quickly check once. I think we have something like toSVG or something, to object toSVG. So this one we need. So I'm going to copy this as I'll do toSVG, and now what we'll do, simply we'll create a blob, and this will be new blob, and here you're going to pass the svg data, and you're going to pass a type. So type will be image/svg plus xml, and then you'll simply do save as, and then we're going to pass the blob and pass the file name as usual. So we'll do file name dot svg. That's it, and we're going to return true. And now let's save it. So we'll go here and then create one more. So this will be svg, and we're going to do export as svg, and you're going to pass svg file name. Save this, and if you go here and let's try to click and let's try to do export, and you can see we're getting this. Open this, and you can see we are getting the svg. Okay, you can see it will work. So let's see if I add an image, let's say. So let's add this image here, and let's try to export as svg. So I'm going to export, and you can see when I open this, you're getting this, right? So this is working fine. So this is all about the svg export functionality you need. Okay, let me close this. So now let's start with the PDF one. Okay, so for PDF we are going to already install the package, so the same we are going to use. So I'm going to do export function. We'll do export as PDF, and here we're going to pass the canvas. File name I'm going to pass as PDF design, and if there are any options. So if there is no canvas, we'll return. And now we are going to create the options first. So I'll do catch. So here I'll do const default options, and this will be, I'm going to pass a format A4, then I'll do orientation, I'll do landscape. Okay, I'll pass a unit as and we're going to spread the options. Now we'll create a new PDF. So I'll do const PDF will be new JS PDF, and here you're going to pass the default options dot orientation. You're going to pass the default option dot unit, and also you're going to pass the default option dot format. So this will create the PDF instance. Now we are going to get the canvas dimension. So you need to get the width and height of that canvas, and that we can easily get from, so I'll do canvas width. So this will be simply canvas dot width, simple. Same, we'll do const canvas height. So we'll do canvas dot height. Then we are going to calculate the PDF dimension. So we'll do const PDF width. So this will be PDF dot internal, and this will give you a page size property, and you are going to get the width, get width, and same will be for height. So we'll do get height. So once this is done, so now what we are going to do, right? So we need to calculate so that the whatever data we are fitting inside the PDF, so it will maintain the aspect ratio. So what we are going to do, right? We are going to create a scaling variable here, and I'll do math.mean, and here I'll take the PDF width divided by canvas width, comma PDF height divided by canvas height, and then what I'll do, right, I'll multiply by 0.9. so that means we're actually taking 90% of the available space. Okay, now what we'll do, simply we'll calculate the position so that it will be fit in the center, the canvas. So look, const, let's take x, so I'll do PDF width minus canvas width into scale divided by 2, and we're going to do y, which will be PDF height canvas height into scale divided by 2. And now here we are going to again create the canvas as a image. So do image data, so do canvas.toData URL, will pass as image /png, and we're going to pass quality 1.0. That's it. And now what we can do, simply we need to add this image to our PDF. So I think we have a PDF, this PDF, and I'm going to do add image. So we'll pass the image data here. We're going to pass the format, which will be PNG. We'll pass the X and Y, and also we are going to pass, so we need to pass the, so I think we have passed the image data, format we have passed X and Y, width and height. So here we are going to pass the canvas width into scale and canvas height into scale. And now what we can do, simply we can save this. We'll do pdf.save, and you're going to pass the file name. So I'm going to do file name dot pdf, or else I'm going to, so here I'm going to return true, and I'm going to return false here. Save this. Now let's go here, and I'm just going to add one more. So here we're going to do PDF, and this will be export as PDF, and we're going to pass as PDF file name. Save this, and let's try to add some color. Let's add some icon, some add text, change the text color to, so let's change to a different color. Okay, and also let's add some image. Okay, let's open this and try to export. Awesome. So now if I go here, let's open this, and you can see it's working fine, right? And if you see, it's not taking the full space, and I think it's zoomed in. Let's do 100%, and you can see it's looking pretty good. So with this, we have actually completed all the export that we needed. So we do export as PDF, export as SVG, PNG, and also export as JSON. Now all of this is done. Now what is the very important step that is left, and that is we need to now implement the autosave, because currently we are not storing any of this in our database, right? So we need to update this canvas data whenever we are going to add something, and also we need to do it on autosave feature. So whenever there will be, we are going to, I'll move this one from here to here, we'll actually going to call API and implement a debounce method, and then we are going to store this in the database. So let's see how we are going to implement the autosave feature in the next part. Alright, so now it's very important thing that we are going to implement. Okay, so for that we need to do a couple of changes. So first let's go to our services, and let's go to design service. Now if you notice that we already have the save design, right? I think we are not using this on any place, right? What we are using? okay, only one place, and then here, and then where else? Design controller. Okay, this is in server side. Fine. So we are not that much used. So what I'm going to do, right? So for the autosave feature, I'm going to create here one more function, and this will be export async function, and I'm going to do save canvas state. I'm going to receive the canvas here. I'm going to receive the design ID. Also, I'm going to receive a title. By default, I'm going to give untitled design. So if Canva is not present, I'm going to return false, or else I'm going to take a try catch. So I'll log this error, and I'll do error saving canvas state, and I'm going to do this one as error, and let's return or throw the error. Now here, because we are using some custom properties, right? So I'm going to do this. I think this we have already discussed, that I'm going to do canvas data, and this will be canvas dot to JSON, and I'm going to pass all the custom properties that we are using. So we're using ID, and also we're using filters. Remember, we have added filters. So now I'm going to create the design data. So I'll do const design data, and this will be, I'm going to pass the name, which will be title. I'm going to pass the canvas data, which will be json.stringify canvas data. Also, I'm going to pass the width, which will be canvas.width, and height will be canvas.height. Okay, and now what I'll do, simply I'll just save this to our API, and to save it, we are going to call this here, and here you can see we are passing the design data and the design ID, which is actually calling the API. So I'll just simply just do return, and I'll do save design, and this will receive the design data, so which will be our design data, and it's going to also receive the design ID. That's it. So this is a utility function that we have created instead of actually manipulating or doing everything here. So at the end, this function is actually calling your save design function. Now I'll close this, and we need to work on the store. Okay, so I'm going to go to our store, and then we'll add a couple of things here. So we are adding, let's do it here. The first thing I'm going to do as, so I'll take a save status, and I'm going to do this one as saved, and here I'll do set save status, and here I'm going to do this one as, so let's take a status, and here I'm going to do set, so I'll do save status, and save status will be the current status. That's it. And also I'm just going to check that if it is modified or not. Okay, so let's take last modified, and I'm going to do this one as date.now, and I'm also going to check one more. I'll check is modified, and I'll check this one, take this one as false. Now after this, I will create very important method that we are going to use in some places, and that is mark as modified. Why? So this mark as modified method we are going to do whenever, let's say I'll move this image from here to here, the position changes, right? So I'm going to call this. When I'll increase the width of this circle, I'm going to call that. Whenever I'm going to increase the width of this text, I'm going to call that. When I'm going to change this text from enter text to Sangam, I'm going to call that. So every place, whenever I'm going to add a new text, I'm going to call that. Okay, same for your circles, everything. So this mark as modified will actually help tell us that okay, there is a changes, so you're going to call the API. I hope you're getting. So this will be a function, and here I'm just going to get my design ID first. So I'll do design ID. Design ID we can directly get it from our current state. So here I'll simply do get dot design ID. Let's give a comma, and I'm going to simply check if this design ID is present. So I'm going to do set, and I'll do last modified as date dot now. I'm going to do save status as saving, I'm going to do is modified as true. So this is done, and after this I'm going to do get, and now let's create, or else I'll just log this error, and I'll do no design ID available. Now here I'm going to create a debounce method, which is going to, so you're not immediately going to save it, right? It will actually do a lot of API calls, so we're going to give very small amount of delay here. So let's do one thing, let's create, before that I'm going to create one more function here, and which will save our design to server. So let's save design to server, or let's do save to server, and this will be async. And here what I'm going to do simply, so first thing we are going to get the design ID here. So I'll get the design ID, which will be get dot design ID. Then I'm going to get the canvas, so I'll do const canvas. I can get the canvas directly from our state only, right? So here I have canvas, so I'll do const get dot canvas, and I'm simply going to give one more check, that if the canvas or design ID is not available, so I'm going to return null. Okay, and let's log this. So no design ID or canvas instance is not available. Okay, so this is done. So now after this what I'm going to do simply, so now I'm going to take a try catch. So here I'll simply just do set, and I'll do save status as error, and I'm also going to return null. And inside try, now I'm going to call that method that just now we have created, which is the save canvas state. Okay, so now I'll simply just do, so this is the advantage of using Zustand, right? It's very, very simple, and you don't have to write a lot of code also. So I'll do save design, and I'm going to do await. I'll do save canvas state, and this will receive canvas, right? So I'm going to pass the canvas, I'm going to pass the design ID, and also title. So title you'll be getting from get dot title, right? So I already have the, I think title or name we have taken, name. Okay, so this will be get dot name. That's it. And now what you can do simply, we're going to pass set, and here I'm going to do save status as saved, and I'll do is modified as false again, and then I'm just going to return this save design. Let's do saved design. Okay, so this will be our function which will save this to server. Now what I'll do, I'll create here another method. I'll do debounced save to server, and I'm going to call debounce from load.s, and what we're going to do, we'll simply call this server, this save to server. Okay, so here let's give get dot save to server, and let's give a time of, I think we'll only give, let's try with 500 like 0.5 seconds. So every 0.5 seconds we are going to call this API. So now what will happen, so I'll give you the flow how it will work. So first let's go to our mark as modified. So here we are checking this if design ID is available, so do this, and now this mark as modified is going to call this debounce save as save to server method. This debounce save to server method is going to call the save to server function. This save to server function is going to call the save canvas state, which will call the save design. Okay, so this is, now you might think me why I'm making it complicated. Actually I'm not making it complicated, I'm making it actually very like it is going through a process, right? So it's not make you like I'll say confuse. So if you see the flow, so we will be calling this mark as modified, which will call this debounce save to server method. This is calling the save to server function. This save to server function is calling the save canvas state here, which is this one, and this save canvas state is going to call this function here. So now what you can do, simply go to mark as modified, and here you'll simply call this get, and you'll call the debounce save to server. That's it. So this is done, and now let's go here. So I'm going to make the save status as saved. When I'm going to reset it, I'm going to do is modified as false. Also I'm going to do what else is that, save to status is modified. Yeah, I think that's it. I think we have taken one more, right? Last modified. So I'll do this one, copy this, and this is done. Okay, now let's see if this is working or not, right? So I will open this. Oh, we need to do another thing, right? Very, very important. Now we need to call this mark as modified. So whenever there is any changes, so where we need to call it. Now if you go to the canvas file, go to the canvas, see what I've done. See, I already have a placeholder. Remember I told you that whenever we are going to add any image, add any object, modify, removed, or path created, I'm going to implement the autosave feature and save updated canvas state. So what you need to do, you just need to call the mark as modified here. So first what we'll do, we'll get this one from store, and then I'm just going to call it here. That's it. Also we need to do this. So now save this and let's see if this is working or not, right? So let's refresh this. So now, okay, finally we'll see if this is working. So we'll go here. Now notice, if I go and select add one more, awesome. But how come we are getting 204, man? Version 1 options, but it is saved, right? So I think this is saved. If you notice, we are actually saving this one 200 and we're passing this circle. So this is the case. If I refresh this page, now previously we were getting only blank, right? Now we will be getting this circle. So let's see if this is working or not. See, awesome. So now if you go to here and I'll add an image, and let's go to network, add this image, and it's calling. So now you have an image. So now if I just refresh this, and you have the image, you also have the circle definitely. So now while adding and removing, this is coming. Now we need to add this mark as modified every time we'll make any changes here. Also while updating the title, also while adding the background. So in this all the places we need to do that. So how we are going to do that? So see, every place wherever we are making the changes, we can go there and we can call the mark as modified. So as simple as that, right? So what we can do, let's go to our panels. So we'll go to Sidebar, we'll go to panels, and now I'll go to the settings. And remember, we are applying the change here for the background. So whenever the background changes, we are doing center canvas. Now here also need to call the mark as modified, the same function. So you'll just get it, call it, and get it from your store. And if you save this, now I'm going to refresh this. So we are getting this. Now see what will happen if I go at settings and add a background color, apply changes. So you can see that we are calling this and there will be a background color at the end, you'll be able to see. So you can see there is a background color here, and if you refresh this, now you'll be getting the background color. Okay, so you're getting this one. Awesome. So now this is working. So even if you, let's add a text, also need to show here, like when it is saving, we need to show some kind of loader or anything, but this is working fine. So now before doing that, we need to go to our main property editor. So in properties, now here in couple of places we need to use. Okay, so first let's do one thing. First let's take the mark as modified from our store. So I'm going to get it from store. This is the first step. Now second, when we are going to call it, the first place where we are going to call it, whenever we are updating any object properties. I hope you're getting. So let's see, if I change the background, if I change the background color of this circle, I need to call that API, right? If I change the filter of this image, I need to call that API. Whenever I'll be creating a duplicate, I need to call that API. Whenever I'll be deleting, I need to call that API. Every time we are going to call it, so it will auto save. So now here you just call this. So this is the first place. Now where is the second place? So second place will be where we are applying the filter. So let's do step by step. So we'll go at the end. So we are having filter, right? So here, so we are doing canvas.render all, and we are going to call this. So this is the third place. What is the fourth place? So where we are going to do the blur change. So there also we are doing, right? So I'm going to call this here. Now next we are also going to call it, I think we are also doing the arrangement changes, if I'm not wrong, right? So we're doing bring to front and bring to back, those things they are also need to do it. So here, right? So bring to front, here also you need to do it. Send to back, here also you need to do it. And what else? We also do it in the duplicate, and also we need to do it in the delete. That's it. So we'll call here, and we're going to call this one here. So there will be total 8 places. Now let's save this. Now let's refresh this, and we're going to see if this is actually working or not, right? So if you go here and now do any change, if you do any change, right, it's going to call that API. So if you go here, go to network, take this and then say I'm going to increase the width. Now save this, see it's going calling the API. I'm going to move this, it's going to call the API. Every time it will call. I'm going to change the, let's say I'll create a duplicate, it's going to call that. Now we have a 2, so I'll move here, it's going to call that API. I'm going to change the color of this, it's calling the API. Awesome. So now let's refresh this and see if we are getting the updated data or not. Okay, so this is fine. So now this is working fine. So let's render the updated status here. Okay, so what you can do, so for that I'll go to my store, I'll get the save status, and let's do one thing. Actually a lot of things we have done, right? I'm actually forgetting like where we need to add this. So we have in the header we have that, so I'm just going to add it here. So I'll just get the save status, and someplace we have the save, right? Also for this title, I think we need to give this one as a export, not save. So here we are going to do, so let's see if there is any other save status, save off. Okay, let's see how this save off icon looks, right? So based on that we are going to change it. So if the save status is equal to saving, so in that case let's call this, so I'm going to call save, what is this? So let's use, I'll just check. Okay, first I'll check what is happening and then we'll change based on that. So let's see if I just okay, it's loading, let's wait. So now I'll change this one to this, so you're getting this and it's saving, but it's not looking good. So we'll change this one. So let's say if I change or delete this, it's calling and then it's moving. So we'll give some different some kind of like loading state here. So what I'm thinking what we can do here, right? Okay, let's try this. So inside this we already have this one as relative, so I'll take a div, and inside this I'm going to do this. So if it is saving, and then I'm going to render this loader2. Class name I'll give height of 2, width of 2, and bg yellow 400. And this one I'm going to do class name, and let's do absolute top of -5 px, and we'll see how this is looking. And then I'm going to anyways render this here, and let's remove this from here. So let's see what is happening. Okay, we are getting here, right? So what I'm going to do, so let's see. Okay, let me think of something else. I think this part we'll do next, but I need to do one more thing which is very important. We are going to also customize the boundary box. So what I mean by boundary box, right? So this part, if you go here, right, whenever you're selecting, see, you can see this boundary here, right? We can actually customize this and it will look little better. Like this is the by default how you're getting. So to do this, what I can do, so we'll go to our Fabric, go to Fabric utils, and I'm going to add one more here. So let's do a export const, and I'm going to do customize bounding box, not boundary, bounding box. And here we are going to get the canvas. So I'll do if not equal to canvas. So I'm going to return, and then I'll try catch, and here I'll simply just do that if canvas dot on, and I'll do object dot added, right? So whenever object dot added, and here we are simply going to do if e dot target. So I'll do e dot target dot set, and we can give some border color. So let's give this color. So we'll do 2196 F3. Then we are having corner color. So I'll give this one as white. We have corner stroke color, and we'll do the same color 2196 F3. Then we have corner size, which will be 10, and also I'm going to do transparent corners. This will be false. That's it. So this will actually apply it. And also what we are going to do, if there are any existing objects that are already present, we are also going to apply on those, right? So we can simply do that very easily. So I'll do get objects, which will give us all the objects, and we'll simply do for each, and we'll get the object. And here I'm just going to do object dot set, and I'm just going to copy this, and I'll paste the same here. That's it. And I'm going to do canvas dot render all. Okay, and let's log the error, fail to customize bounding box. This is done. And now what we can do, simply we can go here, bounding box. So let's copy this, and so we need to do it in the canvas component. Okay, so I'll go to the canvas component, and you see we have this customize boundary box. I'm going to call this, and let's save it here. So let's refresh this. Let's see what is happening, right? Select. Okay, it's not applying. I think it's applied, right? Or it's not. Okay, let me just do one thing. I'll go here, change this one to black. Okay, now I don't think this is applied. If I select a new one, okay, so this is not applying. So this part I need to check. Let me check that what is the issue here, then we're going to fix it. Hey everyone, how it will work? See, the problem is I'm not sure if any of you got it. So we need to pass the canvas as input, so you're not passing anything here, right? So that is the reason we need to pass this fabric canvas. So I'm going to pass this, and now if you refresh this, right, it will definitely work. And if you select, and you can see it's looking nice, right? Okay, so it's customized. You can change the color whatever you like, and whatever new one you will add, let's say you'll add this one, it will be automatically selected. See, okay, so this is also done. The saving is also working. Let's say if I change this one to white and put it here, and you can see save is already happening. Close this, refresh this, and you're getting the updated data. Awesome. So I think with this we have completed the autosave feature. Okay, another important thing, we need to do it the same for on this title change also. And to do this, I think we need to go to header, and where we are doing this set is editing, not set is editing, we need to do set name. So what we can do, right, simply, so here we can take a use effect. So our name change, we are going to call this, right? So we'll take the name as a dependency, and I'm going to call the mark as modified. Let me just copy this, and here I'm going to take this. So let's refresh this. Okay, we are immediately getting this one, so we need to wait. So we need to give the canvas also as a dependency here, correct? So if the canvas is not available, also we need to take the design ID, or we are going to do, if not equal to design ID, we're going to return. So or what I'm thinking, right, instead of that, okay, let's try and see what is happening, right? So I'm going to get the design ID also here. So refresh this. So go to network. So I'll refresh this one. First I'll check the process, what is happening here. So it's calling the design 3 times, right? Now if I change this to YouTube thumbnail updated, okay, it's updating, so we're getting updated. Now let's refresh this. Okay, I think this is okay. Now let's change this one to YouTube thumbnail, right? So and if I refresh this, okay, I think this is fine. Now let's change here, it's updated. All right, and I'll do edited, refresh this. So getting edited. If I go back and go to the home page, we're getting edited. And if you click here, let's click this, and you're getting awesome. And it's happening very fast also, it's looking nice. And if you go here and if you lock it, it's now locked, right? You can only update the title, which is fine, right? And you can also export it. So let's say if I export to PNG, try to export this one, it's now exported. Open this, and you can see it's working fine. So now what we can do, what is the thing left now? So we need to do work on this upgrade plan. I'm going to use PayPal for that, and the reason for using PayPal is that because I tried using Stripe and others, so for most of them actually they have given a lot of process for the onboarding. Like for example, Stripe is not available on India, and for India Razorpay, my onboarding is actually not completed. So we need to onboard to that developer tool or portal, then only I'll be able to get API keys and everything. So it's not possible for me to do that. So for now I'm going to use PayPal, which is also globally used, and also which is very easy to use, right? They also support a lot of options for your payment. So let's try to implement that part. So first, as usual, we're going to start working on the backend. We're going to create a simple API, and then first we are going to create our dialog model and everything, and then we'll implement the payment functionality. Hey everyone, before we'll start the payment feature, right, we need to do another very important thing, and that is, if you go to the home page where we are rendering all the designs, right, if you see currently we are having only this background. Now normally in Canva, what will happen, you'll be able to see the previews. So you need to actually create the previews from that actually design, and then we need to render the mini canvases here for each and every grid here. So to do that, what we are going to do, right? So first I'm going to go to the let's go to home, and here we are having the recent designs. I'll close everything else, and let's create one more here. I'm going to give this one as design preview.js. so let's do use client, and I'm going to do this one as design preview, and it's going to receive the current design. And for now I'm going to return design preview. Okay, now we'll go to recent designs, and here if you scroll down, we are rendering these. So instead of these, what I'm going to do, right? So I'm going to simply check. So let's first let's take a div here. So I'm going to do a class name. So I'll do width of 300 px, height of 300 px. I'm going to do rounded large, margin bottom of 2. I'll do overflow hidden. We'll do transition shadow, and I'm also going to do group hover. I'll do shadow md, and inside this I'm going to check if this design has canvas data. So I'll just going to render the design preview, and also I'm going to pass the key, which will be design.id, and I'm going to pass a design which will be the current design. Okay, and also let's do one thing. Let's don't want to render the 5 at once, we'll keep only 4. Save this, and let's see what you're getting here. So you're getting design preview, which is fine. So now what I'll do simply, so we will go to our design preview. So let's start working on this one. So first thing, I will create a unique ID for each and every design. So I'll just will do const, and then I'm going to do canvas ID, and this will be my use state, and here I will take canvas hyphen, and I will do design.id, and I will also pass a date.now. That's it. And then after this I will take a ref. So I'll do fabric canvas ref, and this will be use ref of null. And here, so we need to do quite a few things, right? So first thing, we need to always, every time we are going to load this page, right, or whenever this component will mount, first we need to dispose all the previous canvases. I think this concept we have already discussed, or else this will give you the error that you haven't disposed the previous canvas yet, and then you are trying to initialize a new canvas. So I'm just going to do a use effect, and here we are going to do a couple of things, right? So first I'm going to do if this design dot canvas data is not present, so I'm going to return, and then I'm going to take a timer, and I'll do a set timeout, and here we're going to take some delay. But before this, okay, let me think how much. Let's give only 100 milliseconds, very small. And here we are going to do a couple of things, right? So first we are going to clean any existing canvas. So I'm going to do try catch, and here I'll do simply that if this ref.current is already present, and if the type of fabric canvas dot current dot dispose is if this is equal to function, so in that case we're going to do a try catch, and I'm just going to do error, and I will do that error while disposing canvas, and inside try I'll simply just do fabric dot current dot dispose, and also I'm going to make the current as null. So I'll do dot current will be null. Alright, so now what I'm going to do, so after this we're going to import the fabric, right? So I'll do a fabric will be await import, and let's import fabric. Okay, also I think we need to take as a async. So this is done. So now we need to do what? So first we are going to get the current canvas element by the ID. So how we are going to do that? So for that one we already have set this canvas ID, right? So we'll be getting this based on this. So to do this we'll simply do const and you'll get the canvas element, and this will be document dot get element by id, and you're going to pass that canvas id, so which is this canvas id, right? So we'll do canvas id. So this will give you the current. Now if this canvas element is not present, you're going to return. If you notice that throughout this particular video how many times we have checked all of this, right? Normally we shouldn't give, like normally I don't give in other videos like where it is not that much required, but here you need to do it because there is a huge possibility of errors related to that disposing of canvas and at the same time initializing it. So you can't do that both at the same time. You need to dispose the canvas or clear the canvas first. You're going to make the current as null, then only you're going to initialize a new canvas. Very, very important. So now once this is done, now we are going to create a preview canvas, right? So I'll do design preview canvas, and this will be new fabric, and we are going to use a static canvas, and here we're going to pass the id. So this will be my canvas id, so I'm going to pass the canvas id, and here let's pass a width as 300. We'll do height as 300, and I'll do render on add and remove, and I'm going to make this one as true. Now what we need to do, so this will be our canvas. Now we have the current ref, so what I'll do, that canvas I'm going to store in the current property of this ref. So what I'll do, simply I'll do fabric canvas ref dot current will be this design preview canvas. Okay, so now till this part this is done. So now I'm going to take my canvas data, one variable, and I'm going to do a try catch. So I'll do inner error. So here, okay, we need to give this. So inside this I'm going to do canvas data is equal to if type of canvas, sorry, design dot canvas data if is equal to string. So in that case I'm going to do a json dot parts of design dot canvas data, or else this will be design dot canvas data. So once this is done, so here we are going to simply do return, and I'm just going to do error, and I'll do error parsing canvas data. So once this is done, so now we are going to do if, so we have canvas data, so if the canvas data dot background, if it is present, so I'm going to do design preview canvas dot background color will be canvas data dot background, and I'm going to do design preview canvas dot, I'm going to do a request render all. Okay, so render everything, or else here after this I'm going to load my, so this will only render the background. I also need to render my content that I'll be having. So I'm going to do design preview canvas dot load from JSON. So I'm going to pass the canvas data. So you need to pass the canvas data. This will give you a callback, and here what you're going to do, same thing. So we'll do design preview canvas dot request render all. Alright, so I think this is done, and in this error I'm just going to do, so let's do an error. So I'll do error rendering preview. I'll do design preview data. That's it. So I think this is done. Now, so this will actually create and do everything. So it is going to render everything. But remember, we need to also take when it will unmount. Very, very important. So first I'm going to do a clear timeout, and I'm going to clear the timer, this timer that you have taken. And now I'm just going to do again if, so let's do if fabric canvas ref dot current, and if type of this dot dispose, so if this is equal to function, so I'm going to again do the same thing that we have done, right? So let's go to the top and copy this, and let's do the same thing here again. Okay, and now this is done, and in this I'm going to give the design dot id as a dependency, and also I'm going to give the canvas id as a dependency, both. So I think this is done, and at the end we are going to return a canvas. So id will be canvas id, and width I'm going to give as 300, height I'm going to give as 300, and class name I'm going to do height as full, width as full, and I'll do object content. So now let's save this and let's see what you're getting. You are already getting awesome. See, I think this, okay, now I think this is done. See, you're getting the preview, right? Now if I, let's say if I go to this, right, if there is no data, you can render some background color also. It's up to you, or you can also render an empty canvas. But notice what will happen if I go there, and in this one let's add a background color. Go to uploads, I'm going to add this. Okay, and now let's just test it. I'll go back and you can see the preview, right? So the preview is working, and if you click here, it's rendering. Go back and I'm going to do this one. Let's say Tiger's picture, something like that. Go back, oh sorry, and it's updated. Awesome. So now the design preview part is also completed and looking pretty nice. So now next we are going to start working on the backend for the PayPal integration. So let's start working on that particular section. Alright, so now we'll start working on the payment service or subscription service, right? And before that I want to mention that we need to use PayPal developer tools. So you need to come to this URL developer.paypal.com, and then you'll be getting this apps and credentials, and also you'll be able to create your sandbox accounts that I'm going to show you later. So you need to go here and you need to create a new app. Okay, so I just already created a new app. So here I already have some previous apps, so I'll be using the same. So once you create a new app, right, you'll be getting a client ID and a secret. And if you go inside of this, I'm not going to show you definitely the secret, but I'll show you that what exactly we need. So this is the display name, this is the client ID, and this is the secret ID. What you need to do, just create two env variables that I've already have done, and you have to copy the client ID, this one, and for secret you have to copy this one. So once you copy both, you need to add it in your subscription service env file. So if we go here, right, so I have subscription service env file that I've already added, so you need to add it here. Okay, this is important. So this is the first prerequisite, and now we'll start working on the backend part. So now let's go to the, let's close everything. So go to subscription source, models, and subscription. So I'm going to close everything else. So we start with our model. So I'm going to do mongoose, and this will be require, and I'm going to take mongoose, and now I'm going to do const subscription. So let's do subscription schema, and this will be new mongoose dot schema. So we'll be getting the user ID as usual, should be string. We are going to get is premium or not. We are going to keep this one as simple as possible, right? Already you have done a lot of things, and this is this project is already becoming very complex. Oh sorry, not true, this will be boolean. And here what you are going to do, also let's do one thing, let's take type as boolean for this one, and default I'm going to do false. Then we need the payment ID, so payment ID, so this will be string. Then we are going to need premium since, means from which date, this will be date. And here we are going to do updated at, and this will be type will be date, and default will be date dot now. Okay, so this is done. So now what we're going to do, let's create a method here. So I'm going to do subscription schema dot pre. So I'm going to do on save, and I'm going to take a function next, and here I'm going to do these dot updated at, this will be date dot now, and I'm going to call the next method. And now let's create the this one. So I'll do const subscription. So I'm going to do mongoose dot models dot subscription, or mongoose dot model. So I'm going to pass the subscription, and we're going to pass the subscription schema, and I'm going to do module dot exports, and this will be subscription. All right, so I think this is the basic, at least basic schema we needed. So now we'll go to our controllers, and let's start with our first controller, which will be the subscription controller. So we'll be having two controllers here. One will be subscription controller and one will be payment controller. So all the payment related things we're going to handle here. So we'll do payment controller.js. So I'll do subscription, and we need only one to get the user subscription. So I'm going to do const subscription, and this will be require. So we'll go to models and we'll get the subscription, and here I'm just going to do exports dot get subscription, and this will be async, and I'm going to do request response. So we'll simply do try catch, and here I'm just going to do raise.status of 500.json, and I'll do success as false and message as some error occurred. Now also you need to check if we have used the auth middleware or not. We already have the auth middleware, so we'll be getting the user ID from our request.user, right? So we'll do user, so we'll do user ID is equal to request.user.user ID, and now we'll simply do that. Let's do let subscription, and this will be await, and here we are going to do subscription dot, so we're going to do find one, and we're going to pass the user ID. And here what we are going to do, if not equal to subscription, then I'm just going to do subscription will be new subscription, and here we are going to pass the user ID. Okay, and then what we're going to do, simply we'll do return raise.status of 200.json. So I'm going to do success as true, and let's pass a data. So this will be is premium, this will be subscription dot is premium, and also you're going to do premium since. So let's copy from here, this will be subscription dot premium since. Okay, and I think this is done. So now let's save this. So now what we're going to do, simply let's go to our routes. So we already have the routes, we have the routes here. So I'll just go to any other routes. I'm going to copy couple of things, right? So let's copy till this part, go here, paste it. So this will be only subscription controller, and we need to go to subscription controller, not here, payment, not payment, subscription. And here first we're going to do router.get slash, and I'm going to pass subscription controller dot get subscription, and we'll do module.exports router. Save this. So now let's go to our server.js, and here I'm just going to get it. So I'll do const subscription routes, and this will be require, and we're going to go to routes and get the routes, and we'll simply do app.use as usual /API /subscription, and we're going to use the subscription routes. And if you go to API gateway, we already have this version 1 subscription. Okay, so now here I think this we are going to handle in the payment service. I think for now the basics this one is done. So what we are going to do, right, we will go to our, before doing the payment controller, we're going to go here and let's create one more service, which will be subscription service. This is in our client side. So we'll do subscription service.js, and here what we're going to do, simply, so first let's copy some of the things. I think we can go to this design service. Let's copy this one, go to subscription service, paste it, and I'll do get user subscription. So this will be version 1/subscription. Okay, so now I will see that what actually we are getting. So you will go to, so we need to check in these places. So let me give you some of the idea. First, when I'm going to do start design, that time I need to check, correct? Also, if I go to any other design, let's say I'll go to this design and I want to export it, this export button will be disabled for every design if you're not a premium user. So you need to upgrade it. Also, we need to check here also. So in couple of places we need to check, right? So the first thing what we're going to do, so let's go to our we can go to first, let's go to our store. So we'll go to store, and I'm going to take, so we'll do, so let's do it after this. So I'll do user subscription. Okay, and here we are going to do this one as null, and I'll do set user subscription, and this will be, let's copy from here. So I'll do data, and I'm going to do set user subscription will be this data. All right, so now let's save it. So now what we can do, simply we will go to our home page, which is our inside this page. So here, so we can do it in this only, or what I'm thinking, I think it will be better. Okay, let's do this. I think let's do it here, because or else we need to do it in, I want to do it only one place, right? Because we need to check in two places. If you see, we need to check while clicking on this button, so you can do in a better way. Okay, let's do it like this. So first I'll go to banner, let's go here, and what I'll do, simply I'll take use effect, and I'm going to do this. So I'll just want to check first, so I'll do fetch user subscription, and let's create this. So I'll do const fetch user subscription, this will be async, and I'll do const response await, I'll do get user subscription, and let's log this response. Let's see what we're getting, right? So now let's save it. Okay, I think it's loading. Let's wait for some time. Let's see if it is at least calling the API or not. See, we are getting success true, is premium is false. We are getting, right, is premium is false. Okay, so let's refresh one more time. I want to make sure if this is calling, right? Okay, we have filter here, that is right. See, subscription is calling. So that means this is working. So what you can do, right? So I'll show you two ways you can do that. The first one is we have let me just close everything. So we have the store, right? If you go to the store, we already have one state that we have taken. So one of the ways, you go to your home page, that is this page, you fetch the user subscription and store it, and then use it in every place. So you need to check, right, that whether user is actually subscribed or not. So I'm going to show you that how we are going to do that. So first I'll go here and let's do this. So I'm going to change this one to use client, and I'll get this, so to const, and I'm going to take this, and then I'm going to do use editor store. Okay, now I'll go to banner, and then I'm going to cut this whole part from here and remove this. This is not needed, and this is not needed. Save this, and what I'll do, right, I'll simply paste it here. So I'll import this, and also I'm going to import this. Okay, and then what we'll do, once we'll get the response, we'll check if the response dot success, if this is true, so we're going to do set user subscription will be response dot data. Okay, so we'll set it. Now what will happen, if you go to banner, right, and what you can do, you can just take from your state that user subscription, and I'll just take it here and do use editor store and then log this. Save this and see what will happen. It will actually call this on page load and you'll be able to get it from anywhere from in the home page. So let's wait for some time. Oh, use effect is not defined, so we need to import use effect here. Is it? We need to import it. So let's save this. Let's see. So now you'll see that you should be getting the subscription here, right? And if you go to console and paste it, and you can see you're getting use premium is false, right? Now on click of this you'll be able to check that. So what you can do, go to your banner, and in the banner you can see you're having where you're doing this right, handle create new design. Now we need to do another thing. Okay, so we need to make a couple of changes. Another thing we need to do, if you go to your recent designs, and you can see you're calling this fetch user design here. Instead of doing this, now we are going to change this logic and we'll put it in the home page. Okay, and I'm pretty sure you're getting why you are doing that. So I'm going to copy this from here. I'll do step by step, and then I'm going to paste it. So both we are called. Now I'll go here again. Sorry, let's go here, copy this, and I'm going to paste it, and I'm going to import this. And now set user design, if you notice we have a local state here. So now instead of local state, what I'm going to do, I'm going to move this one in the global store. Okay, nothing that much difficult. So here what I'll do, I will take use editor store and I'll get the user designs here. Okay, now I'm going to remove this and we'll go here and I'll add one more that is for my user designs. So I'll just copy this and paste it here, and copy this set user design, paste it here, and this will be empty array, and this user design will be the data. So this I'm now managing from my global store. So I can remove this from here, we'll be getting this here, and also we can remove this logic from here. Why? Because we are already calling this one here, right? So now from home page we are checking both user subscription and fetching the user designs, and this set user design now I already have my store, so I can get it from my store here. Save this and also save this. So see what will happen. So we'll be getting the same result, right? You're going to get the same result if you refresh this. So you're getting the same result. So now what will happen, because now my design, user design already in my global store. So when in the banner I'm going to check, or user going to click on start design, so I'll be able to check if the user is a premium user or not. If the user is not a premium user and the user already created more than 5 designs, so you can see that this user created more than 5, which is 7, so I'm going to show a message that you are not a premium user, you need to upgrade it. I hope you're getting, right? So that we need to do. See what will happen if I go to recent design. Now not recent design, I need to go to banner, and now what I can do, I importing the user subscription and also I'll import the user designs both. And now I can check here that if user designs dot length is greater or equal 5 and user subscription, so user subscription, what we are getting in this, I think we are getting is premium or not, right? So and check if user subscription is false dot is premium. So in that case what we are going to do, we are first of all we will return, and then I'm going to do a, so let's go here and let's go to Sonar. I think that is called Sonar component, this one we are going to use, right? So I'll just install this. So let's go here and I'm going to paste it and install this. To use this, it's very simple. You just need to import this toast from Sonar. Okay, and then we can use here, this one. So you can directly copy this. Alright, so this is done, and then we can just paste it here. And I'll do you can't something like this. So we'll do you can't what message we can say, like you need to upgrade to premium to create more design. Okay, description will do the same for now. Please upgrade to premium. I think I've done opposite, so I should keep it here, and let's put it here. Okay, let's remove this. I think we can also pass a variant here, right? Or not? I think we are doing wrong. I think let's see uses here. Let's go to docs. Let's see error. Okay, we need to use toast.error. So let's save this and let's see what is happening. Okay, so let's click here. We're not getting anything. Something we are doing wrong, maybe. Let me check. We need to use this in the root component. That's correct. So we'll go here and then import it in the layout. So we need to import the toaster, right? Toaster from Sonar. Then let's see once, not this one, man. So we'll import from components. So let's save this. Now let's see. So now let's try to see. We are getting please upgrade to premium, but that error is not coming. I think we need to change that. But anyway, you can see you're getting this message. So that means this is working fine. So you'll not be able to create anymore. So you need to upgrade, right? Please upgrade. You are getting this. Awesome. So now this part is done. Now same thing. Now we need to do it there also. Where? So whenever I'll go to, let's say, this design, right, and I try to export it, I need to do the same thing. So let's do this one also. Let's complete this one. So we'll go to our export where we're having export header. So here we're having the export, right? So let's check here. Now we are doing this. So now I'm going to just, instead of doing this, I'm going to do this one as handle export, and then I'm going to create this here. So we'll do const handle export, and I'll just put it here, and then I'll go to my banner and do the same thing here. So I'm going to copy this first, go to header, and then paste it. And now this user design and subscription, where I'll be getting from my store. But remember, this is a editor component, that is the home component. So we need to fetch the data here also. Okay, so what I'll do first, so I'll go here and first I'll get this from my store. So I'll get the user design, I'll get the user subscription, and then I'll also import the toast from Sonar. So this is done, but still this will not work, because you'll see that while it will not work. So if you refresh this, and if you try to click here, you're still getting. The reason is because just like we are calling this on my home page, so here, right, we need to do the same thing in the editor page also. So I'll go here and copy this part and go to my editor component and just do the same thing here. So first I'll import this, I'll get the user subscription, also I'll get the user design, right? I'll also import the use effect. Now let's save this. Now let's see what will happen. So now let's click here, see, please upgrade to premium. Okay, now what I'm thinking, that if you want, you can also source, for now we are showing the toast, right? After once we'll create the model, once we'll click this, right, instead of showing this, I'm going to also render the model, that upgrade model, that you need to upgrade to export this, right? Something like that. So let's start working on creating the model first, and then we're going to complete all of these small features. Alright, so now let's start working on the creating the model for premium. So we'll go to our components and let's create here a subscription, and I'm going to do this one as premium model.js. So let's create this component. So we'll do function, and I'm going to do subscription model, and I'm going to return div. So we'll do subscription model for now. Also, I think we need to return a dialog here, so let's return a dialog. So here I'm going to receive is open as a prop and on close both. So here I'll simply just do open as is open, and on close, on open close, I'm going to do on close. Okay, and inside this let's take a dialog content. So I'm going to do class name as sm. So I'll do max width 900 px. I'm going to do padding of 0, gap of 0, and overflow hidden. Okay, and now inside this I'm going to take a div. I'll take a class name, I'll do flex as column, and empty, I'm going to flex row. And inside this I'm going to just do div. Let's take a class name, padding of 6 and flex of 1. And here I'm just going to check if the user is a premium or not. And to check it, we can easily check this. So we'll get from use editor store, and we'll be getting this user subscription, right? So here we're going to check if this user subscription dot is premium, that means this user is a premium user, or else I'm going to render that not premium. So premium user, I'll do not premium user. So this is done, not done definitely, so you need to do a couple of things. So the base structure is done. Now I'll go to store, and I'm going to add one more state. And here what I'm going to do, simply I'll do show premium model, which will be false, and I'll do set show premium model. So this will be this flag. So now what we can do, we can copy this, and remember we need to do it on this click of this. So we'll go to our sidebar component, right? So we'll go to sidebar index, and here we're having the sidebar, and we will be getting this. So I'll do set show premium equal to use editor store, and I'm just going to do this. So I have the ID as, no, this is the editor sidebar. No man, this is the wrong place I'm doing, sorry. I need to do it in home sidebar here. So here I'll be getting that set show premium, and what I need to do, simply I have this right, this one. So on if the label is billing, so I'm going to do that. So what I can do, simply here, I think this link is not needed here. I'll change this one to, let's make this one as, I think we'll keep this one as div only. Use editor store is not defined. Okay, we need to import this. Okay, now on click of this we are going to do that. So I'll simply just go here, I'll do cursor as pointer, and I'm going to do on click. So I'll simply going to check if the menu item dot label if this is equal to billing. So I'm going to do that. So I'll do set so premium model will be true, or else I'm going to do null. So this is done. So now what we can do, simply we will go to our home component, which is this component. Here we are rendering everything, right? So I'm also going to render the premium model component. So I'll do premium, no, I'll do what is that, subscription model, and here we're going to pass is open. So here we are going to get the so let's go to store, and I'll be getting this so premium model and set so premium model, right? So both the things I'll get here. Okay, and here I'm going to get set so premium model, both the things. And now we can simply pass this, right? So we'll copy and paste it here, set so premium model, and pass this so premium model, and on close will be set so premium model. So now let's save this. Think this should work. So let's see what is happening. So if I click here, right, so we are getting error. I think this is related to dialog title, which is fine. You can see we are getting non-premium user, right? So this user is not a premium user. Awesome. Alright, so now let's create the rest of the structure. Also, I noticed one thing, this will be on open change, not on open close. Okay, so now let's do one thing. So here what we are going to do first, if it's a premium user, so we are going to render the couple of things. So I'm going to remove this, and here let's take a dialog title. So I'm going to do dialog title, and here what I'll do, simply I'll take a class name. So I'll do text to Excel, font bold, we need to take inside this, and also I'm going to margin bottom of 4, flex, and item center. Now inside this I'm going to take this sparkles, and here we are going to do class name of height of 6, width of 6, and I'll do text yellow 500, and I'll do margin right of 2. And here I'm going to do you are a premium user, premium member. Okay, now after this let's take another div. We'll do class name, I'll do bg green, let's do 50. We'll do border green 100, rounded large, padding of 4, and margin bottom of 6. Inside this let's take another div. So we'll do a class name, I'll do flex item center, and inside this I'm going to do a check circle. I'm doing little fast now. I think we have already, time is like too much, like the video is I think almost 12 hours long now. Width of 5, text green 500, margin right of 2, p, and then I'm going to do premium active since, and we're going to do subscription, user subscription dot premium since. Remember we have that in our model, right? If I go here, premium since. Okay, so or else let's give something like recently, and here I'm going to give a class name. So I'll do text green 700, and I'm going to do font medium. So I think this is done. So now after this what else we can do? I think this is that part. So let's take one more class name. So I'll do text asm, margin bottom of 6, and here I'll do enjoy all premium features and benefits. That's it. After this let's take one more div. I'll do a class name. So I'll do space y of 4, and inside this I'm going to take another div, and I'm going to do class name. Let's do flex item start, gap of 3, bg as white, padding of 3, rounded large and border. Now inside this we're going to take a crown, and I'm going to do class name height of 5, width of 5, do text primary, and margin top of 0.5. and here let's take one more div, and I'm going to do a class, for this one we'll take a p. Let's do a class name of font medium, and I'm going to do premium content, and inside these we'll take one more p, and I'll do class name, I'll do text sm, text muted foreground, and I already have all these messages, so let's copy this and paste it, save this, and the same thing we are going to do. So I'll copy till this part, paste it, change this one to, let's use a palette, and also let's paste it one more time, and I'm going to do a clock, and let's paste all of this, copy this, and so I think we have pasted, okay, this one, second one, so I'll paste it here, and for this one let's give something like brand or something, anything, any random text. So this is done, and then we're going to also paste for the last one. And I'm going to do advanced editing. That's it. So this is all the things we need. Now let's save this. Now for non-premium user we are going to now add, so let's go to the top ones and let's copy this, and I'm going to paste it inside this. So here we'll take this one as upgrade to Canva premium, and after this I'm going to take a p, let's take a class name text small, margin bottom of 4, and I'm going to do upgrade to, and here I'm going to take a span, and we'll do Canva premium, and create quality design together, and we're going to take a class name, and I'll do font semi bold. So let's save this. So let's see what we're getting. So we're getting this. So now after this p, I think we can take the same structure that we have used here also, right? So let's copy this part from here, not this one. I think we have done right. This part. So let's copy this whole part from here and paste it after this. Let's see how this is looking. Okay, we can also change, I think let's keep same for both. I think it will take a lot of time, it is just waste of time. So now here what I'll do simply, so after this I'm going to enter, and let's give a div, we'll do margin top of 6, and I'll do space y of 2, and inside this I'm going to take a button, and here what I'll do simply, I'll take a class name, so I'll do width as full, I'll do bg purple, so let's take inside width of full, bg purple, let's do 600, and hover I'm going to do bg purple 700. Okay, and on click I'm going to do a handle upgrade, and also let's give upgrade text. Now let's create this. So this will be async, and let's save it. So we're getting this. Also we need to take, okay, let me refresh this once. Okay, we have the margin top. Awesome. So now I think this is done, and then we also need to take, I think, dialog content. So here we'll take one more div, and let's do a write content. Let's see where it's coming. I think we are doing in the wrong place. We need to do it after this. So now this is coming. So here we are going to do, we'll take a class name. So I'll do hidden md block, and I'm going to do md width as 450px. Inside this, remove this. I'm going to take a image. I'm going to take a source, and in the alt I'll give something like team collaboration, and class name I'm going to do width as full, height as full, and object cover. And for URL I'm going to use this URL. Copy this and paste it. Save this. So let's refresh this, and let's click here, and you can see that we are getting this looking nice. Okay, so now we're getting upgrade, and this is the model. Now what will happen on, if I go to this editor page, right? So on click of this also we need to render. So now let's go there. So we have, that is, this is in the editor header page. Also we need to go to editor page, and I'm going to get, so I'm going to just, I think we can render in the main editor also. So let's go to main editor, and I'm going to take here subscription model, and we need to pass is open and on close, right? Both the things. So we'll go to our store, we'll get two things. So set so premium model, so we'll get it from here, and we are going to get the so premium model both. Now what we can do, simply we can pass as a props normal concepts. So we'll do so premium model, and on close set so premium model, and these we also need to pass as a header component, because on click of this we need to do that. So what we can do, simply we'll pass this set so premium model as a prop. So you can go there. I think we also can get it from use editor store. So let's get it directly. Then why we need to pass as a prop? Because we already have a store, right? So get as a from the store, and then I'm going to go to subscription, upgrade to plan, and I'm going to do on click, and I'll make this set so premium model as true. So save this, and also save this. Let's see what is happening. Okay, I think we need to refresh. Okay, so now if I click here, we're getting this. Also you need to check if it is upgrade your plan, or we need to change this one, you are a premium user. So how you can do that? And to do this we can do simply that, so for that we need to go to store, get user subscription, and we will get here, I think we already have this one, is it? You already have this. So where we are using this? Two places. Okay, here we are using. Fine. So what we can do, simply we'll check if user subscription, what happened? So we'll do if user subscription dot is premium. If this is true, so if this is not true, so in that case we're going to show or else this will be null. And the same thing we'll do here. So I'll copy this. So we are going to do here that if this is false, then we are going to show upgrade to premium, or we'll show here premium member. Save this. So now we're getting upgrade to premium. And also if I go here in the home page, also will be getting the same, right? On click of this, we'll be getting this. So now this structure is done. So now let's quickly complete the backend API for the PayPal integration, and then we are going to integrate with the UI. Alright, so now we are going to start working on the PayPal related backend routes. But before that, we need to do one more thing. We need to add also delete feature for these projects, right? So that is one thing missed. And here in the recent design, right, we're not going to render all the images, all the projects or design. We're only going to render the max 4. So to do that, we need to do some changes. So go to recent designs, right? And here what I'll do simply, so let's do one thing. I'm going to change couple of structure. So in the home, I'm going to create a design list component. Okay, I'll do use client. Let's do design list, and here I will be getting the list of designs. So now what I'll do simply, so there we can actually copy this part and we can paste it. This is the first step, and I will change this one to list of design, user design to list of designs, right? And also we are getting the design information, so I'm going to also pass the design here. So both the things. Let's import the design preview in this component, and now I'm going to call the design list, and I'm going to pass the list of design, which will be user designs, and I'm going to pass the design, and this will be, so from where we are getting this this is not that design, man. This is this design, so this is not needed. So I think only one we need, the list of designs. Save this, and we don't need this one. And then I'm going to uncomment this one for now, and we can remove all of this, right? And router, okay, router I think we need to get, right, because we're using router here. Yeah, so let's get the router and let's import this. Save this, and let's see what we're getting. So we'll be getting the same results, right? We should be getting the same results. Fine, and we can remove this part. Now what I'll do, right, in this I'm just going to do if the user designs and user designs dot length, if this is greater than 0, so I'm going to do user design dot slice, and I'll do 0,4, or else this will be empty. So I'll only pass the latest design. Now what you can do, you can go here, and then I'm going to add, let's do this, and I'm going to do class name. I'll do flex justify between, paste it, and also I'm going to do a trash to icon. Let's give a class name of width of 5, height of 5. I'll do bg purple 600. Let's see how this is looking. Based on that, we are going to change. I think, sorry, bg is not needed. I think we need to use the, let's remove this. Let's see how this is. I think we'll keep this one simple. I think it's not loaded. Okay, so we're getting this delete, so we can delete this. And also I'm thinking we need to do one more thing, right? That is okay, let's do this one later. So what I'm thinking, before this is getting loaded, I want to show some kind of loader state, so that will implement. So but before that we need to implement this, right? So on click of this, let's do one thing. I think let's go to the design service first once and see the route So you have delete. Okay, now let's see whether we have that created or not. In the design service we have delete. See, we already have the delete design. Now I think it will be very simple. So we'll go to design list and then on click I'm going to do handle delete design, and here we are going to pass the ID. So I'm going to do design dot ID, copy this and we'll do const handle delete design. This will be async, and I'll do const response. This will be await, and this will be delete design, and I'm going to pass the ID, right? So we'll do get current design ID and we'll pass here. Now we'll go back to the design controller and see what we are returning in delete. So we're returning success, right? Success true. So I'm going to check if response dot success is true. So I'm going to do router dot refresh. Let's save this and see what is happening. See, it's taking some time to load, right? So in that time we need to do that. So let's try to delete this one. Oh, I got it. So the reason is we have this one on click of here, right? So instead of this I'm going to move this one to here in this. So what I can do, let's give this one here on click here. Save this, because we are navigating on click of that, right? So now I think it should work. Let's try to delete this one. I think it should call the API, right? Or what is happening here? So we try to click, it's getting 404. Okay, design not found we are getting. That means it's already deleted. Let's refresh this. Then in that case we need to do a different way. I will show you how we are going to do that. So we're getting a different design, right? So that means instead of router.refresh we need to call that API. So what we can do, simply we will go to our page, not in this, and we need to fetch this again. So I'm going to copy this, go to design list, paste it here, get it, and I'll get the set user design from my store. So we'll do use editor store, and I'm going to call this here. So if this is true, just call this API call again. So now this should work. So now let's try to delete. I think we're getting, let's delete one more time. Let's delete this one. See, it's deleted, right? Okay, it's working. So once it is deleted successful, then only we are actually calling the list of API again to update the list. So delete, it's deleted. If I delete this one, this is also deleted. So this is working fine now. So if I go here, you'll be able to get this. Awesome. So I think delete is also now completed. So now let's start working on this one. Also another thing we need to do, okay, that is on click of these projects we need to open a dialog and we need to render all the projects that we are having. So that we are going to do later, but first let's complete the payment API routes, and then we are going to integrate. Once that is done, then only we'll move to and complete this part. Alright, so now we'll start working on the API routes for the payment part. So go to subscription service. The first thing, we are going to get the subscription model. So I'll do subscription and I'll do require, and we'll go to model and I'll get subscription. Also I think we need to install Axios here. Let's see once. need to do that. So I'll go to subscription service and I'm going to do npm install Axios. Now let's run once again. Okay, so this is done, and I'm also going to get Axios. That's it. So now the first thing, I have some configuration that I have created, so I'm going to use those. So the first, let's copy till this part and paste it here. So first I have, if it is production, so I'm going to call this, or else I'm always going to call the sandbox URL. If you're doing it for the production, you have to use this client ID. I already mentioned, I copied from there. I'll be using the same for client secret, and this is your front-end URL. So now it depends, right, in which port you are running. You need to pass that in your env file. So this will be the env environment name. For now, by default, you can also give localhost 3000. First thing, now because we are going to use, so there is a package in PayPal which is actually deprecated, so we are not going to use that. So we'll be directly using their API, and we are going to generate auth token, and then we are going to complete it. So let's see how we're going to do that. So first we are going to generate the access token using this client ID and the client secret. So I'm going to async function. So I'll do get access token, and here I'm going to do const auth. So this will be, I'm going to do buffer dot from, and here we are going to pass the client ID, then we are going to pass colon, so we'll pass the client secret, and then we're going to do toString, and I'll do base 64. Now after this I'm going to do const response, and this will be await Axios, and here we're going to pass method which will be post. We're going to pass the URL, so URL will be the PayPal, this PayPal API, and the endpoint will be version 1 version auth 2/token. And after this we are going to pass the headers. So in the headers we are going to pass the content type. So content type will be application /x www form URL encoded. Then we are going to use authorization, which will be the basic, and we are going to pass the auth here. So it will going to generate that, and also you need to pass the data, and I'm going to do grant underscore type will be equal to client credentials. Okay, so now this will generate the token, and now what I'm going to do, I'm going to return response dot data dot access token. So this is the first step. Now we are going to create couple of methods, right? So first we need to create the PayPal order. So whenever I will go here and click this and handle click on update, I'm going to call this create PayPal order endpoint, right? So I'll do create PayPal order here. So I'll create new PayPal order. Okay, now I'm going to do exports dot create order, and this will be async request response, and I'm going to do try catch, and I'll do raise dot status of 500 dot JSON. Success will be false, and message will be, we'll do error while creating PayPal order. So now let's copy this, and we are going to also have a capture payment. While capturing, and also I'll copy this. We are going to have one more, which will be to verify the payment. Okay, so this is all the three we need. So let's start with the first one. So first in the try, I will be getting my user ID. So we'll get user ID, which will be request.user, and now I'm going to create the access token. So I'll do access token, and this will be await get access token. And now let's create the response. So I'll do response will be await axios, and here we are going to pass the method which will be post. We are going to pass the URL, so let me just copy from here. So this will be version 1. So here you need to do version 2. I'm going to do version 2, the latest, and then we'll do checkout, and this will be orders. And after this I'm going to also pass the headers. Copy this. So this will be application/JSON, and this will be now bearer token, right, because this will be bearer. So we'll do bearer, and then you'll pass the access token. That's it. And now in the data, so we are going to pass couple of things, right? So first we're going to pass intent. So this will be capture. So we will be doing capture in the next step, so you need to do capture. Then I'm going to do purchase units, and here we're going to pass the amount. So this amount will be, so we're going to pass the currency code. So this will be USD, and we're going to also pass the value, which will be, let's say I'll pass 500. So after this amount we also need to pass a description. So I'll do Canva premium membership. So this is done. So in the purchase unit we need only this. Now we need to pass a application context. So the application context. So here we are going to pass two URL. One will be the return URL, and one will be the cancel URL. So in the return URL we are going to use this front-end URL. So use this front-end URL, and we'll do subscription. So we are going to create these two pages we haven't created yet, but we'll do just now, and you'll be able to understand like what is the flow, right? So I'm going to create subscription/success. So it will go to the success page, and if it is cancelled then it will go to the failed page or cancel page. So this is done. So now, so this will create the response and call the API and create the order. So we'll be able to get it. So we'll do order, and this will be response dot data. So now what I'll do, will be getting an approval link. Okay, so we'll get here, so we'll do approval link, and this will be order dot links, and I'm going to do find. So here we're going to get the link, and this link dot property will be equal to approve, and this will give us a href, and there we need to navigate. So we'll get this, and then we're going to do res.status of 200.json, do success as true, and data will be getting order ID, which will be order.id, this order, and we're also going to pass the approval link. That's it. So this is the thing that we need. Now here what else is needed? Alright, so now let's create the routes. And also one more thing, I think for this create order, this user ID is not needed. So now I'll go to the routes, and I'm going to create one more, and I'll get the route here. So I'll do this on as payment controller. And this will be create order, and this will be payment controller dot create order. That's it. So let's save this. So now we need to create the services, right? So we'll go there and let's create the service. So we'll go to subscription service, copy this, paste it, and I'll do create PayPal order, and this will be subscription / create order, and we are going to pass the method will be post. Save this. So now what we need to do, we need to call these on click of that model, right? So just now created this model, and we have these. Let's go here. So there will be a handle update, handle upgrade. So here we are going to do that. So I'll simply just do const, and let's do response, and this will be await. I'll do create PayPal order. Okay, and let's log this response, and let's see what we're getting. Save this. So I'll also give some comment, comment here. So let's go to billing. Let's click. We're getting 404. Create order version 1 subscription, create order not found. Why is that? We are doing post, man. This will be post. Okay, so now let's do one more time. So click. So 200. So you're getting success true, and see you are getting a approval link with a token, right? So this is done. So now what we can do, we'll go here. So I'll do if response dot success is true. So in that case we'll do this. So the window dot location dot href will be response dot data dot approval link. Save this, and now if I click here, it's going to this page, right? So this is working. So now let's go to localhost again. I will take a loading state here. So I'll do is loading, set is loading, and this will be use state of false. So this will be true, and here I'm going to make this one as false. Else also I'll make this one as false. Now let's do one thing. Let's give a loader here, right? So we'll do go there. So I'll do is loading, or else I'm going to do upgrade. Inside this I'm going to use a loader 2, and I'm going to do processing, and let's give a class name. I'll do margin right of 2, width of 5, height of 5, and animate spin. Save this. So now let's click here. So getting processing, and now it is going to this page. You can also do this one, right? You can put this one later. Awesome. So I think let's test one more time. So we'll go here, click. So it's going to this page. So now what we need to do, right? We need to actually capture it. So once we'll do, what will happen, you see. First I'll do go here, and I'll go to app component, app folder. I'll create 2 more, right? I'll do subscription. Remember we have created success and cancel routes, so we need to create those pages. So I'll do success, I'll do page.js, and I'll create one more. This will be cancel, and this will be page.js. So here let's do, so we'll do subscription success, and I'm going to do subscription cancel. Save this. Alright, so now let's see if it is working or not, right? So what is happening actually? So we'll go here and let's click on upgrade. Okay, so it's going to this page, and now let's do continue review order. Okay, we are coming in this page only. If I click again, okay, there might be something is wrong in the backend side. Let's check once. So we have subscription controller, payment controller. This is correct. Oh, this will be context, application context. Now I think this should work. So let's try again. So let's do billing, let's do upgrade. Now it's going to this page, and let's do continue. See, so it's going to subscription success page, and we have a token, and also there is a payer ID, right? These will be able to get. So now what we can do, right? First we'll go to our payment controller, and we are going to capture the payment. Okay, so let's go to payment controller and let's do capture payment. So first I'm going to get the order ID from my request.body. Also I'm going to get the user ID. So I'll do user ID, and this I'll be getting from request.user. Now here I'm going to again get my access token, which will be avid get access token, and here I'll simply just do const response, and this will be avid. Let's copy it from here. Some of the things will be same, so I'll copy this, paste it here. I'll change the, so we need to change the data, but this is not needed. So first this method will be post. This will be PayPal version 2 version checkout version order. Then we are going to give /order ID /capture. Okay, this will be application/json, and here we need to pass the token. Awesome. And now we're going to get the capture data, and here we'll be getting from response.data, and I'll just do capture the ID. So do const capture ID. So this will be capture data dot purchase units of 0. So this will give you payments dot captures of 0 dot ID. Now after this I'm going to take subscription, and this will be avid subscription dot find one, and I'm going to get the user subscription, right? So I'll do user ID if not equal to subscription. So I'll simply do subscription equal to new subscription, and here we're going to pass the user ID. So now I'll simply just do subscription dot is premium. This will be true. Subscription dot premium since. This will be new date, and also subscription dot, so we have the payment ID. This will be equal to capture ID. Okay, and I'll do avid subscription dot save. Awesome. So now what we can do, simply we're going to do raise dot status of 200 dot JSON, and I'm going to do success will be true, and I'm going to pass the data. So I'll do is premium as true, and we'll do payment ID will be capture ID. That's it. So I think this is done. So now let's save this. So now we'll go to our routes and we'll do capture order, and this will be dot capture. So this is done. So now let's go to our services first and copy this, and we're going to do capture, and we're going to get the order ID. So we'll pass method post, and here we're going to pass the body, and this will be our order ID, right? So this will receive body, right? If you go here, this will receive the body, options.body. So you're going to pass the order ID, and also you need to make this one as capture. So I think this is done. So now what we need to do, right, will be in this page. So we're going to get this token and this pair ID from the params. So we'll go to our success page. Let's close everything else. So first thing, so we'll get const router. This will be use router, and I'm also going to do const search params. This will be use search params. And now what I'll do, I'll take one more state here. So I'll do status set status, and then I'll do use state of false. Okay, and here I'm just going to do a use effect. Now I'm just going to take, so in this, the search params and also the router as a dependency, and in this I'll simply just do, first I'm going to get the order ID. So I'll do order ID, and this will be search params dot get, and you can see we're getting the token, get the token. Now what you're going to do, simply do const process payment. This will be async, and here I'll simply just do try catch. So here I'm going to do set status as false again. Not, let's do this one as processing, right? So here I'll do this one as error, and in this try I'm just going to do response. This will be await, and I'll do capture, so PayPal order, and here I'll simply just do order ID, I'll pass. And now what I'll do, simply will do if response dot success is true, so I'll do router dot push, and I'll go to the home page. Okay, and now let's call this process payment. So this is done, and now here what we're going to do, we're going to create a UI. So I'll just take a div, I'll do a class name, I'll do flex mean height screen, I'll do flex as column, item center, justify center, and p of 4. Inside this, let's take one more div, we'll do class name, and here we're going to do width as full, max WMD, we'll do rounded large, border BG card, padding of 8, and shadow large. So I'm just going to check if the status is equal to processing. So I'll simply take a div, so I'll do class name, and I'll simply do flex column, item center, and text center, and here I'll simply take a loader 2. So let's take a class name height 16 or width 16. We'll do animate spin, text primary, and margin bottom of 4. And inside this we'll take a h1, and we are simply going to do processing payment. And here we'll do a class name, we'll do text to Excel, font bold, and margin bottom of 2. Let's take one more text here. So I'll take a P and I'll do please wait while we confirm your payment, and I'll take a class name. So I'll do text muted foreground and margin bottom of 4. Okay, now let's go to the home page first, and I'm going to save this, and in the error page, right, I'll just simply render like subscription, no, some error occurred while processing payment, please try again. So I'll give you homework for this one, so you can write some proper UI for this page. Okay, so now let's see if what is happening. So now I'll go to billing, let's go to upgrade, so now let's do continue, so processing. Now let's see what is happening. Oh, it's working. Awesome. So now it's going to the home page, and if you go to subscription, now let's see what you're getting here. So it's true and premium since the data is coming, right? So if you go here, click, okay, so we need to actually give some this one. So let's do one thing, let's add some logic for this one, right? So what we can do, simply go to the premium model, subscription model or something we have created right here. So I'll simply just do, while we're rendering that, let's try here. So for this one, we'll simply do new date of pass this, and I'll do 2 local date string. Save this. So you're getting this, right? So now you are already a premium user, and if you go to this page, you'll be able to see the same. So now let's say if I click here, okay, on click of this we are not rendering anything. I think we can render the same model actually here, right? And if you click here, you'll be able to export also. Awesome. So let's do that. So we'll go to the editor page, editor header, and see, we are doing this, right? We're doing sets model equal to true. I think we can do that. So we'll remove this logic. Save this. So if I click here, we'll be getting that you are already a premium member. Awesome. So now I think the premium is also done. Now there are quite some small things that we need to do. So let's do that in the next part. And also let's do one thing, right? I will show you another thing. Like I'll log out. Let's continue. I think I'm premium user in this account, right? Let's see what is happening if I log in this account. So if I go here, right, you're getting upgrade. So now let's do upgrade. Sorry, processing, it's happening. So let's go there. And now I'm going to do continue. So it's processing. Awesome. So now if you go here, you're getting your premium user. I think you don't have any design, so let's create a design. So it's going there. We'll be getting the empty canvas you're getting, and also if you click here, you're getting the same. Awesome. So that means this process is working fine. So now let's quickly finish some of the small things that is left. Hey everyone, so now let's quickly fix some of the minor changes that we need to do. The first one is very interesting. Okay, so I'm going to show you. So if I go here, right, and if you see that we are actually checking if the user is a premium user, then only we'll be able to do this export or whatever, right? But if you go to this page, so let's give one more level of check here. So I'll go to the header component, and let's see where we are having the export, right? So handle export. Okay, I think we are already handling this. I think then this is fine. Next we will do one more thing, that is if we go back on click of this project, so we are going to open a dialog. Okay, so let's quickly do that. So we'll go to the home page and I'll do designs model.js, and we can actually use the most of the structure from the premium model, right, so that we don't have to write. So let's copy the whole thing and we'll go to the design model, paste it, and I'm going to definitely change quite a few things. So first I'll make this one as so I'll do design model. So this is not needed, let's remove all of this. So we're going to need this. So here I'm going to copy this, or let's do this one. I think we can remove this part, and also we can remove this. This is also not needed. And here what I'll do, I think I'll remove all of this. Also this part is also not needed. So we need only the title, and I'll do all projects, all designs. Save this. Now we don't need this one, all of this is not needed. Also let's remove this. Use editor stored we needed, so I'll just take this, let's make this one design model, and I'm going to paste it, save this. So we'll go to store, I'll copy from here, let's paste it. So I'll do so designs model, and I'll do set so designs model. So here what I'm going to do, because we are in the home page, right, so we need to go to the home component, this page, and if you notice here we are actually showing the subscription model. Similarly we are going to show the design model, and here we are going to take is open and also on close, and both the things we are going to take this state, go to the top, so this, and also set so design model. So these two we are going to pass, and also we're going to pass another thing, that is the user designs. So I'm going to get the user designs here also. So I'll do user designs. So let's pass it here, user designs. So I'm also going to get these user designs, and now what I'll do simply, so after these, right, so let's call the designs list, and here we're going to pass the list of designs, right, and this will be the user designs. So this is done. So now let's do one thing. So we need to go to the sidebar, and here if you see, if it is billing, we are showing this, and then I'm going to do if this is equal to projects. So I'll do this, I'll copy this from here, paste it, and go to my store, set so design model, and this will be if this is projects, so set so design model will be true, and you can copy this and get it from my store. Okay, so now we have done a lot of things. Save all of this, and let's see what is happening. So let's refresh this. Okay, so now if I click here, okay, it's breaking, I think because of the structure. So what you can do, go to my design model. So let's change some of the structure here, right? So what we'll do, let's first make this one as 1400. We'll keep always flex column, remove this flex one. Let's see how it's looking. Okay, and now we'll pass here is model view as true. Copy this, go to design list, get is model view, and here what I'll do, right? Okay, let's do one thing. So let's take a template literals here. And check if it is true. I'm going to do padding of 4 or else empty. So if I just go, so now it's fine, right? Okay, now what will happen, another thing we need to do, if when we're clicking here, right, so we need to check one more thing. If here we're going to check if it is true, this is model view, so we need to actually close this model. So for that, so copy this set so design model, and I'm going to make this set so design model as false, or else this will be null. Okay, and this set so design model we can pass as a prop to from this component, right? You can pass this set so design model, and also we can get this as a prop from our parent component, which is calling from here design model. I think this we already have here, right? Okay, so now let's save this, save this one, save here, and let's see what is happening. So if I just go and then close, click, and now let's click. So it's going here. Now let's go back. Okay, it's still opening. That means this is not working. So set so design model we're passing here. Let's see. So here we are doing, oh, this we need to do like this. Okay, that is the problem. So we'll do it after this. Now let's save this. Let's see what is happening. So if you click, let's click, see it's closing and then it's going, right? And then we'll be getting the design. And if I go back, now we are not able to see that. Awesome. So I think this is another thing we need to do. So now let's do one more change, right? And that is, if I go here, see this loading, this part I mentioned right previously that we need to change this. So this is not looking good, so let's quickly change the UI for this also. Alright, so let's quickly change the structure of this save button, right? So I already created the structure, so I'll just copy paste. Will not, I think it's already too much we are doing. So let's go to the editor header, and then I'm just going to change this one from this to this. So if you save this, right, so let's see how it's looking. Okay, so we're getting cn is not defined, so you need to import that. Okay, this one. So let's see how it's looking, right? So we'll go there. If you want, you can also remove the background color. Let's see how it's happening, right? Alright, so now if I say, let's say if I change this one to some different color, so you can see now it's fine, right? If you move this, it is working. So this is one change. Now another change we need to do, and that is, right, so I'll show you that how you're going to do that. So if you see here, right, we have each and every kind of design. Let's say YouTube thumbnail, then logo design, color palette, stickers, printable. What you can do, right, for each and every click, just like you are doing for start designing, you are actually creating empty canvas. You can create empty canvas with different width and height. So let me give you one of the example, and then based on that you can actually modify or customize by your own whatever you want to do. So I'll show you that. So I think for that we need to go to the I think this is the not AI features, I think design list. No, not design list, I think it will be design types. Okay, so I'll just close everything else and open the banner. Now if you see in banner, when we are doing new design, right, we are actually doing all of this. So we are actually passing a width and height. So what we can do, simply we can copy this, go to design types, and now we'll just implement this. So we'll use client, we'll pass this, and then in these design types, if you see, right, we have the label. Okay, so this label we can take. So what I'll do, simply let's say I'll do on click of this, and I'll do handle create new design. I'm going to pass the type. The first thing we need to check, so we need to get the user designs. So we'll get it from use editor store. So I'll get the user design. I'll also going to get the user subscription. Also let's import the toast. I think we also need to take the loading, right? Loading, I think it's not required. So let's remove this. And what I'll do simply, so here what else we need, the save design, and in this initial data, right, what we can do, we can go in this one and then we can give a custom width and height. So for example, let's say for this one I want to give a width of 900 and height of for example what we are giving here 820, so let's give 500, something like that. Then you'll copy this, paste it here. So for let's say logo design, you will give width as 400, height as 500, okay, or let's say 465. And then for color palette, just give some random color, right? So we'll give for example 500 and 500. Same for typography, we'll give let's say 200. For social media, we'll give let's say the same one, just like for banner, right? So we'll copy this and we'll paste it here, okay. And similarly you can do for all of these. So for printable also you can give like let's say 600, something like that, and let's paste for rest, okay. So now for stickers we'll give 250. Save this. Now I'll be getting the type, right? So current type I'm going to pass, and this current type I'll receive here. So look, get current type, and instead of now giving the name, what we can do, we can give the get current type dot label, and here I'm going to give get current type dot width, and I'm going to give get current type dot height. And here what you'll do, you can also give a type, right? I think label only we can pass for now, later you can change. So you can give this as a type. That's it. So now if I save this, see what will happen. So let's refresh this. So now if I click on this YouTube thumbnail, also let's give a so I'll give a cursor pointer here. So let's click here. Now this should create a new design, and then it should go to that page. I think we'll be getting error. I think router is not defined, maybe, right? I think we don't have the router here. Okay, this we need to get. So router will be use router. So now let's try. So we'll click here. So it's going to the new design, right? And you see the canvas data, it's actually changing, right? And if you go back and click on logo design, see what will happen. The width and height will be different. See, this is different, right? And the same thing happen will for, let's say, what else we are having. So I'll check for maybe a smaller one, sticker. So let's click on sticker. See, it's changing, right? Now based on your idea or whatever you want, you can actually change all of this. Also let's do one thing, let's keep the loading. I think it's not looking good, so I'm going to take the loading and I'll just take it here. So import this, and also you're going to do, if it is loading, return, or else we'll make this one true, and here I'll make this one as false, not here, where we are doing there. Okay, here we need to do, we'll do this one as false. Catch also, I'll make this one as false, and then we are using is loading here. So if it is loading, I'll also render this, right? So I'll go here, and then we are rendering the icon. So if I go back, so let's render it here. So let's do loader 2 and I'll do width as 3, height as 3. Save this. Let's see how it's looking. Let's wait for some time. So now let's click here. So getting loading. Okay, for all it's coming loading. Okay, so we need to now change this. So what we can do, right, we can check the current selected one. So we'll go here and do current selected type, set current selected type will be use state of 0 or -1. And here when I'll click this, right, so I'll do this. So on click of this, I'll get the index here. This index I'll get here, and I want to pass this index here. And then I'll do, also we're going to make this one as flex and gap of 2, and I'll do if loading and current selected type is equal to index, then only you render this. Also let's make this one loader. Now let's see, save this. So let's go back. Now if I click here, right, so let's click on logo design. See, you're getting loading only for this one, and once this is done, then it'll be going to this page. Also we can give this one as item center. Save this. So click here, we're getting logo design loading, and then it's going to this page. Awesome. So now we'll be able to work, right? Whatever you'll do, it will work as it is. So apply, go to uploads, you can apply, that's it. So it will work. And also if you see, if you refresh this, you'll be able to get it. So I think this is working fine. Hey, before we'll close this video, right, I just noticed two things that I want to improve. The first one is in this projects model, I see whenever we have a lot of project, you can see it's like breaking, right? So to fix this, we can actually add a height here. Okay, so let's add a height of 600 px and let's make the overflow as auto. So this is the first change I want to do. And second thing, if see there is no canvas data, it's coming like it's looking very weird. So either if there is no canvas data, we're going to render some kind of purple color, background color, or some random color. Okay, and to do this, I think we can go to a design preview and remove this canvas data. So if the canvas data is not present, so in this case what I'm going to do simply, so I'll simply check here if the canvas data is equal to undefined, or if canvas data is equal to null, or if canvas data dot objects dot length is equal to 0. So in that case we are going to do this. So copy this. So I'm going to make this background as some different color, right? So let's do 21F365. I'll see some random color, okay, and see how it's looking. And we are going to return from here. So let's save this. So let's refresh this. Let's see what color we are getting. So you can see that we are getting a random color, right? And it's looking pretty good. So if you go here, we'll be getting random color whenever we don't have anything. So this is another changes I want to do before closing. Like I thought it will be better, right? And now it's up to you whatever changes you can do. Now for example, if you just go here, and also okay, another thing I want to mention, that is if you go to start new design and go to the editor page, you can see we don't have the Canva homepage icon here, right? So you can add that. So to do this one, we can go to the header, and we can not header, I think we have in the header or some place, right? Which place we have? Let's go here. I think we don't have any Canva. Oh, I think we have in the logo page, sorry, login page. So let's go there and I'm going to copy this one, right? So let's copy this and go to the editor header page, and let's add it here, right? So you can, this is for the, okay, let's do it here, paste it, and let's import this, save it, let's see how it's looking. So we'll go to this page, so you can see that you're getting this. Now we can actually decrease the width and height. Maybe let's give this one as 70. Okay, I think this is fine. So this is another change. Now actually we can do something like, we can keep this one inside a link component, and we can give href to homepage. So now if I click, so it will go to the home page. Okay, so I think this is all the minor changes that I want to do. Now another changes we need to do, that is I'll keep for all of you. So just implement a loader, right? Currently we don't have any loader. So for example, you can implement some kind of loader here, and until this will come, so you're going to render some kind of like background or something. So you can just do that. So what I'm trying to say, so if you go to the design, let's go to the design list. I think this component only, right? So not here. I think let's go to design list of designs, design list, or this only, I think this one. So here what I'll do, if is loading is true, maybe, so I'll take a is loading, right? So if it is true, it'll show some kind of loader. So let's say if is loading is true, we're going to return a loader, something like that. So let's say if I go to the design, recent designs, and we are getting the user designs. So let's do one thing. So I'll go to the store, so I'll take user design loading, let's make this one false, and let's do set user design loadings, and I'll do this one as false to true, right? It's just loading state, normal. And let's copy this, go to the home page, the main page here, and then we'll just get it from store. And when you're fetching it, right, so just make this one as true, and once you'll get it, so make this one as false. That's it. So now what you can do, so here in this design model you can pass this. I'm going to show you. So for example, you'll get this user loading also, okay, and these you'll pass to the design model, and you'll pass it here, and from this model you are calling the design list, right? So here you can pass the is loading, which will be user design loading. So this is the first place, and then also you can go to the design types, design, not design types, I think design recent designs. So here also you can get this user design loading, and then you can call this is loading, right? And here is model view will be false. So if you set this, so now if you refresh this, right, you'll be getting a loader here. So you're getting this. Alright, so this is all the minor changes that I want to do. So with this, I think we have almost completed everything for this particular project. I think with this we have done a lot of changes, right? A lot of things you have learned. So I think if you are till this point, I think you have done a lot of things, so congrats. Now one thing I want to mention, there are definitely quite a, I'll say like n number of things you can add, or I can also add in this particular project, but it's not at all possible to cover each and everything. So with this I actually give you some of the idea that how you can work and create a graphics editor using Fabric. Now a lot of things you have covered. Now it's time to you can add some more features on top of it, and then you can comment it down, or you can also directly ping me in Insta. Okay, so Insta you can ping me, and then if you like this particular video, give a like, comment down, and also please share with your friends with this. So this is all about this particular project. So I think we have completed everything. So I'll see you in my next video. Till then, good luck and peace.